Subramia, 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 Subram Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Obo da say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Obo da say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. So Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna kogabu.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is right there. All eyes on the judiciary, all eyes on the judiciary. But are your BD eyes still on the judiciary? So that's the question. Are your BD eyes still on the judiciary? So there it is. All eyes on the judiciary, they told us. So we kept on watching the judiciary and they served up a delight. So they served up a delight. So good day to you. Good to have you here. And how are you? So how are you? The weekend kicks off again. It seems just like yesterday that I said that to you, but here we are again. The weekend starts here with your friendly neighborhood bald-headed man from Oyoalafe. One man went to mow. So the weekend kicks off here, and all matters Nigeria still up for discussion. So quite a rich harvest of news cycle over the last couple of days or so. But it looks as though we have now reached the crescendo of the high-octane news cycles. So in weeks to come, there will be no high-octane sort of headlines anymore. This is my suspicion. Because the judicial phase of the electioneering has now come and gone. There's still a skip through the Supreme Court, but I did a session earlier on. It was just to speak to the camera sort of a session. I wasn't really inviting anybody to come join, but I live streamed it. It was an article that told us that the verdict of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, the verdict was so detailed and so thorough and all-encompassing that it is a near impossibility for anybody to overturn it. And it was a stream of senior advocates of Nigeria that were asked for feedback on that on that verdict by the Presidential Election Tribunal, and they were all gushing in an effusive sort of way. Just they were romancing that verdict as if he was a lover. So they just delighted in it. It was essentially a piece of art. Edwin Clark, he described it as the best verdict in Nigeria's jurisprudence. That's how far the people are. I'll bring that article back if you want to see it again. But I did a 20-40 minute video on it earlier on, so you can go watch that when I went through it in detail. But he described it, and Edwin Clark, by the way, he is a senior advocate of Nigeria, 85 years old, so he's seen this cycle endlessly, and he has described it as the best piece of jurisprudence that Nigeria has ever had. He described it as the best verdict he's ever seen. So that place is over, is the thing. So what's the name of that one that wears the cap in Labour Party? No doubt he will come round again with his begging bowl to canvass you for a last hurrah of money, promising you that something will happen at the Supreme Court. And please, because you're so gullible and low of wit, please continue to give him your money. but the judiciary space is over. Do you hear me? It is over. It's finished. It's finished. Do you understand? It is done. Give us our mandate. Oh, let me put back that thing. All eyes on the judiciary. Give us our mandate. Let me bring back your poster. Yes, all eyes on the judiciary. Give us our mandate. We will burn the house down. We will kill everybody. We will do this, that. It's over. Do you understand? It is over. So all eyes on the judiciary, but now the eyes refocuses on something more mundane like governance. Something more mundane like governance. So I wasn't even intending to start it that way, you know. I do these things organically. I have no sense of what I'm going to say until I open my mouth and the word starts to come out. So that's what came out. Apologies if anybody's senses was jarred. But we are going to be picking over the remnants of that judicial verdict. And in tandem with what I just said, the headline from, before I go into that, the usual protocol, click on the like button if you're just coming in, subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to, come and join us on the screen. So if you're a new voice, we especially want to hear from you today. It's just always a delight to get a new perspective on things. So if you are a new voice and you don't have anything doing at the moment, why don't you go and spend your time with your friendly neighborhood one man went to mow? So so click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's pinned on the comment section. So follow in the direction of fourth of many and tip towards the platform. Back again with the lyrical master. Power to the people. So that is what our fourth. I keep calling him fourth of many. I don't know quite why. I think that's a throwback from Game of Thrones. That's the sort of language that they use there. But yeah, but click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, buy your host cups of coffee. So all of those. So let's go quickly and immediately into what we will be contending with. Save yourself the stress of appealing. Yahaya Bello urges Atiku Obi. So save yourself the stress of appealing. So I am two-toned in terms of that headline. When I'm saying I'm two-toned, I mean essentially that I'm two-minded in terms of that headline. There is a part of me that says, look, enough is enough, drop the dead donkey. But another part of me wants to actually see them go to the Supreme Court so that we can get a categorical decision on the status of Abuja in upcoming future elections, so we don't have to revisit this again, trying to redefine the English language that and means something completely different from and. So if only for that purpose, I would love them to go to the to the Supreme Court to have a final cap on that particular space. So yes, save yourself the stress of appealing. Yahaya Bello urges Atiku Obi. So save yourself the stress of appealing. So save yourself the stress of appealing. So from that, right. Hold on. Yeah, let's go on to this one. I'll be alive to complete my tenure. Akeredolu resumes duty after medical vacation. So Akeredolu, a lot of you would know, he's been away in Germany for months on end. He is now returned to Nigeria, but he's not actually returned to governance. He's convalescing in Ibadan. I'll be alive to complete my tenure. Akeredolu resumes duty after vacation. Rotimi Akeredolu, governor of Ondo, has officially resumed duty after a 3-month medical vacation in Germany. On Thursday, Akeredolu returned to Nigeria from Germany, where he spent 3 months. The governor was welcomed by his close aides at his residence in Ibadan, Oyo State. On Friday, Akeredolu met with stakeholders from the state, including Olumide Oladiji, Speaker of the Assembly, Lucky something or the other, Deputy Governor, and members of the All Progressive Congress APC at his residence in Ibadan. During the meeting, Akeredolu handed over his resumption letter to Oladeji and provided a copy to the guy with the difficult name. The governor said that by the grace of God, he will be alive to complete his tenure, which ends in February 2025. I came back yesterday, and as you know, it was a long journey. I decided that I must meet with you today. The governor was quoted in a statement by Richard Olatunde, his media aide. God has answered our prayers, and we give him all the glory. I can assure you that our return is to the glory of God and the prayers of all of you here and those who wished us well. I thank you very much. God has done what the majority of our people wanted. The majority of our people here knelt down and prayed for God has done what the majority of our people wanted. The majority of our people here knelt down and prayed for our return, and we have returned. So, because we had to land here in Ibadan first, I said I should meet with the House of Assembly members here. We are here and we are back. I am back, and by the grace of God, I'll be alive to complete my full tenure in office. I want to tell you that I am back and I will resume work immediately. This is my letter of resumption. In June, Akeredolu left Nigeria for medical attention in Germany, following a letter sent to the State House of Assembly of his intention to embark on a 21-day leave. He asked his deputy to act in his stead. On July 11, Ayedatiwa said Akeredolu would resume duty after being certified fit by doctors. The continuous stay of the Ondo governor in Germany generated concerns amongst the political class and residents of the state. So it generated enough of a concern that Abdullahi Adamu, then chairman of the party, was actually inviting him to step down. But there it is, he's back. So he is back. Onto this, Nigeria's telecom sector contributed 16.06% to Nigeria's Q2 2023 GDP, report by MBS. So I'm bringing you that just really to give you that sense. And by the way, I'm sweating like a pig because it's a heat wave here in the UK, a heat wave. You know, forget Dubai. If you want to sweat the toxins out of your body, come to the UK. Good evening, Chilma. I see you. So yes, where was I? So all those tweeting and all those Instagramming that they do in Nigeria actually seems to be what is upholding all those tweetings and all those Instagrammings that they do in Nigeria seems to be what is upholding the nation's economy. Nigeria telecom sector contributes 16.06% to Nigeria's Q2 2023 GDP, report by NBS. So report by NBS. So back to the petition, of course, that petition obviously will dominate at least all through the weekend, the news lines. Apologize to your clients. You didn't do a good job. Pandev tells Obi Atiku's lawyer. So Obi Atiku's lawyer, and really, even though they might necessarily not have had a case, the fact that the case was not even presented in any professional manner really made it just an easy kill for the Tinubu space. Apologize to your clients. You did not do a good job. Pandev tells Obi Atiku lawyer. So Pandev tells Obi Atiku lawyer, still staying within the realms of crime and justice. We're going to watch this video as well. So you know that wayward obedient behavior. We did say after the judiciary phase ended with the electioneering matters, then they will come back to deal with that obedience space. And the dealing with the obedience space has started in earnest. Watch this.
Muyiwadi Jobi is still my name. Assistant Commissioner of Police. I'm the first populations officer of the Nigerian Police Force. Today we want to clear the air on a pending matter of a case of conspiracy, criminal intimidation, cyber stalking, on cyberbullying concerning one Chike Ibezim, and we want Nigerians to have the fact of the case. Following a report from priority terrorist solicitors on behalf of one Mr. Babatunde Fashola SAN against one Nnamdi Emmanuel Ibezim, police investigators from the Force Intelligence Bureau, Force Headquarters Abuja, carried out intensive investigations into the complaint and discovered that the suspect made a false publication on his handle at Reportera News on the social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, on Saturday, 5th of August, 2023, alleging that the complainant was involved in the drafting of a controversial verdict in the ongoing presidential election petition tribunal, and that the military have been deployed to his residence to restrict movement, thereby intending to cast aspersion on the person of the former minister, which has the potential to cause harm, distress, and damage to his reputation, which is contrary to Section 24 of the Cybercrime Prohibition and Prevention Act of 2015. And of course, as well as posing great threats to his person, threats to national security and stability of our dear country. Further investigations to with technical and tactical analysis on this matter on many calls used for making the publication in question, it was discovered that it is registered, that particular line was registered to one Chike Ibezim. Armed with this intelligence, police investigators proceeded to the office address of the suspect in Maitama, Abuja, where Chike Ibezim was arrested, while Nnamdi Emmanuel Ibezim, his brother, and one Tope, who it was alleged handles all social media correspondences, are currently at large and have not honored all invitations by the Nigerian police force up to this moment. In this wise, the Nigerian police wishes to state clearly that our radar is on other individuals, particularly fleeing suspects, and those who are involved in other cases alike for possible arrest and prosecution. The Nigeria Police Force thereby warns again that cyber stalking, cyberbullying, spread of fake information or fake news, misinformation, and or disinformation, and other cyber-related unguided utterances are criminal and capable of eating up the polity and causing chaos in Nigeria or any part of the world. This new trend of cyber stalking and a massive spread of fake news should be discouraged in all manner for our collective sake and the sake of our dear country. The Nigerian police wants to warn again that we will not take it lightly in any way for those who leave facts or are found of spreading fake news or engaging themselves in cyber stalking, cyber bullying, or any form of cyber related offense in any way, because these are criminal offenses and they can cause problem, eat up the polity, and cause chaos in any part of the country. We want to warn our leaders, one group of persons, political gladiators, to please desist from these criminal offenses. The Cybercrime Prohibition, Prevention
Oh, all right. So that's enough of that to give us an indication of what is going on. So, like I said, they were waiting for the judiciary phase to pass. And now, and by the way, you'll be surprised the sort of names that are going to be picked up in weeks, in days and weeks to come. Because a lot of wild things have been said, a lot of defamatory languages has been used, a lot of excesses have been indulged in by a lot of people, and I'm sure the authorities were keeping tabs. So a lot of people will be picked up. That is almost a certainty. A lot of people will be picked up. So a lot of people will be picked up. But let me show you. Let me play you another clip. This is somebody that is looking to pick up. Let me remove that. This is somebody that is looking to pick up the remnants of the fallout of the verdict. So, as we've always said, that the real winner out of this judicial process that Peter Obi was embarked upon, not so much Atiku Abubakar, but Peter Obi really, the real winner of this judicial excursion that Peter Obi was embarked upon, the real winner is going to be Simon Ekpa. Because now the rage and disappointment and the anger that is boiled up within these people, he's going to harness that and cash it out. He's going to harness that and cash it out. Watch this.
Fellow Biafrans all over the world. Good afternoon, one Nigeria morons. Good afternoon, those who are not disappointed after yesterday's court ruling, which we know. I want you to understand one thing. There is still room to join the Biafra liberation. The door is open for you to join, so you don't say, had I known. All of you who wrote petition against Simon Ekpa because of the delusional, imaginary president of Peter Obi, what is your fate today? Are you going to ask for forgiveness from God? Or do you still want to wallow in your delusional state of Nigeria? The time is now. We've gone far. We've gone very, very far. While you were waiting for your scam Peter Obi, we've gone far. Peter Obi were never real. We told you that Peter Obi is a scam. He was not real. First, you went into election contested against criminal. And then after that, you come back and start saying he was a drug dealer, he forged the certificate, he was this and that. What he did not fight during the primary election is a scam. What Peter Obi did, what they used Peter Obi to do, was to lure some of the Moron Biafrans, the gullible ones, into campaigning for one Nigeria, so that by the time it fails, just like it failed now, you will come back again. Oh, Nigeria is not.
And there it is right there. TikTok. It's just really how predictable. Let me remove. So that's our thing now for all eyes on the judiciary. Tell me if you want us to continue with it. So TikTok, very, very much predictable. The goings on amongst those I don't want to say those people, but very much predictable, because we did say, because we've been running this platform for roughly around about 2 years thereabout, and we've seen the trajectory. We captured them, we caught up with them when they were at the Nnamdi Kanu phase, telling us that it was Biafra or nothing, and we monitored their space to see who the actors were. We monitored that. Adane Koko is here, he will tell you. We monitored that space to see who the actors were. And we made note of the actors, and then suddenly the narrative transmuted to Peter Obi, and to our surprise and consternation, those same actors that had the moniker of Nnamdi Kanu as their avatar and chanted endlessly that Biafra till I die, and that the Yorubas were efulefu and all of that, very, very quickly, before the blink of an eye, they very swiftly transmuted to Peter Obi for president, just within the blink of an eye. So that immediately told you that these are skitty people who skit from one extreme to another, and as they sharply gravitated towards the Peter Obi narrative, we had always said on this platform that they will with equal swiftness sharply spark back, sharply jar back to their natural habitat, which is the Biafran narrative. So now their champion in that Biafran narrative is no longer available, but they have a new heir apparent who is now telling them come back home. So that was the come back home by whatever his name is, the squeaky voice from Finland. So there it is. That just so predictable, that space. So predictable, that space. What else do I have for you? Yes, I have this for you as well. We'll probably go through this one now. DSS is investigating a mega economic fraud involving Olam Nigeria Limited, Olam International, and their 9 subsidiaries to the tune of over $50 billion. So that is the Buhari space. So if you've wondered where the looting from Buhari, that's it right there. In a chain of round-tripping foreign exchange deals since 2015, the company, through its special purpose vehicles, SPVs, had booked about $34 billion with the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, as capital importation at official rates. But instead of investing the money into the Nigerian economy, sources said the company round-tripped the forex and sold to businessmen, especially oil and gas marketers, and industries such as Indorama and Fuani at parallel market rates. Investigation revealed that Olam usually Investigation revealed that Olam usually directed the forex buyers to lodge the naira equivalent into the account of one or many of its SPVs during the period under review. Although some of the companies have fictitious Nigerians as directors, the accounts are solely managed by Indian expatriates, some of whom are based in Europe and Asia. As the DSS opens probe into the FX fraud and anchor borrower scheme deals that took place under the suspended governor of the CBN, Godwin Emefiele, the country's secret police has uncovered a chain of shell companies linked to Olam. Sources said security agents uncovered traces of transfers into accounts controlled by Aminu Yaro, one of the fronts of the embattled CBN governor. Mr. Yaro, who was previously investigated by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has been in DSS detention since July the 12th. Findings revealed that the SSS had invited some expatriates, including the MD CEO of Olam Nigeria Limited, Ashish Pandey, and some top officials of the company, namely Prakash Kant, Sadhir Gunkar, Niraj Shah, Chandasomtin Balaji, and some ridiculous Indian name follows on from there. The DSS also invited the chief financial officer of Crown Flowers, the DSS also invited the chief financial officer of Crown Financial. Let's do that one more time. The DSS also invited the chief financial officer of Crown Flour Mill Limited, Rajesh something or the other. According to sources, Crown Flour Mill Limited is one of the major alum subsidiaries in Nigeria. According to insiders, Alum Nigeria Limited and their subsidiaries are the key FX speculators that contributed to the declining value of the Nigerian currency, the Naira. And there Tinubu is canvassing all these Indians. The Indians are smarter than you, and they will rip you off no end. It's just as simple as that. The Indians, they are smarter than you. Don't worry that you can take them on. The Indians are smarter than you, and they will rip you off no end. So the Indians are smarter than you and they will rip you off no end. Since we started the readings, let's continue with it. Save yourself the stress of appealing. Yahaya Bello urges Atiku Obi. And by the way, there's still plenty of spaces in the room if you want to come and take on the conversation. Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello has urged Peter Obi of the Labour Party LP and Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party PDP to save themselves the troubles of approaching the Supreme Court and accept defeat. Bello said this following Wednesday's verdict of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal upholding the victory of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC in the February 25th election. Following the judgment by the tribunal, both Atiku and Obi have since announced their decision to challenge the... And by the way, if anybody has the clip of Peter Obi making that speech, please send it to me on Instagram so I can play it on the screen. If you have a picture of Peter Obi standing on a lawn making that speech that is going to appeal, please send it to me. Following the judgment by the tribunal, both Atiku and Obi have since announced their decisions to challenge the judgment. Speaking to pressmen in Abuja on Thursday, Bello said Atiku and Obi are better off moving on and supporting the administration of President Tinubu. As far as I am concerned, I don't think there is any grounds for appeal. I would rather appeal to them that they should drop any appeal going to the higher court and then save the resources, save the trouble, advise their supporters, admonish them that we should accept the judgment, no flaw. Bello stated Nigerians at home and abroad are happy with the verdict as are members of the ruling party. I think it is time to settle down and face governance. And I will advise all those that feel aggrieved that we have only one country, Nigeria. We must all come together and support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and ensure that we fix this country. The governor pointed out that whatever hardship Nigerians are facing today is the effects of the past. However, he said the president is trying his best by traveling across the world to ensure that Nigeria is fixed. So that is Yahaya Bello. I don't quite know who is speaking to with that, but certainly I think they would disregard him swift, and they should disregard him. We want to see it play out to the fullest, so that nobody has any hiding room, no wiggle room for anyone. Let it play out all the way through, and let's see where it lands. Let's go on to this one. Nigeria telecom sector contributes 16% to Nigeria's Q2 2023 GDP. The telecommunications and information services telecom sector has emerged as the third highest contributor to Nigeria's GDP in the second quarter of 2023. This significant finding is one of the highlights from the Nigerian Gross Domestic Product Report, a project commissioned by the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. The report indicates that the telecom services sector contributed to the nation's GDP growth by a substantial 16.06%. The leading positions were held by crop production. I don't know what that means. 20 points. I think that is harvesting new sign-ups. 20.6%. And trade 16.8%. Despite facing the economic challenges, Nigeria's GDP expanded by 2.51% in Q2 with a nominal GDP value of 52.10 trillion. The real GDP value reached 17.72 trillion by the end of the quarter. Beyond its noteworthy contribution to the GDP, the telecom sector played a pivotal role in the remarkable performance of the information and communications ICT sector, contributing 19% to the country's overall GDP. It is important to note that the ICT sector comprises 4 key activities: telecommunications and information services, publishing, motion picture, sound recording, and music production and broadcasting. The NBS report reveals that the ICT sector achieved a 41.67% growth in nominal terms, marking a 27.56 increase compared to Q2 2022. So that's quite significant, actually. Nearly a 30% increase within the period of 12 months. In real terms, the ICT segment demonstrated a growth of 11.6%, substantial decline in Nigerians without telecom services in a positive substantial decline in Nigerians without telecom services in a positive development. The numbers of Nigerians without access to telecom services has decreased by 27% over the past decade. So there it is right there. Nigerians just taking over all over the place. Let me give you this readout as well. So we complete all the readouts, play the K-Guide song, and then see if anybody is available to take on conversation. Let's go to this. Apologize to your clients. You did not do a good job. Pandef tells Obi Atiku lawyers. Pan-Nigeria elders, Pandef has opined that the legal representatives of the candidates of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and the People's Democratic Party, PDP, did not do a good job in the presidential election matter they handled. National Publicity Secretary of Pandef, Kevin Robinson, stated that the lapses in the presentations by the council for LP and PDP were regrettable, adding that the lawyers did not do due diligence on the matter. Robinson said, "We followed the extensive judgment that lasted for about 11 hours and it was elaborate. The justices of the appeal court made exclusive explanations and detailed ruling on the matter. For an ordinary man who is not a lawyer, what we saw and witnessed yesterday seems to be sound, and the statements that the judges made were explicit, that even the ordinary man will understand that the petitioners did not do a good job. Of course, there is room for appeal for those who feel dissatisfied with the judgment of the tribunal. With what we witnessed yesterday, without being preemptive, it was an exclusive judgment and the facts of the matter were clear. I think the judges did a good job. With due respect to the learned lawyers who handled those petitions, perhaps they need to apologize to their masters and principals who gave them those jobs. From what we witnessed yesterday, they did not do a good job. People will express opinions, but the court does not look at opinions, but evidence brought before it. For us, we will appeal to those who are dissatisfied with the judgment of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal to explore the avenue of appeal. In the interest of Nigeria, national unity and peace, and overall interest of the development of this country and our democracy, nobody should take laws into their hands. So a categorical condemnation then of just the shoddy job done by what purports to be a team of senior lawyers. What purports to be a team of senior lawyers. So let's leave that there. Let me play you the K-Guide music. And by the way, there's still quite a bit of room on the screens for anybody that wants to join. So let me play you the K-Guide music. And then hopefully by then the room would have populated even more.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ tó dùn kẹ́ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìde o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ.
ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí èlé. ìgbàlà tí èlé.
àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
ìgbàlà tí èlé. ìgbàlà tí èlé.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniriwa Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So yes, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So now let's bring out the panelists that we do have. Ogweni joins us to give us the legal angle. Our co-anchor Thomas are here ever present. Our father of the bride Ajanle Koko, and the man with the voice that delights Princess Baba. So there it is. That's what we have as the panel for the moment. So who wants to kick it off? Let's kick it off with Baba if he's ready to go. Baba, are you ready to go?
Yes, one man.
Oh, all right,
Happy
brilliant.
weekend in advance to everyone.
And same to you, Baba. So brilliant and good to have you. So Baba, immediately to it then. This guy now that wrote on both on Twitter and then in a print media that Babajide Fashola had been writing the judgment for the presidential petition election, whatever it is they're called. It looks as though he's now cooling his heels in police custody. And if we know anything about Fashola, we know that he brooks no nonsense. So Fashola will send this guy to jail. But is this the beginnings of the picking up of the wayward behavior that we have seen over the last few months? Are we expecting that that this guy will get a few more obedient cellmates?
Yeah, thank you, woman, for the opportunity. Good evening, folks. Howdy to all of you out there on the panel. Please, our listeners, like, share, and subscribe to this program. It's an interesting one, an interesting time. If you can share right now or subscribe, please, by all means, click on the like button and do the others later. Thank you. Yeah, one man. I'm not surprised. I said it a couple of times here that just crossing the hurdle of the Pepsi, we will start to see governance. We won't wait for the Supreme Court judgment. It's a fait accompli, foregone conclusion. The only thing I quarrel with about this is exposing the guy to the press. Thankfully enough, Ogbeni is here. He will tell us exactly on points of law whether that is correct or not. Because the guy was highlighted, he was even questioned why the press was looking on. His face was not covered or disguised in any manner. I don't know how good that is in law. But for them prosecuting these people, this guy has been in custody for some time. I think he said about 26 days he's been there, and he's going to be there for many more weeks to come. Because they are winning the propaganda war, whether we like it or not, because these people are steeped in telling lies. They are very good at it, and they are doing a lot of damage. And I know definitely nobody will condone it. Starting from now, it's very bad. But one thing, actually, I don't know if you've been listening, and this is for all our listeners and our panelists. On this, your program, we've been talking about mental laziness of our people, Nigerian, Blacks, African. And I've been hearing a recurring complaint from certain quarters that Zamani, the president of the Pepsi, said it is sacrosanct, the 21 days that when they requested for the copy of the judgment. And they are complaining from yesterday that they've not received a copy. And I got really exasperated. Common sense dictates that For 12 hours, the panel were reading. You come to YouTube, I don't know where else they can find it. You find the whole pronounced judgment in real time, the way it was pronounced. What stops you as a lawyer, a big chamber? You've collected so much millions from your clients. Take 2 stenographers, tune to YouTube, put it on, and let them start transcripting, just like you have stenographers in courts. And let them get you that one. So you can even compare when eventually the Pepsi court releases their own copy. You can even compare and contrast whether some things have been added or deducted or deducted. And you go on and on and on ranting. Oh, this is the 3rd day. They've taken 2 days away from the 21 days. It is the same pattern. They want to shorten us. Oh, man, I think it's sheer laziness and looking for excuses that are untenable. These people are becoming, I don't know. They just want to trash everything. They are not succeeding. They just throwing tantrums. And I really, 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 really want them to be dealt with one way or the other. But I think what is at the heart of this is that they were goading the crowd.
You know, I have a copy of the judgment, which somebody said to me earlier on, so I'm not quite sure why they don't have a copy of the judgment. I have it on my screen as we're speaking now.
I saw the Aisha Yusufu about 1 hour ago ranting for 19 minutes and complaining they've not gotten their copy. And I said, what is this? I will even prefer a transcript from what they read in real time on YouTube. Because those are spoken words, let them transcribe it, the stenographers. Take 2, let them do the work. Put some hard work into this.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Baba,
Yes,
haven't they supposed to have been given a copy of it immediately after at the court there by the court clerk after delivering that judgment? Is that not the way it should be?
No, there is process to it. Thank God, Ajale Kuku. Ogbeni is here. I think he is in the best position to tell us what process it takes. Because I know there is a process to it.
It doesn't work that way. Good evening, everyone. From Scotland. So let me start by saying the copy of the judgment is out. That's what
it's on the screen here. That's like that.
I have a copy also, printed presently now on my table. I have it as I speak now. This is Scotland. I'm not in Nigeria. I have a copy. You see, their cry is a cry of a falling man. And you see, and that's the way Robert Clark's son, the learned Sikh, described their lawyer, ranting. It's a cry of a falling man. When you say man falling and drawing, he wants to hold on anything around, to drown with him. So he's expected. But this is the way it works.
And this is a certified true copy, as you can see. I'm not quite sure. This is the certified true copy.
But they can't rely on copy online now. That is not. They must be handed over a copy officially.
It's a lie. They work. Let me tell you how it works.
Okay.
The court will not just hand it over to you because there are a lot of lies people can tell about a certified true copy. So what the court do is you will apply formally to court for a CTC. You bring a letter. You apply formally for certified true copy, right? When you apply, you pay to the federal government of Nigeria. That our TSA, or what do you call it? That treasury thing, you must pay for each page of that CTC you see there. You must pay. That's the practice, and that's why where court makes money. You must pay. When you now pay, it will go to registrars, and those registrars will stamp everything. Then they hand it over to you. So I don't expect them at that night, as my lord is finished reading after 12 hours. I'm not sure Labour Party came with their letter to apply for certified true copy. If they had come with it, you will see it online. Everything about them is always online. You will see them holding it and ranting with it. So You will see it. So it's not online. They are not. They are just crying funny man.
Online operator.
Yeah. So when they do that, okay, now today there's Aisha is still ranting there is no CTC. Look at the thing here. Even I'm in Scotland. I have a copy. So you
Not
see,
only
when you
Aisha,
listen
that's
to all
the
these people,
Musa Malantanko also
But
started complaining since yesterday.
Ogbeni, why must it be a long process? Haven't they? Why don't we have a process where they have to pay before even the judgment is delivered? Since they will be
They believe they will win.
apply for judgment and make their
Babadale
payment
Koko,
before the
let me tell
judgment.
you.
Yeah. Why
Let me
don't
tell
we
you.
have a system like that will make
Let
it
me
easier?
let me
And
tell
on that day
you.
of judgment, they just hand over a certified true copy of it to them.
No, Babadaliko, let me tell you why. In every country in the world, when you want to get certified true copy of a document, a particular public document, the public officer must ensure the integrity of what is given out to you and the person is handing over to. I had my children here in Scotland, at least some of them, to get birth certificate. You don't just get it like that. You pay for it, you get your receipt, you come over to them, they see who they are handing it over to, and then they will issue certified true copy to you. Now, sometimes you will apply, when you apply and they see you and everything, they will tell you to go home, they will issue and then post it to you. That's the certified true copy because it's like original on its own. You are copying the public document out and you're handing it over to someone. So you want to maintain the integrity of what you are handing over to someone. So tomorrow, they don't come out and say, see what is today already. Let me tell you what I've seen online. You see the one Moman is displaying, see what is on it, Tinubu presidential legal team, right? They're already ringing this and say, why is it there? Is it because somebody in Tinubu presidential legal team that prepared this judgment for them? That's why this thing is there. And the ignorance, you see, people can be so ignorant, and like the last speaker said, many times Nigerians are lazy to read, particularly these Gen Z people. No reading culture. They are not ready to read. They are not ready to know anything. Once they pick their Instagram and WhatsApp, everything ends there. Because, okay, what do you do this thing in practice? You have your CTC, then you go and photocopy. In standard law firm or a standard team, what they have is the header, every paper you pick from that law firm, you see not the letter heading, but you see plain paper with this header. Like if I have my own law firm now and it's Ogbeni Kole Martins, let's say Ogbeni Kole Partners. On every of my paper I have in my office, you will find it there. So that nobody pick it and you just go and use my letter and paper. So they use that thing to do color photocopy here and pull it out and see them. They are already attacking. Oh, why is he having Tinubu on it? So when you look at it, and that's the way people can challenge the integrity of any CTC you are bringing out. And that's why it has this process of, if you apply for CTC, you are getting it that same day. It's not something that you are getting that same day, except my lord have not signed it, and I expect them to sign all their copies before they go. So that's the issue. And then let me tell you another thing about you see this judgment, this judgment is about 798 pages. That's the industry that those justices put into this thing. And when you see the obedient guy talking about it, you feel like, is there no detail? Is there no substance done in this thing? They just talk about it anyhow. 798. How many of them can even write 10 pages? We teach them here now. You see them dozing up in class and be begging you around that they can't do assignment of just 20 pages in few days. All these Gen Z boys and girls. And somebody, a old man men in their 60s can sit down their house and write 798 pages, and they will just sit on their bed and be tweeting some things out. I hope Nigerian police take this cybercrime thing serious and pick some of them and even come to diaspora and start, liaising with Interpol to pick some of them. They will sit tight. That's my own.
Funny thing.
When I get to my space, I'll speak more on this.
Yeah,
I think it would have been better, sir, if we have a system where the lawyer can apply for a certified true copy ahead of the judgment day, whereby on that day of judgment, they just give them a copy of it and they can go on with it. So why must we be going through after judgment? They have to apply, they have to wait for so many days and this thing, and they have limited time to file for this thing. This report have to be thoroughly read. They have to
You are
get their
right.
facts right
Baba
before
Daleku, you are
going to
right.
now 3 days.
I don't think Ajali Koko is right. They
No,
cannot start
it's
to
No,
create
it's really
another law for the
it's
obedient.
right.
No,
Yeah, Baba
they are not
Daleku is
super
right that
citizens.
no.
yeah, Baba
They are not super
Daleku.
citizens.
Baba Daleku.
Yes,
I
sir.
think you are right to the extent that we should keep improving our system, you know, in such a way that if I need CTC, I can apply for it on a standby, pending when they deliver judgment, and on that day I should be able to get my CTC. What I'm saying is their lawyers are aware that this has always been the practice. You're not going to change it on Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not a super being. There's nothing different about him, nothing special about him. So they shouldn't complain about system that they have been part over years. He's leaving Wozo and all those guys. Have they, all those senior advocates in his team, have they not always been part of this thing? When he got his own job in 2006, did he get CTC the same day? These are the questions we keep happening. So where is the self-righteousness just coming from? That's my issue with Peter Obi. He just vain his ignorance on some things that you know that this has been the system. So if he's canvassing for let's change the system holistically, fine. But don't say because it's because of you, something is not being done. It's not fair to the system. We are killing our institution because of one man.
This is how what they did at Pepsi initially when they now demanded for documents from INEC, and INEC said, "Okay, go pay the statutory to the TSA." They refused and come publicly and say, "We requested, they didn't give us." They are still standing on that point till today. But I know I heard that they didn't pay the statutory amount of, I think, 1 point something million. They take opportunity, they take delight in causing confusion and misinforming their don't let me just use it, their fellow obedience. Let me be very polite. And they lap it up. I don't know why they do this, but it won't work. It will not work this time. Because what is going on now, I mean, they know they've lost before even the judgment. They know they've lost. Like one man this morning, I had enough time. I watched his take on this Arise program. I think it was yesterday or this morning, between the morning show panel and then Onokpai and one Ezike, Mr. Ezike, and everything. And he was saying that, oh, Tinubu knew he would win. That's why he didn't even bother. He went to India. And I was looking.
But Kashim Shettima was there. Was Tinubu meant to stop governance for his own personal interest?
This
You don't have
Mr.
that
Ezike is a man in his 70s. I mean, how could you come out to say such a thing? He knew that he's going to win. Like he said, let me just go to India. And I was, really? How could you talk that way? They just...
Baba?
Yes, sir.
You know, I know that man, I know that man very well. I handled a case against that man. Not against him. He happened to be on the other side in Amechi and Umea. That's the not the Amechi
you're
and
right.
Umea.
They mentioned that case.
Yes, that case he mentioned. I was on that case. Not the Amechi and Umea case, the main one. So there is this Cyprian Shiku and Heineck. So what happened was, after Amisha and Umea, he went back to court. Okay, he went back to court, more like a fallout of issues from that Amisha. And you could see his misbehavior in court. So when I saw him on that day, I said, this man again. Because, okay, could you imagine? Tell me, what's the connection between Tinubu traveling to India and then and the judgment of Court of Appeal? No connection, because even if Tinubu, let's go and assume that Tinubu lost that case on that day, Tinubu won't vacate that office until Tinubu concludes exercising his right of appeal to Supreme Court. He will remain in office. We saw this in Adeleke's case. After all, Adeleke lost as tribunal. When Adeleke lost our tribunal, did he leave his office? No, because the electoral says so. You don't leave your office until you exhaust your right of appeal. So where is that coming from? From a practicing lawyer? Could you imagine
You
that?
know the funny thing, Ogbeni, when he was denigrating the Supreme Court judges and eulogizing the old Supreme Court judges, he was mentioning the Eastern judges, Oputa and Rufai slipped in Shaw, so that they let there be a. I mean, I just look at it.
It was Rufai that slot in that, so you're
Yeah,
right.
I did a whole video on that.
I was glad when I saw it this way. I remember, because, I mean, I think Mr. Chief Obaegbena should be very careful. He shouldn't lose his business on the strength of this young man called Rufai. I know, what's his name now? The big fellow there, Dr. Abati, is becoming really exasperated about him. But I don't even think he should sit in that panel anymore. You just have to leave them to their misery and miserable submission every morning. It's becoming nauseating.
Gentlemen, let's hear Peter Obi's response to the petition verdict.
Okay.
Yesterday, 6th of September, 2023. Yesterday, 6th of September, 2023, the Presidential Election Petition Court, PEPC, finally delivered its long-awaited judgments on petitions challenging the outcome of the presidential election held on 25th of February 2023. This judgment was delivered within the statutory time frame under the extant status. We acknowledge the court's contributions to due process and seeming attempt to strengthen our democracy. As petitioners in this case, we respect the views and ruling of the court, but we disagree with the court's reasoning and conclusions in the judgment it delivered. It is my intention as the presidential candidate and the intention of Labour Party to challenge this judgment by way of appeal immediately as allowed by the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria. The PEPC has rendered its judgments, but that esteemed body is not the final arbiter. The responsibility now falls on the Supreme Court. I do know that the judgment is not conterminous with justice. I implore Nigerians to remain focused, steadfast, and peaceful, and to abide by the rule of law and understand this matter has not reached its logical conclusion. Our legal team has already received our firm instruction to file an appeal against the decision. I shall not relent in quest for justice, not necessarily for myself, but for indeed for our teeming supporters all over Nigeria, whose mandate to us at the post was regrettably truncated by INEC. The strength and value of our democracy reside on solid national institutions and our confidence in them. Electoral litigations will almost be unnecessary and non-existent if the Independent National Electoral Commission discharges its statutory functions creditably, transparently, and with tenable fairness. When that body fails, as it did recently, thus subverting the will of Nigerian voters, the recourse to judiciary becomes imperative, as is now the case. I thank every Nigerian who has supported our cause and campaign for a new Nigeria, characterized by fairness, equity, justice, rule of law, peace, prosperity, inclusiveness, sustainable growth and development. A new Nigeria is possible and achievable. I especially thank our legal team, the Labour Party and the Obedient family, and all those who showed up daily during our court trials. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, that was Peter Obi's response. But gentlemen, let me share this with you as well before we get back to the conversation, because it's just posturing. The last kick of a dying man, I think Robert Clark described it as. He says, PEPC judgment unassailable, thorough, difficult to overturn. And this is a bunch of senior advocates of Nigeria. I did a thing on this just earlier on. Following the judgment of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal on Wednesday, in the petition filed by Atiku Abubakar and the People's Democratic Party PDP, Peter Obi and the Labour Party LP, and the Allied People's Movement APM, challenging the declaration of Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC, winner of the 25th of February presidential poll, some senior advocates of Nigeria have hailed the decision of the court. In their reactions, the senior lawyers described the decision of the tribunal as correct, true reflection of the principles of law, and in accordance with the established principles of law that govern and underpin election litigations in Nigeria. A senior lawyer, Dr. Joseph Nwobike, SAN, described the verdict of the Presidential Election Tribunal, which upheld the election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as a true reflection of the principles of law that govern and underpin election litigations in Nigeria. He commended the diligence, undaunted thoroughness, and professionalism of the five-member bench led by Justice Haruna Samani in interpreting the law. He, however, said parties who are dissatisfied are at liberty to proceed to the Supreme Court to test the decisions of the tribunal. The learned justices on the tribunal's bench examined and resolved all the issues of law and fact in favor of the respondent after considering the evidence-led and the applicable law. For instance, the tribunal decided that the second respondent was qualified to contest for the presidential election, and that the order for forfeiture made by the court in Illinois, United States of America, was not a conviction within the contemplation of the provisions of Section 137 of the Constitution of Nigeria. The tribunal held that the petitioners failed to prove that the president was convicted in the United States of America as alleged in their respective petitions. The tribunal equally decided that INEC has the direction on how to transmit the election results. In my view, the judgment accords with the established principles of law that govern and underpin election litigations in Nigeria. I believe that the parties will proceed to the Supreme Court to test the decision of the tribunal. I will encourage all the parties and their supporters to abide by the decisions of the courts in this and all regards. I must confess that the judgment delivered by the tribunal are unassailable. The basis for the resolution of all of the issues of law and facts formulated by the parties are consistent with the body of judicial precedents on all the points. So there have been judgments in a lot of those spaces, essentially is what they're telling us. The decisions are therefore correct. However, the petitioners can still pursue their respective remedies to the Supreme Court, as is customary in electoral disputes of this magnitude. I will want to appreciate the learned justices for the rare industry applied in writing and delivering the judgments. This is rare in the annals of modern judicial history in the common law jurisdictions. So this is, I want us to pause on this statement. So this is not just an epic moment within the Nigerian jurisprudence. It's an epic moment in common law jurisprudence, which is the British template of law and order. So for wherever that the adaptation of that British common law system is applicable, this particular ruling by the appeal court is a first amongst equal. This is rare in the annals of modern judicial history in common law jurisdictions. So not even in Nigeria, in common law jurisdictions. So wherever and everywhere that English common law, a quarter, 2/3 of Africa, New Zealand, Australia, everywhere, Canada, wherever common law, anyway, you get it, the decisions will for a long time to come serve as a veritable guide for lawyers, administrators, and politicians involved in electoral processes in Nigeria and perhaps beyond, he said. Also speaking in an interview, 85-year-old Chief Robert Clark, SAN, who had witnessed many tribunals in the course of his career, described the judgment as the best the country has ever had. So that's just a statement. And if you look at the quality of the person making that statement as well, Chief Clark, whilst reacting to the Labour Party's council's assertion that if care is not taken, electoral jurisprudence may disappear in Nigeria, stated that, I don't know where he learned his jurisprudence from, but I can assure you that is a fallen man's take, a fallen man's take. I think that was a phraseology also used by Obeni during this session. Those two judgments I have heard today are the best judgments I think this country has ever had. So now, Edwin Clark, SAN, 85-year-old, he's been through this cycle throughout all of the experiences of election litigations in Nigeria, and this is what he says. These two judgments I have heard today are the best judgments I think this country has ever had. So if you're hearing that, then you know for certain that there is nothing happening at the Supreme Court. It is a good thing that these two judgments today are being broadcast live so that you and I and those who are not knowledgeable in law will understand what is at stake in the country. These two judgments have greatly enriched the jurisprudence of this country, despite or in spite of what the Labour Party might say. And I can tell you that I can boast of learning tonight what I normally teach my young lawyers, that you win or lose on your pleadings. The two judgments, especially Atiku's case, shows you that pleadings were the cause of the loss. In Atiku's case, the pleadings were rough and inadequate, he said. Chief Yomi Aliyu, SAN, on his part, said the judge did a good job and were thorough in their decisions. He added that, I was involved in the matter, and as such, people might see me as biased. However, one thing is certain, the judgment was thorough. I had at one anyway, let me leave it there, not to overlabor it, but to get the gist. The senior advocates, they are gushing, in their admiration of what just went down. So it's just an impossibility. No matter what Obi can say on a nicely mowed lawn, speaking in a language that he's not familiar with, there is nothing he has to say that tells you that anything is going to differ from what was said at the tribunal.
Well, man, you know the beauty of this judgment. Even a 9th grader or a 10th grader will read and understand exactly the meat of this judgment. If you remove the citing of legal authorities, and I think they were surprised. They did not reckon, one, that the judgment will be deemed live. Two, that the panel would attack every point raised, every plea submitted. They didn't reckon with that because there is nothing to take out.
You know that live transmission really caught them off guard.
Yeah, they will have been spinning today.
It caught them off guard. There's nowhere to run anymore.
They will have been spinning.
So it caught them off guard.
It caught them off guard, and I think that's one of the pain they are really experiencing right now, because nothing to spin. You had it, I had it in real life. What do you want to tell me? There's nothing to add, honestly. And I just want to add this for 1 minute. 1 minute, please. I want to add this for posterity. Obi, you know, is going to unravel after the Supreme Court testing. Atiku, I said it before, Atiku is going to contest again. I think, I was not there, I've not had it anywhere, that meeting Atiku had with Obi and Kwankwan, so Atiku must have told them, I will serve only one term, and you can go ahead, and power will come back to the South, blah, blah, or anything. But the obedience, they will never allow Obi to rest. If he align with Atiku based on that kind of promise, he is a dead man walking.
Obi is a done deal. Obi is a done deal. Anyway, if he had played it differently, it could have given Tinubu a real push in 2027.
Atiku is going to run again.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Mark my words,
right.
He's going to run.
I'm not sure that he will for reasons of age. But
read his body language.
Yes. I don't think he will have the strength for it. But Obi could have run.
3 years is not that far. 1 month. 3 years is not that far. Atiku, I don't think Atiku is going anywhere. 3 years is just.
I don't think the space has the appetite for somebody of Atiku's age anymore. You saw how much age played a factor in this particular cycle.
Read his body language next time. 1 man, he is going to run. He's going to run again. He's going to run again. Mark my words.
All right, but will Peter Obi run again is the thing. Because I think he has played all of his cards in this election. He has played the ethnic card. He has played the religious card. He has played the whipping up of sentiment cards. So he has played all of his cards. He cannot repeat the same set play in 2027. It's a busted flush.
He doesn't own himself anymore. The genie is out of the bottle. He doesn't own himself anymore. He's going to follow the dictates of the obedient. That's one massive hell swell of a tide that he's riding on.
All right. Let Desmond come in. I think that Desmond wants to chime in.
Thank you, woman.
Yeah. I was going to say, don't you think it's quite suspicious that the tribunal, for all the whole long trial, when the trial was going on, they didn't order the live view of the whole trial, and for them to make a judgment and start ordering the live view, I feel like it's quite suspicious, because if you're going to do
was that not what you wanted?
Of the judgment, no, live presentation, and start telling us what Labour Party and PDP did not do, then why don't you show us real life? Let's know if they actually didn't do that you come out to say they didn't do. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Labour Party or the Atiku space, are they disputing anything that the judge said they did or did not do?
If they're not disputing it, then I don't see
so why are you So why are you No, hold on. No, they're disputing the judgment, the conclusions that the court reached. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. If they're disputing the judgment, that means they're disputing what the judges said. So they're going to go to the Supreme Court and better view of whatever the tribunal say. That's what I'm saying. And also, right. I don't know if anybody had the judgment on, because I've been seeing so many different views.
Yes, can I quickly answer that your first? Yes, can I quickly address that first concern that you raised?
Well, add it up with this. What's the judgment they gave for Shettima's double nomination, please?
Okay, let me address the first one. Let me address the second one. The second one, if I have your number, I will send you the judgment. Try and read it. That's my sound.
I have his number. I'll send it to him, but Desmond doesn't read. He doesn't read. He just listens to Obi.
You already have the judgment.
I have it too. I'll send it to him.
And they went on the television, started talking within 2 days.
Oh my damn!
Here in America, sometimes
I know what the judgment says. I just want someone to say it.
No.
I just want to hear.
Here in America, sometimes it takes weeks for judgment to even appear on the website.
My brother, they have it.
Uh-uh.
But they will still make noise that they don't have. Trust them now. We all know them now.
It's
And it's good that we are
ridiculous.
knowing them now.
Diwali, if you have a screen in front of you, that's the judgment right there.
Can you imagine? And
The whole however many pages of that's it right there. I have
I
the
even
PDF.
saw Aisha make a video today talking about not releasing the judgment. I see if it's something that is.
Aisha is a noisemaker. We all
I
know.
was like, well, this is getting ridiculous for crying out
I
loud.
have it. I am in Kent. Ogbeni has it. It's in Scotland. So why would they not have it? You know, I have a copy of the judgment.
I know what
That
it
judgment-
says. I just
that
want to
judgment
hear
is-
it from Obeni's mouth. I
And
just
that
want
judgment is
Obeni to
seven-
explain it because I viewed it.
Yes, that judgment is 789 pages. I repeat again, 789.
That is a textbook.
Sorry, 798 pages. A old man sat their house down and wrote it. So try and read. We should all read it. We are not as old as them.
Ogbeni, not me and you will read that thing, no.
No, don't worry. we will let you read it and give us the for dummies version. That's
Ogbeni, I will read it in my dreams. In my dreams.
That's a thesis right there.
So, but
that's even more than a thesis. So
let me quickly answer this concern on. He has a question which I've seen some of them. Some Obi also asked. No, even I think on China's TV also there was one guy they brought to China that was saying during the proceedings. If I was surprised that man is a lawyer, but like I know not all lawyers do practice, so you could expect that really from some lawyer. So the person asked, "Oh, so why was it that they didn't allow them to televise the proceedings? Now they allow them to televise the judgment." So the first answer I will give you is there's a precedent to that. You see, for everything we do in law practice, we deal with something we call precedents. And the reason is because we are dealing with people from different backgrounds, different ideas. So there's no way you have an organized practice that is a little bit certain that when you're coming to court, everybody know this is the rules of the game. That is why we deal with precedent. So before you see a court departing from a precedent, it takes a time. Over time, you see people talking about something, then they can start reconsidering it. So it's not revolutionary, it's evolutionary. When you see things changing in court, it doesn't change suddenly. It's human beings with different ideas. So there is precedent. What is precedent? Precedent simply means that what the pattern we have created, what we have been doing, we have to be dogmatically following it, regardless of who is the person, whether it's Obi that is coming, whether anybody, everyone will not fall, must maintain our standard. So what has always been the standard? If at all in Nigeria you see any judgment being any proceeding of court being televised, it's usually the judgment and not the proceedings. And what's the reason? Let me tell you the reason. The first reason is to protect the witnesses. When you see a case of the national importance like this one, particularly when you see a group of people in the society that like spinning information, you don't expose your witnesses to the glaring of cameras. And okay, they call this Mr. Hay today. You put the Mr. Hay on the camera, and the next 2 minutes, the Obi Family TV, the Tinubu, let me spread it. The Tinubu, the Atiku Family TV, and others, they started showing their face. Even without that, we saw them trying to go to their Facebook, and clone or pick their picture and start, making a lot of comments about it. Let alone when they now come to court and on the camera you capture them and you start dealing with them. You look for their family around and everything. So you protect your witnesses by not televising them. Both witnesses of facts and your expert witnesses. The next thing you do is you protect the judges. You dim camera on the judges' eyes. You don't even make the judge psychologically. You're destabilizing the judge. because the judge is no longer thinking. The judge is now acting. He now becomes an actor. So whatever they do now, they are now conscious of, I'm in front of camera as if they're acting. So that's the second thing you do with that. You protect the judges. And the last thing you protect is you protect sub judice statements that can influence the next proceedings. Don't forget that judgment is just a day, right? Whatever you now talk about that judgment afterwards is not their business. They are believing the judge, the judgment. Compare it to proceedings that are protracted for like months or weeks. So if today you call a witness, whatever happened in court, they go to Obi Atiku TV and all those and start analyzing it. I am making different statements, different conclusions, different insinuations and reasoning and deductions and others. Judges are watching, lawyers are watching, everybody is watching. By the time they come to court tomorrow, whatever you discuss about that the proceedings of yesterday will start influencing what is happening today. So, and for many reasons like that, you hardly see, particularly in a developing country, you see, taking camera and then be facing your witnesses, your judges, your lawyers, and others. So when you now compare it to judgment, what you go to court to do in judgment is the judgment is a one-man show. It's a one-man show. It's only the judges. It's not the lawyers and everything. You concluded your work, just come to court and take your seat. Then the judges read and everybody go home. You remember a man wanted to disrupt them and they gave it to that man because the man should know. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria. You don't disrupt judgment, whether it's favorable to you or not. And you see all the obedient that always, they still went out to go and face camera and be making their own. See, I've seen Osekome again now, and they are making their noise and everything. You saw them in court. They were all quiet. That is what we do in court. It's a one-man show on the judgment day. So, but you can permit camera for that because after that day, nothing happens again. They become what we call functus officio, meaning we don't have any business to do with this case again. Don't be surprised by Monday or by Monday now. They are all back in their stations and they are taking their normal cases. They don't care about whatever now happened is not their business again. So that's the answer to that there.
All right.
Okay. Well, all that you said, like I said, maybe I'm being biased. I've seen some courts that televised their trials and also their judgments. Maybe
Nigeria.
you not in Nigeria. You made reference to developing countries. That's what I'm saying. I've seen judges here televising their trial and still their judgment in developing countries. So whether you're saying
all right. I'm not
If I can speak a little bit to that space, yes, even here in America, the country that you reside, it's at the discretion of the judge. If the judge felt that some participant or parties to the case security will be compromised or the other, they won't allow camera. Not all cases are, being televised.
I know
And
that.
you notice
Joe.
all right, yes.
The jurors are also shielded from the.
Just like you wanted. So what more do you want? Let's go on to Bishop. I'm not sure where that is going. Let's go on to Bishop, who has not been with us for a while. So Bishop, so you've been away for a while, but in your absence, a lot has happened. The reaffirmation of Tinubu's mandate, the Court of Appeal, in what a lot of people are acknowledging was an epic judgment, have told Peter Obi to get out of here. What are you then making of the judgment? Good to see you, Bishop.
Okay, good evening if you are hearing me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, what?
Hold on, Bishop. Can you mute YouTube because it's fading back. I can hear myself.
Really? Oh, I thought I put it off already.
Yes, just stay in the studio.
Is it off now? I think I put it off already. Are you still hearing it?
Let's see. Yes, I can.
Still. Maybe I should go out and come back. Maybe I should go out because I already exited. Let me go out and come back then.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. As we await Bishop to rejoin us, let's get somebody to respond to this clip. I'll play it again, but it's somewhat predictable that the obedient space, who were all the way through on vacation from the Biafra space, will quickly make their way back home, and home is calling. So let me play this clip, and then Ogbeni can come in.
Biafrans all over the world. Good afternoon, one Nigeria morons. Good afternoon, those who are not disappointed after yesterday court ruling, which we know. I want you to understand one thing. There is still room to join the Biafra liberation. The door is open for you to join, so you don't say, had I known. All of you who wrote petition against Simon Ekpa because of the delusional, imaginary president of P2B, what is your fate today? Are you going to ask for forgiveness from God? Or do you still want to wallow in your delusional state of Nigeria? The time is now. We've gone far. We've gone very, very far. While you were waiting for your scam P2B, we've gone far. P2B were never real. We told you that P2B is a scam. He was not real. First, you went into election contested against criminal. And then after that, you come back and start saying he was a drug dealer, he forged the certificate, he was this and that. What he did not fight during the primary election is a scam. What P2B did, what they used P2B to do, was to lure some of the Moron Biafras, the gullible ones, into campaigning for one Nigeria. So that by the time it fails, just like it failed now, you will come back again, oh, Nigeria is not...
All right. Ogbeni, actually, let Solomon come in first, because I think Solomon might have a unique take on this space. So Solomon, what are you making of the come back home message of Simon Ekpa to his brethren? Solomon.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Robert. Yeah, this video is a very funny one, and see, it's just like every other. It's just like even the some of the obedient leaders there, the way they are whining them there and all that, using them to cash out. That is how, even though this Simon Ekpa's own is genuine, because it's the genuine, his faction of IPOB is the genuine one, but as it stands, we know there is nothing these people can do. They can't do anything, like, because they are not serious. If they were serious, this election, I was thinking maybe truly there will not be any election in Southeast during the election period, but elections were held in that place. So this one, he's just joking, and like everybody, I said it the other day that this is the system. We all, like, the way we predicted the election, that is how it went, even though certain things changed, like some places voting for LP and all that. Then the court
Solomon, how quickly do you think all those spaces dedicated to Peter Obi, like Obi TV, for instance, how quickly do you think they will change their narrative to Biafra will stand, Biafra till we die? So how quickly do you expect these people to go back to their natural habitat?
No, this one, there's what they used to call sub. They will go underground. They will support underground. They will not come out openly. Shame will not allow them. Even they might not even come out to tell Simon Ekpa that they are back. They will just cover their face under the one side and be supporting. Some of them, yes, they've already gone back. Some people have gone back to the IPOB space. Like they've gone back, but they can't come out. They will not come out openly to Simon Ekpa, and they will not come out like to other people, like the other Nigerians, that they are back to IPOB, but deep down, and like the other programs I used to see on YouTube, I saw people that I saw supporting Obi during the election. They start saying that they would in fact that it's better they just scatter Nigeria, and they are back to that they are Biafrans, that they should fight for Biafra and all this kind of thing. So yeah, people will go back, but they will not come out openly. But this thing Simon Ekpa told them it's very funny for you. He made sense, because he was making sense, because yes, they predicted this election. The way they said it, when in and the candle before they even arrested him, everything he said, That was what played out. If assuming this, I have said that there was possibility for this to get Biafra. Let me tell you the truth. Even before this election, I will not even support anybody, and I will stand with them. But I don't see any. I don't see any way they can get the Biafra, and the way they can get it, they don't really have that support. And if it's like, for instance,
Do,
assuming
do, do, do you think the Peter Obi social media space, the southeastern ones, I mean, do you think they will go all the way to Simon Ekpa, or would they just move to free Nnamdi Kanu narrative? So, which narrative do you think? And I expect them to start moving within the next few days. Certainly by next week, I expect that a lot of those media spaces, YouTube's and whatnot, Facebook, I expect them to move back to a Biafran narrative. But are they going to go all the way to Simon Ekpa, or are they going to go to free Nnamdi Kanu? What sort of narrative are we expecting the obedient space to move to?
Let me just say something here. Some people that supported Obi from the southeast were never IPOB members. Let me just get that straight here. They were never IPOB. To be honest with you, Omar, they were never IPOB. But in fact, till tomorrow, they cannot even join IPOB. But the people I just talked about, were those people that were in IPOB. I know people that were in IPOB. And I know that there were some people from the southeast that never, even till tomorrow, they will never support IPOB. Yeah. So, but if anybody, every Igbo man like me, I want them to release Nnamdi Kanu. It's not for him to come back and start the agitation, but I want him because, and like I said here, even on your platform here, that instead of me to join the obedient movement, I will join IPOB. I will join Nnamdi Kanu, because I am for the Igbo interest. Let's forget about deceiving ourselves. Yeah, that
Are you
was
sure
why I
you are an
supported.
Igbo man?
Yeah.
Are you sure you are an Igbo man?
That's another question now. That's another question.
I don't need to talk much about that. So instead of me to join Obi movement, I will join IPOB, because I'm for the Igbo interest. That was why I supported Atiku. Assuming Atiku that won this election now, I know that there will be a very high number of the Igbo presence will be felt, will be there in this administration. So right now, look at what they did, what Tinubu's administration is already doing. Yeah, is bringing, if instead of it to even bringing people that will help him get votes in the next election, is bringing in women that, like, he's just giving us appointments that are not really they are not really they are not really good for, like, it's not really the main, they are not really the main offices to give to
Really?
hold. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Really?
yeah, yeah.
Really?
And look at the Senate president, what they when during that time they were looking, they were contesting, what how it played out, even though our candidate from the southeast was not really a a good candidate for us, but you see the whole thing they did. So yeah, people ask me, are you sure you're an Igbo? I don't live a life of pretense. I don't deceive myself. And as somebody that have little thing I know about Nigeria, you don't expect me to fool myself in joining a movement that I know that they will look at everything now. Look at everything playing out. So it's only a fool. I will be a fool to go and join something I know that there will not be any results. I'm not a seller. I'm not somebody that I'm an Igbo person. I'm an Igbo born. So, but I can't be fooling myself. I have to tell myself the truth, and I have to act right and do what I know is right. So that was why I never supported that obedient movement, because I know
Well,
this is what is going to result in.
let me ask you this, Solomon. How do you think the Igbo interest will be best served within the Nigerian space?
Before 2015, we had good numbers. See, it's just that we had selfish and wicked leaders coming from our space. We had very selfish and wicked leaders. If they were good people, because and that is why I don't really get pained with the way the APC is doing now, and the way the Yorubas, how they've gotten into this way where they are now, because they've been the one at the back. So 2015, Tinubu was able to know how he did, and he aligned with Buhari, and they got into power. So before then, We Igbos have always been there. Yeah. So some anybody that will say that, oh, this one that will be talking about maybe marginalization will be deceiving himself or herself, that because since 1999 we've been being featured in this main politics in Nigeria, and we'll be holding key positions. But our people that have been in those positions, they don't do anything. They've not been doing anything. They've not been doing anything. So anybody that, when people come here, it's just only the presidency that we've not gotten. But other major positions, we've been getting them, and our people have been occupying them. But because of selfishness and greediness, nothing. We've not been seeing it. There's nothing to show for it. So yeah, but because of how the country is, that is why how it's not divided, but because of how everybody we're all from different place, we're different people. So, and we must serve our various interests. So that is what is playing out in this Nigerian politics. Yeah.
All right. Solomon, Bishop rejoins us, so let him pick it up from where he stopped. So Bishop, on mute. Let's see if the connection is better now.
Okay. How about now?
Yeah, that's a lot better. So yeah, pick it up from where you were. You were about to respond to the judgment of the Presidential Tribunal.
Good evening, fellow Nigerians, compatriots. Please, if you call the like button, it's good to have you once again. I invested a lot of time to listen to the verdict from the beginning to the end.
The whole 11 hours?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you used to say that you can chew gum and walk at the same time. I was on the road most of the time. The time I sat. So, I listen. All true. And I've had some analysis too. I listened to your analysis 2 days ago. The day of the verdict from the beginning to the end. Your dose of Passat, what it gave to you to what it gave me, that's good. I have no faults. I've listened to some very serious-minded people comment, and without not being surprised too, I've had other people that I can predict what their assessment, their commentaries will be, and they did not disappoint me, which is very shameful. I thought for once we would just say, you know what? I mean, this is a sad judgment that is nothing different from what we have accused before now. Some are very clearing. Even me, with my not legal informed mind, know that the issue of 25% in Abuja is an aberration. In fact, there are some people who can conceive it and be arguing it, still make me to shiver, kind of a thing. Like, why are you? How can you be the reason I think? So I have no problem whatsoever with the verdict. It was well expected. I'm sure, and they gave it out. I only expected them to be a little bit more very hard on Peter Obi with the way he has handled his horde of, according to Charles Soludo, headless mob, and according to Wole Soyinka, he's fascist. I wanted them to descend on him. All the threats they issued on the judges, I think they were too lenient in that area. But the fact that they took his legal team to the cleaners was a good thing. Because I would say,
did they apply some punitive fines? Somebody was saying they applied some punitive fines on the.
No, I think it was just cost. Like what do they call it? Cost. I don't think they are fines. So I was thinking they would give them some peace and say that, look, you have hordes of deranged fellows rampaging the whole space, and you could not even put a word to put them in check. They were threatening judges' lives. They were where they were sending threat messages. But without them saying it, I believe something will happen after the whole dust, because I mean those people must be brought to book. So for me, I think the verdict, the judgment was sound. I don't expect anything less. The presentation of the legacy was very watery. It's one of the worst I would say. Now we did quite a bit of analysis here and the past couple of weeks on these things, and there's nothing that is too different from everything we said, from what we said, in the analysis. Pick them one after the other. When Ruben Abati gave a summary of yesterday in the morning, about a bullet point and the rest. The only question I've not been able to answer is this, and I'm still really troubled and worried by it. Is the fact that everybody, there was this guy, Mustafa, what's his name, that went to Arise one day. I was arguing on the 25. I was asking myself, is he really serious, or is he just kidding, or is he just wishful thinking? So when I hear them discuss now, especially supposedly learned minds, well informed and sound, for that matter, I listened to this guy yesterday. I think you made a reference to him, Oyekwere. The likes of Oyekwere, Okutepa, Odikanu, and the rest, and the way they present the argument, and I get a little bit, I'm worried that is it the quality of their mind, or they are just being over, beclouded by sentiment and partisanship. Because if that is the quality of their mind, then we are in serious trouble. And we can understand some young persons hiding behind keypads. Some of them are just barely secondary school children or undergraduate, or people that are still struggling to write jam. That whatever some people tell them, the likes of Rufai Oseni tells them is what they will run with. But when you hear people like Jibril Utemba, championing such argument, then you are worried. You are worried because, these are people that rose to the highest pinnacle of, they call them the silk, the inner bar of the Nigerian legal system. And they will be arguing about Abuja. What is the intentment? What anomaly was he willing to cure? I don't know how they say it. And they are arguing. So for me, it was a brilliant judgment. I'm just disappointed that some people are still taking to their guns. Ordinarily, I would think that they shouldn't go anymore because they are already divided the policy enough. They've destroyed a lot of this. And
it is traditional for people to propel it all the way through, though. I've never known a presidential challenge that did not go all the way to the Supreme Court. But I think everybody knows that the game is up because the judgment was so thorough and so detailed that everybody knows that the Supreme Court is just to fulfill. It's just the final kick of a dying horse.
Well, at least Jonathan did not go to court at all. So if after this, and they sit down, 5 justices are unanimous, well-detailed, comprehensive, how do I call it now? And they call deep, well-thought, and they did not even just dump something, bullet point by bullet point, they went through it. If they actually have sincere, and that's the other word, not just competent legacy now, but sincere legacy. They might be competent and not sincere with Peter Obi himself, because of course I don't give Peter Obi any credit when it comes to intellectual capability. I don't, unfortunately. But if he has a legacy,
you know what struck me, Bishop? What struck me was that there was unanimity right across the judges, because often instances you hear that it says 3-2, 4-1, thereabouts. But every single one of them told Peter Obi to get lost.
That was not dissent whatsoever, and that should have sent a message. That should have given them, okay, let's take a step back and think those things that they say against the legacy. Let's look at it on the value of it, not just say, it's because they hate us, it's because they have been bribed, it's the way they are doing now. Let's look at it on the value of it, because they did not actually present any case. lawyer people will say. We're just trying to claw, how do I call it, onto straw, how do I call it now, to, what's the right thing now? Just to look for something to just hold, like somebody that is drowning, just look for anything, anyhow to hold. Oh, they mention certificate today. Oh, you want to quickly hang on it. Oh, they mention dual citizenship, Kenyan passport. You want to grab it. Oh, they mention 460,000. You want to grab on it. Like we argued here, we said let us even assume without considering that he was guilty and he was sentenced and he served a jail time. Our law says that 10 years. So what's the big deal? So what do you want to argue again? When it is already, the law says you have not been sentenced in past 10 years. So why do you want to kill yourself? We are still fighting whether he go school, he not go school, whether he a man, I mean a woman, whether so everything. The only thing they did not do is to come and prove that okay, we had a social number of votes here, and this is not what we got. This is our evidence. You are asking, everybody is talking about IREF. You have said it here. IREF is just a display platform. Every agent has already in the administration room the one that your agent has signed. So for me, it was a sound judgment. I think they'll just be hitting up the policy, but it's just going to be 60 days. So let's go there and spend the money and entertain ourselves and defer, push hope a little bit to the front. Maybe one miracle will just happen somewhere on that day. Out of the 7 justices, 4 will just say, you know what? Because if out of 5 there were 5, and all the points are very well, very detailed, comprehensively. Anybody that is sincere, that is very sincere, that is not living in a fool's paradise, know that Boye has come to a conclusive end.
You know, Bishop, if only to solidify that Abuja narrative once and for all, I would like them to go all the way so that the Supreme Court can make a pronouncement on that Abuja narrative and then just remove that. So that cancels it out as a future litigation sport.
No. It won't be. It won't. Even if they don't go to the Supreme Court, what will happen invariably is that at the next opportunity of the constitutional amendment, they will make it very clear. They'll just reward it. It's not like. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy for people to think that the people in Washington D.C. will determine who becomes the only with the Washington D.C. will determine who becomes the president. It's crazy for people to think that because what Umunche from Abakaliki travels, or one the man that spoke yesterday said somebody from Okeogun. I wanted to respond to him 2 days ago. Was it Adewale? No, not Adewale. So I said, why is it that from every place is Okeogun that he saw that somebody from Okeogun, or somebody from Ikperu, or somebody from Ikere-Ekiti, or somebody from Sabon Kiraora, or from somebody from Karanaboda come to Abuja and is riding Okada, or he's pushing wheelbarrow, or he's going to do Oraisa in Wuse Market, and he now register as a resident. He's now better than me because I'm living in my village in Ibadan, or my village in Port Harcourt. I mean, what sense? What sense? And some people are arguing, and the man that they brought yesterday to Ruben Abati, the one that was arguing with Lawyer Abuja, was saying that that's why he doesn't have a governor, he has only one senator. What are you talking about? Have they looked at the structure of the Washington D.C., that houses the capital and the seat of government in America? Have they looked at the political structure of that place? And the man that was speaking yesterday was speaking jargon so confidently. He was speaking rubbish so confidently. I mean, so for me, the law, if they don't go to the Supreme Court, all they need to do is just to think out with the wording and look. I mean, because it's just crazy. It's just crazy that we're even having this debate at all in the first instance.
All right, brilliant. Well, so that's Bishop. So Bishop, let's take the conversation on and move it in the direction of Ajanle Koko. See if he's ready. Ajanle Koko, are you ready? Okay, let's try Ogbeni. You are there. So Ajanle Koko.
You can go to Ogbeni.
All right, let's go to Ogbeni then. Hopefully he is ready. Ogbeni, are you there?
I'm okay, Mama.
All right, brilliant, Ogbeni. So I want to, because of course, to vary it a little bit, This now guy that was writing on Twitter and subsequently in print media that Fashola was going to write and has written the verdicts of the PEPT. So I think this guy must be a new fight to the Nigerian space, because the one person you don't want to push at is Fashola. So he wrote that, and then Fashola very diligently then wrote a complaint to the police authorities, who have now caged this guy. So that's the news conference that the police PRO is having. So what are you making of the arrest of this guy vis-a-vis free speech? And is this the beginnings of the rounding up of that obedient space, the wayward, commentaries that we've been hearing all the way through?
Yes, thank you, Wama. You the subject here is not new to us on this platform. If you remember, I can recall some few times here we've talked about the extent to which one can exercise or should exercise his freedom of expression and then free press. We've said this severally. I think I had a very prolonged debate or conversation with Babadanle Koko and others on this issue, where I expressed my opinion that freedom of expression is not madness, and it's not careless talk and recklessness. Freedom of expression allows you to express yourself, express your idea and thought, but without harming others, without menacing someone's character, bringing somebody down, reputations that somebody has taken years to build, bringing it down. Even if you have to do that, then it has to be justified, because there are defenses to defamation, justification. Probably, yes, you want to really show that you are saying the truth. What you have said, whether it brings the person down or not, is the truth. So in order to do that, you have to confirm what exactly you're talking about. And here on this platform, I've canvassed before that celebrities, social media influencers, public figures, and others should also have their right, to protect their character. Because most times you see people hiding under this umbrella of, oh, it's a public figure. People should be able to express about, people should be able to talk about him. After all, it's a public figure. After all, it's a public figure. So my usual response is that no, because I'm a public figure doesn't mean that you should destroy my character, or you should bring me down in front of an average person, in the eyes of an average person in society, or telling lies against me. No, because I'm a public figure, that doesn't mean I shouldn't leave your public office for you and still have my character intact without being impinged upon by you. So that's the way I see it. So, and it's good. Now, when you go to that law, there's a law that established that, and I think I've cited it there before. I think that day we mentioned, okay, I think it was the issue of this guy, David Dudain and co. We're talking about, and there's a law to it. I started that law that day, Cybercrime Prohibition Protection etc. Act. It was enacted 2014, although I think it was Jonathan's time they brought it out, but they enacted it in 2015. And ever since then, it's been in the legal space. But we thank God that Nigerian Police Force is using it now. The only thing I will advise them is that don't use it only to favor the elites. Don't apply it only to favor, because I'm so sure there are thousands of petitions that will be before the Nigerian Police Force today that involve criminal defamation, just like this, and cyber bullying, cyber stalking, cyber
sorry, Ogbeni, do you anticipate that we will see more activities in that space? Because I'm anticipating that they might well go as high as somebody like Charlie Boy, who has been making some unguarded, somewhat treasonous commentaries on social media over the last few months. So do you expect that the dragnet of law will start sweeping up some of these characters, even high-profile ones, as high as Charlie Boy?
I'm so sure, one man. I'm thinking what this government is just waiting for is they want all these political Uhaha to rest a bit. And then they are watching them. They are watching all their political, their rascality, and they are keeping watch. I'm so sure of that. And they are having them in. You see, many times before you see government of the day coming after people of this on subject like this, what the Yoruba will say, meaning that you must have done it to a stage that by the time they hold you, it will be very difficult for you to even escape it. They will have abundance of evidence against you before they will. And let me give you an instance. During while the Court of Appeal was reading their judgment 2 days ago, while they were reading that judgment, when they had that 15 minutes break, I was on Obidati TV, Obidati Family TV. And there were all these young Gen Z girls of maybe early 20s and co that Shidi, or what do you call that guy, puts there. And they were saying a lot of things about those judges. And I was like, these young girls, they don't even understand what criminal defamation and all these things mean. They think they can hide somewhere in maybe over your New Maya or somewhere and you just talk. These people can pick you up. You are in a age where you register your SIM, you have BVN, you have all these things. They will trace you. Look at the way they trace this guy. They trace them to Maitama. That's their propaganda office. You see? Because these days it's so easy for anybody to even sit in his bed and be tweeting things out and be talking rubbish. So for me, yes, the Nigerian Police Force is doing fine on this subject. Public awareness should be raised too. I am so sure they will have their information and all those and they will be keeping track on all these guys. But the only thing I will enjoying the Nigerian Police Force not to do is don't limit it only to petition filed by elites, petition filed by the public figures like Fashola, high-profile politicians like him. Extend this also to other petition before you. I'm so sure there will be thousands of petitions that borders on cyberbullying and others. They've been doing it in Nigeria over years. Not today. You see get a lot. You see girlfriend, boyfriend, a boyfriend releasing a girlfriend nude picture and that one committing suicide. It happens a lot in the Nigerian space. Because a girl is no longer saying yes, he doesn't want, then they will release the nude picture and you start bullying somebody. Sometimes they blackmail. I remember there was one woman back then, few years ago, this very popular musician in Lagos, Koniti Ahina's former wife, Abeni Salawa.
Salawa. Look at that. I didn't know you were at that level. I thought you only listened to Mozart. Is it not Vivaldi that lawyers listen to? Vivaldi.
Oh my, it's not like that. We use that for our 90s now, in the 90s. You know. So Abeni Salawa, what happened? She lost her SIM memory card. Somebody picked the memory card in the street of Oshogbo, and then the person saw it and find a way to put it in the computer, and from there saw Mama's nude pictures there. Probably somebody taking her own picture in her own room, and then started threatening the woman that he would.
But what is Salawa Abeni doing taking nude pictures in the first place?
Well, you can do anything with your privacy. It's nobody's business.
It wasn't even a full nude. It was someone who was just taking pictures that were actually it was an old picture. It wasn't a new picture.
Like that.
How much of the body did we see? How much of the body did we see?
It was just like when somebody just coming out from shower sort of things, and yeah, it wasn't like I'm completely nude, consciously nude like that. No.
And they started threatening the woman. You could imagine. And the woman said, okay, please release it. I'm an old woman. So you release anything. It's not in Yoruba, they will say, there is this saying in Yoruba that you know? So you see, bully over time, cyber stalking, bullying, cyber squatting, all these things are crime. And unfortunately, many of these days, blogger, and YouTuber and others don't understand all this. So I will also employ Nigerian Police Force National Orientation Agency and others, there should be awareness. They should raise awareness on all these issues. And let me tell you again, if you look at
Ogbeni, do you think this is a scare tactic? Are they trying to scare that space into silence? Because of course they are making it very public, the example of this boy. So anybody now that is going on that Twitter space thinking that they have the anonymity of being behind some computer, they can and will be picked up, and that seems to be what the police are saying. So do you think they are signaling to that space that enough is enough, shut your mouth or go to prison?
Woman, if you have ever been, I don't know if you have ever been a victim of fake news before. If you have ever, I've been in the news for fake news. If you type my full name in Google today, you see all those news. I've been there. So I understand the pain it causes on you, and understand the pains it causes on your previous, your family, your dependents, people that so much believe in you, people that are so attached to, people that personifies you, people that share same surname with you, people that share the same identity with you, your parents and others. I understand what they go through, when the kind of trauma they go through for associating with you, let alone you, when it comes to propagation of fake news. I'm telling you, because your Bible will say, so when you say this thing and 2 million people watch or listen to it, by the time you are correcting it, let's say it's apology you are even tendering, those exact numbers of people that listen to it, they are not going to listen to it again. They pick the news and they run with it. And let me tell you again, it is not only the person who published it first. That's another thing that is dangerous about this cybercrime acts or provisions or crime. At every point you rebroadcast it, and I keep telling many people on my WhatsApp, any WhatsApp group I belong to, when I flag things like that, I say, look, for you to rebut, they'll say, oh no, it's forward as received, or what do they call that? Forward as, I said, no. At every point you are rebroadcasting, you are committing.
Forwarded as seen, yes.
Forwarded as received. At every point you are broadcasting it, regardless of the disclaimer you are giving, you are committing a crime afresh. For everybody rebroadcasting it, you are committing a crime afresh. You have become a co-author of that thing. So don't even forward it, don't broadcast it, because you can't even ascertain what is there. You know? So for me, it's a welcome idea. For me, it's a welcome development in Nigeria. I give kudos to Nigerian police force. The only thing I want to add, which I've added, is that they should not please limit it to high profile.
Is this the first instance that cyberbullying law will be tested? Is this the first? I've never known it to be activated before.
No, it's not. Oh, they've jailed somebody over this thing. If you remember, there was a girl who there's this actress. What was her name? I think it's Eniola Badmus. Eniola Badmus, a few weeks or months ago, a girl, one of these vloggers, had his show, and in a show or Twitter or something, I don't know, said Eniola Badmus said a lot of things about Eniola Badmus being used as a wrong girl for some position and and Eniola Badmus took her up, petitioned Nigerian police, they picked her, and they sentenced her. So it's not today. Some people have been using it, and that's why I'm saying Nigerian police force should please don't limit the implementation of this law to high-profile fellows. Extend it to people like me and you. We should be able also to exercise our right and say.
Now let them not extend it to me. Look at all the blasphemous things that we have said on this platform. Imagine it.
Oh man, you two have to be very careful.
They will throw the key away if they catch up with us, especially me. They will throw the key away.
You see, if GRV has to petition now.
That one. We will send him back to Lome where it comes from.
We don't have any cases. Chinedu.
We will first have to prove that his name is not Chinedu first. That would be interesting. I think someone will back me on that one.
So that's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. I want to bring this one up now. Our little man from Ekene, he's still licking his wounds. The little man from Ekene, of course, Yemi Oshibanjo. Be careful of enemies within is the thing. So Oshibanjo contended the election, the primary ticket with Tinubu, and he lost, as did several others. But he's not taking his loss very well, and he seems now to be wanting to make an enemy of Tinubu. This surprised me when I saw it. Election, how INEC broke Nigerians' trust, says Oshibanjo's aide. So when you hear somebody's aide saying anything, then of course it's gospel that it is coming from that person. It's a statement he authorized to be released. Elections, how INEC broke Nigerians' trust, says Oshibanjo's aide. Laolu Akonde, media aide to former Vice President Yemi Oshibanjo, has said that the failure of the Independent National Electoral Commission to electronically transmit the results of the last presidential and National Assembly elections has broken the trust of Nigerians in the electoral body. Akonde made the statement on Friday whilst appearing on Channels Television's Politics Today program. The media aide noted that despite INEC making the calls ahead of the February elections, it failed to stand on its assurance to upload polling unit results on the INEC result viewing portal. He said, "It is important to establish something we cannot basically run away from. INEC came out of this election as a damaged good. There is no doubt about that. INEC itself set up a standard. INEC determined the guidelines. INEC committed to the people of Nigeria that this is how we are going to declare the results of the elections. In fact, the chairman of INEC went abroad and said, what we are going to do is that this result, when we get it, we would put it on our iRev in real time. The Presidential Election Petition Tribunal had on Wednesday, September the 6th, upheld the election of President Bola Tinubu as the winner of the February 25th poll." And then it goes on to speak to that. Owing to this, Akonde said, now, the electoral panel, however, maintains that the Electoral Act does not contain a... Sorry, can somebody mute themselves? I can hear. The panel, however, maintained that the Electoral Act 2022 does not contain a mandatory provision for the electronic transmission of election results. Owing to this, Akonde said, now, guess what? When it was time for INEC to fulfill its own guidelines for certain reasons, we could talk about that. INEC failed to do what it said it would do. Now it is right that if you look at the law, and I think the judges also have affirmed that INEC has not really broken the law, but INEC has broken the trust of Nigerian people. Akonde stated that it is a problem. It is a problem for political legitimacy for people that come out of the system, adding that INEC set itself up but couldn't deliver its promise. So what are we making of that? Let's bring Dewale on that space. So what are we making of that, Dewale? It's a case of sour grapes, and there's been sufficient enough of a time for Oshibanjo to have gotten over this. He didn't take even a greater loss than Rotimi Amechi, who disappeared into the ethers, never to be heard of no more. So what are you then making of the acerbic remarks coming from the little man from Ekene, Dewale?
Dewale, please give me 10 seconds. Let me just drop a hint. Then you can continue. Yeah. And one man, folks, it is worse than that. I will just use the word in the belly, in the womb of Aso Villa. It is believed, or they've traced that Guinean passport photocopy to Oshibanjo.
Really?
He licked it. Yeah. He licked it.
They will deal with him.
He licked it. That Dewale continue, please.
But how would they have traced it to Oshibado? I mean,
It's a circle, Ajanle Koko, Amorawa. We know where this, who handle these documents and stuff like that.
So does the document was the document kept in his office, in Oshibado's office?
Aja,
No, we have to ask. We have to ask question now. And what was that document? Hold on. What would have? This is a personal document.
Yeah.
How would
he wants to do injury? Let me just put it that way. He wants to do and he is somebody who nobody. Even me, I don't think is capable of begrudging somebody like that. Honestly, it's upsetting. It is upsetting. And Fayemi is in bed with him.
Fayemi, you know, a lot of people actually speculate that all of these things that you're hearing from who is that Awori journalist that is actually that Oshibanjo is his source, David Udeyin. They're saying Oshibanjo is his source.
Yeah, it's Udeyin that released that Guinean passport.
So Ojibado is a source. So this same one that Udeyin released recently about Nigerian troop, grouping up at Sokoto to launch attack at Niger. So it was Oshibajo that
I don't know about that one. The one I know is the one I just
that memo
talked
was
about.
given to them by Oshibajo as well.
All right. Hold on, everyone. The
propaganda that because this guy,
I hear you. Don't worry.
Because this guy contested against your beloved Tinubu, so every misfortune
you are needling me. Okay.
All right. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. Dewale, you still have the floor, but hold on, everyone. The prodigal returns. He tried to escape, but I tracked him down and I forced him back online. So now the game is up. The jig is up. So is it now time for abject surrender? Rational mind.
Well, what is there to surrender about?
Well, I know you are out and about all over the world, but surely you are keeping up with the news.
Yeah, I mean, greetings to everybody from Prague.
Charles Bridge. Charles Bridge is where I'm telling you to go to. Go to Charles Bridge tomorrow. You've been.
Well,
no. Rational Mind is traveling Europe at the moment, so I don't think he has time for anywhere.
I'm following it now. I was in Frankfurt. I mean, was it? No, I was in. I was in a. When was the last time we spoke? Well, man, I think before today.
About 3-4 days ago. I think you were in Latvia then, were you not?
I was in Riga, yeah. So I mean, it's been done. It's been done. So we just have to wait for the Supreme Court. I don't know. Is it my turn to talk now, or you just want to?
No. I just wanted to welcome you to the because people have been asking. They thought you ran, but I told them you didn't run. You're just out there having fun.
Been touring Europe. Yeah.
All right. When you get to the UK, let us know. So we go for a beer and pepper soup.
I'll let you know.
Yes. So Dewale, back to you, Dewale.
The question should have been, why would Rational Mind travel at the crucial time when the judgment is about to come down? Why would he put his traveling at that time?
That should be the question. So the principal did now.
Isn't it curious that Rational Mind and Obi, they traveled at the same time? Isn't that not curious?
Did you see him, behind the dark glasses like Oro, in Yoruba, he's hiding in that dark glasses, that dingy.
I'm protected. You are
Rational Mind, Goro.
That's exactly what he's trying to depict.
Yeah, I mean, coincidentally, Coincidence?
Obi said the same thing, and Atiku said the same thing.
All right.
It's all good. It's all joy, like in Yoruba way. Hey, welcome back, Rational Man. Hey, one man. I hope I'm driving, but I hope that noise is not too much from that hand.
No,
You see,
yeah.
you see, Luakande and his principal. You know, in Yoruba we say I'm peg money and peg go, and I think I mean it's easier for him now for him to make such statement. But in 2019 or so, when his principal was contesting for the position of vice president, he didn't condemn INEC, did he? No. But now that his principal is out of equation, and with the hatred towards the candidacy of his godfather, he could come out to the media and start using those flammable words by condemning INEC. Well, INEC is not perfect. That is it. And the system that they introduced did what it was supposed to do in the first place. As I was reading that write up, in my mind I was just thinking. Now, if everyone plastering all sort of document into IREF, on that same IREF we've seen the faces of teenagers, children taking pictures and uploading it. Now, this is supposed to be an official website. And when the umpire itself has no control over what is being uploaded into that rep, of what purpose, of what use would that be? So going with old way, I understand that we want to go through the technological way. Even the advanced country also, they have limitation. It's not absolute. And each state controls how the election is being conducted in their own state. To the point that none of those electronic machines being used here in America is internet connected. No, because of manipulation and all sort of hacking that could potentially happen. So they have that foresight by limiting what those machines could do. So you can imagine an advanced democracy, an advanced technologically a country doing that. So it's easier for Akande and the likes to come online and say, well, INEC is damaged. No, what INEC did this time around, that Beavers did wonderful by ensuring that the ghost voters, those ones that have fake all the goats and cows, have been filtered out, so that at least we can have an accurate data, an accurate number of voters that registered and voted. So this argument about result not being posted in the real time is, to me, is just ludicrous in the sense that even our own phone doesn't manufacture, right? But in that space, Akande and his principal, unfortunately, like I think Baba was saying about being disappointed in Oshibajo's stand. You see, you've never put a man in a position of power, then you be able to test, what they are capable of. Look, whether he's a pastor or no pastor, he tested power and he loved it. Open from Labata, Oyo Bebu. That's what Yoruba call it. He never paid any price for democracy. He was drawn in by the Ashiwaju himself, and if Ashiwaju found him, trustworthy enough, not for him to pave way, not for him to, wet the ground for him, but, if there's anyone I trusted in my circle that would not turn against me, is you. I mean, the likes of Cardoso are there. Even this former speaker of the federation was also there. He could as well say,
Mamura.
what, you just, yeah, even Mamora, could have said, what, go ahead. Mamora that was even more cool-headed, measured. But it chose you. It chose you to be there, to be not necessarily his highs and what power does the vice president has? Absolutely nothing. You are like a cabinet minister level, until you are being delegated to do perform certain function, you have no um, constitutionally designated function. But you went there, you could told to your adopted principal, which is a Buhari, and you were there, and you could not even, make any, fight on behalf of the person that sent you there, that seconded you. So it is very, very disheartening to see the Laolus. Laolu that should have been, bringing in new dimension to public governance, go there and speaking against, um, but it's unfortunate, one man. No doubt. Every government agency.
Hold on. Adewale, I didn't. I've not really gone through any news yet. But is it Lao Luakande, the former chief of staff to Oshibaja? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, what did he do? I mean, if he made a statement like, I think I had one man when he read, was it one man? Who was that saying that? If he said something, I mean, if he said INEC is a damaged good, is a damaged. I mean, what has he said that?
Let me give it to you again. Let me give you 2 paragraphs, which tells you the total of it. It says, Laolu Akonde, media aide to the former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, has said that the failure of the Independent National Electoral Commission to electronically transmit the results of the last presidential and National Assembly elections has broken the trust of Nigerians in the electoral body. So that's essentially where they are.
I mean, why must the Badu people always interpret things to mean anything that anybody say, regardless of where the person belongs? I mean, it's against Tinubu.
Rational mind.
Is it not the truth? What you just said, is it not the truth?
What rational mind? Rational mind. You and I both know that anything electronics and anything that is web-based, anything that has to do with electronics can malfunction at any time. You have a wedding already been.
Wait. You see, you as a foreign, I mean, as a.
It is a fact that
Okay,
mechanical or electronic.
You see, Adewale, you see, let's.
It's a commonsensical thing. I want us to look at it from that perspective.
But it's not even.
You have a wedding planned, and you already hired a photographer. Photographer showed up.
All right, let's not go down that route.
No. Let's simplify it. Camera broke down. I could not work, but you have another camera that you easily, use, right? And it's not like as digital as the one that was manufactured. Would you say your wedding should be put on hold, not to happen? So we look at it in that perspective. They said the country will be able to post the result, and they said, unfortunately, it won't happen because of one thing or the other. There was a glitch and all that, and yet we don't believe that.
Sometimes we give the most ridiculous excuses, and we'll find some kind of examples to kind of justify the most ridiculous things ever said. I mean, ever done. And then you're talking about the wedding and camera. I mean, what are we talking about?
Hello, gentlemen.
Hold on. A body.
Rational mind.
Can I land? I'm not even landing my thoughts. A body who conducted 3 different elections for 3 different offices: the National Assembly, the Senate, and the what's it called, the House of Rep, and then the President. And then they shut down that of the President. And you're telling me here that the camera malfunctioned. If there are 3 cameras in a wedding, and then deliberately 1 was shut down and 2 was not. I mean, it's not the same server that everything was going to.
Yeah, but even leaving that aside, which side is Yemi Osinbajo on is the question. But hear from Ribadu before you respond. Ribadu, yeah.
Yeah, good evening, platform. It's good to be here. I hope you can hear me clearly today.
Yes, perfectly. Yes, carry on, Ribadu.
Rational man, how are you doing? Because I think I miss you the most on the platform.
He's run away, but we tracked him down. Yeah, I told you nobody can escape. He ran away, but we tracked him down.
He ran away now because of the judgment. He's back now.
So,
you would have been here on
the one of you today. Don't worry. Go on, please. Sorry.
Yeah. So let me start by opening the floor on my own side here with the quotation of the VP Kashim Shettima he says that now is not time for politics. The time for politics and campaign is over. It's time for governance. So,
Sorry, Ribado, that was not all he said. He said he was going to retire Atiku to a goat farm. He said he was
no,
going to
that
retire.
way,
I really
yeah,
enjoyed that one.
yeah. Normally we the Kanuris, the
that
Fulanis and the
that guy
Kanuris, they
mouth
have
is not good though. That guy mouth is not good. You can
Yes.
he says when he talk bad about someone, is always he always come out too hard. I don't
Remember when they called Ashimaju an ice cream man?
that guy.
no. You, you see. And normally, like that one of Osipanjo, yeah, he's out of line. But you see, there is this relationship between the Fulanis and the Kanuris. We have this type of play that goes down centuries. Like I'm a Fulani man, my wife is Kanuri. So normally, when I do something, she'll say, "Hey, that my Fulani. I'm expecting him to do worse than that." You understand? So, nevertheless, let's get back to business. I think
Can you be a Kanuri and at the same time be a Fulani? You have to choose one. You keep telling us you're a Kanuri, you're a Fulani.
No, he said he's a Fulani man and his wife is Kanuri.
I know, but then if I not mentioned that of his wife part, I was thinking he's a Kanuri man. So that's how you present here.
No. I'm Fulani man from Adamawa, and I've never claimed to be something else. I'm
Oh,
a
okay.
Fulani man from Adamawa. I only happen to reside in Maiduguri. I live there
Oh,
with kids and everything. You understand?
my bad for that. Yeah.
So, yeah, the issue is this, okay? Uh, I I think I acknowledge all your submission really. I do acknowledge that. But you see, we are still eventually the system is becoming better and better than the previous elections. The current election is a bit more better or a bit more organized with some certain degree of scrutiny compared to the previous one. So eventually we hope we will get there eventually. We only hope it will be sooner. Okay. And I would also love that we should allow these people to focus on the governance. Today almost the entire leadership, or yesterday, the entire leadership of APC spent more than 8 years sitting on that courtroom. You understand? So it hindered a lot of work. Some governors travel from far and wide of the country just to attend this. So we hope that this will not kind of be cumbersome. They should be given this chance. Let them prove themselves. After all, they still have uh, uh, these guys. They are not even up to a year, barely just few months. So I think we should kind of have some certain benchmark expectation that we can hold them accountable to. If eventually they did not do it, there is so many ways that we can check, and there is so many ways that we can express that okay, this government is not working, this government we need to change them. Then eventually we, the population, we the citizens, we the voters, we will have our chance in the next coming election. If they did not do good by us, then we would still have the chance to say, okay, we have given you 4 years and you did not deliver what it is expected of you, and then now we know what to do. So on
All
my
right.
own end,
Go on. Ribado.
yeah,
No, carry on. Land that thought.
yes, please, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Carry on.
Yeah. So on
Land
my
the thought.
own end, yeah, on my own end here, please, we should be patient. We should exercise some degree of patience. Let us give them this second quarter of, let them spend at least 6 months to see how far we can go. That is my opinion.
All right, brilliant. I want to show Rational Mind something, and then from there I'll go on to Ajanle Koko. So, Rational Mind, you're in Prague. I was in Prague a few years ago. So when you're in Prague, make sure you do this. So you see where I am here. This is called Charles Bridge. Yes, I think it is called Charles Bridge. Make sure you go there on a sunny day. It's going to be one of the most glorious sights. It's a very gothic city, so you'll see that. But when you go there, make sure you go there on a sunny day. It's going
Yeah,
to be one
I
of the most.
will. A few hours from now, it's just when the early in the morning, 2:30, early morning. Yeah.
Yes. So that's Charles Bridge right there. So make
Yeah,
sure you
I
go there
will.
on a
I
sunny
think I
day.
saw it when I was, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the most glorious experiences. And then go to their town square as well. But don't let
Yeah,
them rip you
it
off
is. I've been
because
there.
they rip people off a lot in Prague.
Yeah.
So make sure they don't rip you off, but because they do that a lot in Prague. Yeah,
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
trying to do this conversion from euro because I was in Germany some days ago.
The taxes are notorious
It's just
worldwide in
it's
Prague for
insane.
ripping.
It's
Yeah.
insane. You go to one shop, they give you different exchange rates. You go to this shop, everybody just formulate their own exchange rates, and it's just exhausting. Sometimes I have to like. And I was telling you a while ago now when you called me that I just went to one Nigerian restaurant to go and buy food. And the next thing they were just giving me different exchange rates, and at the end of the day, I had to pay with my credit card. So you can imagine. So it's insane. It's this multiple exchange rate they have here. Everybody just don't do their own exchange rates. It's and then even their banks here. I went to one bank to go and do one exchange. They said they are cashless. I said, what does that even mean? You're cashless. I mean, how does somebody like who's from a different country? How do I get your krona, or is it your krona, or what do they call it? The check money
They are
there.
very nationalistic as well,
Very
if I
nice.
remember.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
They like enjoyment. Ooh, they
And
like
they
it.
drink a lot of beer.
They like enjoyment, yeah, and they have beautiful women, gorgeous women.
But the good thing is they all speak English. So
No,
yes.
not all of them though, but they are fairly good in. They speak fairly, yeah. A lot of them they were
And
more exposed.
there's a lot of red light districts in Prague. A
Yeah,
lot of
yeah,
red
tell
light
me that.
districts.
Tell me
Yeah.
that, woman. Yeah,
You know that is where Bohemia comes from. You know that is where Bohemia
yeah,
comes
I
from.
know.
The word.
It's
Yeah.
part of the Slovenians and the Czech, all of them. They are all part of the Bohemian Empire, the Bohemian Empire. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's a beautiful. Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful here. Yeah, women are more cultured, more elegant looking.
They are more confident as well. They're
Yeah,
not. They're
very
not.
confident. Yeah,
They're not like the
they
people
walk.
you were chancing in Latvia.
Yeah, they walk with grace. They walk like.
And they're all blonde as well.
Yeah, they're very blonde, blue eyes, and all of that. Yeah, it's very diverse too. I was here 20 something years ago, but then it's more diverse now. You see how these are old Soviet, most of their buildings here, these are old Soviet buildings are still here. The way they kind of like.
Are you doing Airbnb or a hotel?
I'm in a hotel.
Oh no, you should have done Airbnb. When we
Yeah, I'm in
went,
a
we did
hotel. Yeah,
Airbnb.
they had a concert in town today. Was it today or tomorrow? And so the hotels are all booked. There was the one
Is
I got. Yeah,
Rational Mind there? Rational
Yeah,
Mind, are you in, pro?
in
and
Prague,
Praha.
yes.
And
Yeah.
Praha. That's what they call
Yeah,
it, Praha.
yeah. So, please, I don't know. There is one thing. All my life, I only wanted to witness one thing from that country. You
Okay.
know, they have the Bohemian Kingdom. They have one crown that it is believed that if a man or a prince or any person that wears it without deserving it is not going to last a year alive.
Really?
You want
That's
Rational
So
Mind to go and
during
wear it, Abby? Look at this one.
no, no, no. I just want, please. No, it is there. It is on public display. It is on
okay.
public display.
Okay.
I just want to have a glimpse of it, please.
Okay.
If you can, it has because during the Second World War, the
Okay.
one of the most sophisticated officer of Adolf Hitler regime was Heinrich the Iron Heart. So he went there. They used to call him the Butcher of Prague. So he went there arrogantly and put the crown on his head. And after 6 months, the nationalist element of the Prague assassinated him. So I am a history freak like that. So please, rational mind, if you go close, just snap a picture and send it to us.
Okay. You might have to give one man your details so you can forward it to me. That
No,
way.
I have his details. I have
Yeah,
everybody's
yeah. I'll
details.
just send.
Yes.
So you want let me just write it down so that way, because in a few hours now after I take a nap, I'll be going out to tour the city and
Yeah, it is displayed in one of these. There is it
you call it
museum or
what?
something like that. It's a yeah Bohemian Crown.
Okay. Is it on exhibition on the in
Yeah,
the
it's a very big stuff. You know, it's everybody, all the tourists knows about it.
okay,
Is
I'll
I think is one of these there. Yeah. Thank you,
so,
man.
so
Thanks.
basically you want me to take a picture or video, you want us to do a video so I can
Go,
show
go,
you.
go to the Old Town Square as well. I think that's where the museum is, and that crown, if it's anywhere, it'll probably be there. The Old Town Square.
Yeah, man. Just the picture. Yeah.
That should be Prague one now. Is that what the old town square is?
So is this like a middle-aged gap here? What's going on? Is there you having like a? Are you having a senior moment, a middle-aged gap here?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to somebody else?
Yes. Yeah. You're not the one doing gap here, traveling
Yeah,
Europe.
I'm just doing a solo trip, and then for some other reasons, no, I don't want to disclose. So yeah,
Oh,
so
all
I'm
right,
just
brilliant.
yeah. So yeah, basically, I'll take the pictures and then or videos, and I'll send it to woman. Woman will forward it to you. I will send it to you. You send it.
When you go to the Old Town Square, try and get into the museum. When we went, it was closed for renovation. But try and get into the museum.
I will.
All right, have fun. I wish I was there actually.
Yeah.
The two cities that I enjoyed the most in all of my travels is Istanbul and Prague.
Oh,
It's
Prague.
just so it's so magical, so
It is,
so
it is.
ancient,
Yeah, it is. People should visit. You guys should visit. I've the last time I was here was 20 something years ago. So yeah, coming here for the first time first time over 20 something years ago. Then I was dating the Czech girl. So yeah, and I came back here just to come see her too. But then that's one of the reasons actually. Let me say anything, but just to come see her. Yeah. So we lost contact. So anyway, yeah. So it's a fun city. I would say it's a fun city. People should try and visit. It has its own. It's so unique. You might when you see the whole.
It's a gothic sort of.
Very
gothic
I think
feel.
even Frankfurt is not as even as gothic as it, because even Frankfurt is more modern. They have more modern building in Frankfurt. Did you ever go to Frankfurt before? Have you ever been to Frankfurt?
No, I've never been. I've been to Vienna though. I've been to Vienna.
Yeah. But now that would be one of my port of call. So anyway, yeah. So you guys should try and visit if you have the opportunity. It's very beautiful here. If you like all these goths, architectural designs and all of that, there are a few of them in Frankfurt I saw. But if you go to Frankfurt, there is this cathedral. I have pictures of that. I took pictures there. Very beautiful cathedral. I think it was built in 7th century cathedral. So it's beautiful. If you go there, you definitely will enjoy it. I would just encourage people to just come to Europe. You have fun.
One man.
Yes.
Please, sorry for disturbing. I will hope you indulge me. See, when Rational I said he went there after 20 something years, just something hit me, I was like, the way this guy's voice sound, I'm giving it around that 35, 37, maybe maximum 40. But with this,
yeah, you. I mean,
but with
listen,
so, but with this, yeah.
Go on. I'm listening. Go on. I'm listening to
you. No, so normally in my mind, in my imagination,
that was when I was here.
In my imagination, because of the manner he talks and very argumentative, I thought that he's kind of a very young man, maybe
You thought it was
35,
some 27-year-old boy that is that's still learning.
Yeah, and his voice is quite young.
National man is Gen Z.
He's lying. It's Gen Z. It's not 20. It's a Gen Z. It's Gen Z. You see him now. He's a Gen Z guy. Yeah.
About the traps in the Gen Z body.
Yes.
But his voice is quite voice is quite young. Seriously speaking, I think he's a very healthy guy.
Because
and
yeah, go on. I'm gonna say go on.
And Rational Mind, please, if you go, try to find the connection between the Bohemian groups in US and that, because I know it's the elite of the Prague society, the elite society that went and established the bohemian groups in United States that is a retreat.
What part of the US is that? What part of the US is that?
Yeah,
What part of the US?
I think I think it's within the suburban of New York, right?
I don't know much about New York.
So yeah, it's around the suburb of New York. I think so, if I'm not mistaken. I know it's a club for elite. In fact, extra as in really elite, and it's only who and who are being invited. Though it's an international community for the elite, it's kind of a club. So, but I know it has link with Bohemia. You understand? So just, I mean, man, just find a
I
lot of
will.
things and come and enlighten
Try
us
and
with
see if I
it.
can go to if I have the time.
All right.
If the library is open tomorrow, I will see if I can go to the library. So
All right. There's this book by a Scottish author called Oscar Wilde. It's called Dorian Gray. It's the narrative of this guy. He is a man about town, and then suddenly he had this thought to have his portrait painted. So they painted that portrait, and that portrait was so lifelike, it freaked him out, and then he went and hid it in his attic. So now the years went by, and this guy never aged one second. He stayed exactly the age he was when that portrait was painted. Decades went by, all of his friends grew old, but he stayed that age. So there was a time he wanted to tidy up, and then he went into the attic, and then he saw this large image covered in a cloth. Then he removed that cloth, and then he saw that image of himself as it was painted then. And then as he looked at that image started to age, before him, and he aged along with that image as well. So that is a rational mind. Is Dorian Gray. He
so
doesn't want to
you want to
age
go to all
because
this
he has hidden his portrait in the attic so that he will stay young forever. So that's a rational mind, Dorian Gray.
Thank you so
But
much, man.
so let's get it back quickly to Nigerian politics. And Akeredolu returns back to Nigeria. Ajane Koko. Sorry, did somebody want to come in?
Yeah, if it's possible, I just wanted to say one thing about this Laura Conde and VP Oshibajo, former VP Oshibajo's what have you, if it's allowed.
All right, you can, but you have to speak up a bit because your voices are somewhat faint. But carry on.
Okay. I unfortunately I listened to the interview. I won't say I was disappointed. I was angry though, but I was not disappointed because I really don't expect much from him. But it is not him that is my concern. It is the Vice President Oshibajo himself, who originally was my candidate. Yeah, I thought I voted him initially because I did not know that the present president was going to run, and I rooted for him. At least for continuity and the rest. And when the president indicated interest, and they ran at the primary, and a winner emerged, I least expected the behavior of Vice President Oshibajo. To say the least, his conduct was appalling, disgusting, disgraceful, embarrassing. I'm really ashamed of him. I was hoping at some point he was going to bring himself together and act like a man. He never did. On 2 occasions that the president couldn't attend some of the campaign and he was asked to go and represent the president, he gave some very nasty, flimsy excuses and the rest. And his aides, especially after they had always behaved to type. Now, when he had the opportunity, I was disgusted by his utterances. And quite honestly, there is no defense whatsoever for that his conduct. I know my argument with people that put up that argument of Beavers, not Beavers, IREV, is just a lazy excuse a drowning man is looking for. Everybody know from the beginning that IREV is a place to just display. Everybody, they are carrying 18,000, and his statement is very, very shameful and embarrassing. have the boldness, the courage to tell the VP to his face that, brother, I can't remember how they put that adage. That's where I am surprised, because the Omoluabi virtue is completely absent in Oshibajo and his wife. And honestly speaking, they do not deserve the honor they have been given and support they have been given by Tinubu. Anybody is saying because people like Tinubu, that's right. No, I really, really rooted for Oshibajo, but I would never have behaved 1/10 of what he did. I was angry when people called him all manner of names initially, traitor, betrayer, and the rest. But honestly speaking, looking back now, I think those names fit. To now make it worse, a pastor, a senior pastor for that matter. I'm ashamed that he did all that.
Well, this shame you're talking about. I'm sorry. Bishop. I'm sorry, Bishop. Yeah, can you hear me? This thing you are saying, this shame, this thing, that, what has he done to deserve this name, or this name calling?
I will tell you. I don't know how much of Yoruba blood you have in you. But the Yoruba blood...
He has 25%. He told us 25% is 25% Yoruba, 25% Fulani, and 25% Algerian. Yes.
Listen, I did not insult you. I said I don't know how much, because what we hold in high esteem in Yoruba is the virtue of Omoluabi. Let me answer you.
Rational mind is Mami water. It's from
Let me finish.
Mami water blood.
Let me answer. So that virtue of Omoluabi, Enitoba, you see, Enito dikuku to funyo.
Just for the benefit of our audience, say it in English, yeah. So because we have a broad spectrum.
Now, okay, yeah. Now, as the virtue of Omoluabi, I don't know how to say Omoluabi in English, in Yoruba. Now, somebody that looks at you, that gives you an undeserved honor at some point, someday, which was what was given to him. From nowhere, he had testified that before Tinubu appointed him Attorney General, he never knew him from Adam. Never. They've never met. He was just looking for a competent person, and somebody mentioned his name, and they said they should go and bring him. That was something. That should count for something. And the man brought you, and he had done everything. And when Tinubu said openly, when they asked him to bring 3 names, he said he had 3 names, but he decided to look, don't let them maneuver us. So he gave the same 1 name, 2 names, the same person 3 times. Say, look, there will be don't let be. So now when the man indicated interest, Yoruba say, but I don't have any problem. I think the contest should have ended. The acrimony, the hatred, the bickering, the bitterness, the anger should have ended the day that primary ended. I think that's where it should have ended. All hands should have been on the deck. It's a clarion call. You should have come. Forgetting now that you have an ambition and the man to come together, and that is how a true Omoluabi behaves. Oshibajo, professor, pastor, former vice president, did not behave like. So if you're asking me, what did he do? The bitterness, the anger, everything that he showed, he was not in a single one of Tinubu's campaign. Not one like this. That he even just did
why must Oshibajo be blamed for an offense committed by his chief of staff who doesn't work with him anymore?
Hold on, Ajale Koko, Garba Shehu is still speaking for Buhari. When Laudo Akonde speaks, that's Oshibajo speaking.
No, one man.
The only reason why they invited.
Hold on, Bishop. Let Ajale Koko come in. Ajale Koko.
One man, we should not be acting like this. Why are we doing this? For God's sake, this guy does not work. This guy doesn't work with Oshibajo anymore. they have separated. It was office of the first president that brought them together to work together for Nigerian nation.
So
They left office.
how come Gabashew is still speaking for Buhari?
Well, that if Gabashew said is defending Buhari, it's a different thing. He can, because he was part. He worked with Buhari. But this guy
They
made
work
this
with
statement.
Oshibanjo.
Oh, did he say he's talking on behalf of Oshibanjo?
Well, he's the voice of Oshibanjo, is he
There's
not?
no more voice of Oshibanjo. You work for Oshibanjo for that office of vice president as chief of staff. I mean, we can't be doing like this now. Why are we doing like this? What has he done? Just because he contested against Tinubu, then everybody is going here and going.
Hold on. Let Ogbeni come in. Let Ogbeni
I mean,
come in.
why must he be blamed for the speech made by his former chief of staff? Why must he be blamed?
Because it's the spokesperson now.
No, one man, stop this. We can't be doing. We can't ridicule ourselves and make nonsense of ourselves like this. We are mature people. We know what we are doing. You guys know what you are doing. You disbatified. There's no difference between you people and the obedient. You guys act too much crazy. You act crazy every time. Anytime that there's anything against Tinubu, you guys will go wild like a wounded lion, wild animal, looking for human being to eat. Why?
I'm telling you, his sins are many.
The same thing that Baba said that Osibajo was responsible for that.
He is the liquor. He is the liquor.
How did that in a private passport? A passport that belongs to person, how would he have got?
Do you know how close these people are?
How would he get to his office? How would he get to his office?
From LASU. He was a lecturer in LASU.
Let us stop this. This is not fair.
No. I don't move so full. He licked that thing.
How do you know?
Oh Lord! You don't have any evidence to
I will tell you. Why will I tell you?
It is propaganda by you ratified. An effort to destroy your Osibajo. This you
He's
guys
destroyed already. He's toast. Forget it.
I bet we'll destroy Abi.
How many destroy you? What are carry propaganda out against Osibajo?
Odale ni.
Bishop. Is Bishop still there?
I am. I was looking for
all because of Tinubu.
No.
Let me say something.
Mr. Bishop,
oh yeah, our doctor in the law.
Can I say something here? You see,
go ahead, sir.
First and foremost, I'm not aware that Oshibanjo has sacked Lalo Akonde. I am aware that Lalo Akonde has been working with Oshibanjo even before Oshibanjo got to DP, and I hope you are aware too. Before Oshibanjo got to that president office, Lalo Akonde has been Oshibanjo's associate and has been speaking for Oshibanjo. Their relationship did not start with Nigerian vice presidency. When Oshibanjo became the vice president, he brought him into the vice presidency wing and then got a portfolio for him as his aide. Even as his aide, his responsibility was not to be talking for him, but he kept talking, like based on the established relationship they've been having before. And after he has left Oshibanjo has left office, I'm not aware of the fact that he has sacked Lalo Akonde. As a matter of fact, if you go to Lalo Akonde's Twitter, I don't know, you know, Rational Man and Baba, you are not in Gen Z, you are in the Gen typewriter age. But in case you have Twitter,
we are the Gen Z. We are the Gen Z.
You are not in the Gen Z. You are in the Gen A. So in case you have Twitter, you can just quickly try and look for Lalo Akonde's Twitter handle. You will understand from there that he still speak for Oshibanjo. I just put something in the private chat here, which he tweeted as of 5th May 2023. He was still talking about, the reason why Oshibanjo contested. I tried to enter my Twitter this thing, but I can't have access to it on my phone. But in your own convenient time, you can go there and check. You realize that this guy still kept speaking for his boss. So I don't know when you now discover that it's no longer his head or he's no longer talking about him. But let me tell you one thing that Osinbajo did that sounded very appalling
So,
to me.
so at every function, at every public function that Laulu Akode speak, he speak
Yes.
for. He cannot speak on his own volition anymore. Anytime you speak in a public function, it is Osinbajo speaking. Is that what
No,
you are
Baba
telling
Jale
us?
Koko, he can speak on its own, but whatever affects, whatever any subject matter that has to do with
Politics, yeah.
2023
Against
election.
Tinubu, it is Osinbajo speak.
No. That has to do with, yes, there is something in law they call relevant fact.
How is this one was relevant? What kind of law?
Another relevant fact.
Don't do this. Don't do this.
Which
This
is
the law you're quoting. Don't
which is
say
that
what is the law?
National man, don't railroad me. Let me land on this point. which is that you know a 2023 election, everybody understand that Osinbajo has a very serious interest in it. It's not new to us, it's in public knowledge, and you can't deny it. Everybody knew. And everybody knew that I was embittered. As at 13th of November 2022, after I was lost, he went to the funeral of Akeredodo's mother and he refused to recognize Tinubu. Tinubu was on the seat and he read his protocol. What do you call that in his protocol? And he didn't mention Tinubu. So you could imagine that. It was later he started apologizing that he forgot Tinubu. Why can't you forget Tinubu on the seat?
Do you think that Tinubu snubbing him when he was going at the primaries? Do you think that is what's still rankling him? Do you think it's still about
because
that?
there is this hostility.
Hold on. But which one preceded which one? Which one preceded the other? Which one?
Tinubu is his boss. Whatever anything you attach to Osinbajo, Tinubu is his boss.
Talking to people like as if
and that's where this you see this Omoluabi thing.
Who started the hostility? Who started it first?
Who started hostility?
Yeah, who started it first? Yeah.
Osinbajo started it by declaring to contest.
No.
Who started it?
Do you have the understanding of what they call sportsmanship?
What do you call which sportsmanship? You are contesting against your board, your
Ẹgbẹ́ Èṣù kọ́ nìyàn. What sportsmanship here?
Can I come back to this question?
Yoruba land, it's called betrayal of trust. Are we in the Western world?
Can I please come back? Hold on, Rational Mind. I have a request for you. Rational Mind, I have a personal request for you.
Please go on, please.
Through through one man. Rational Mind, please. Ajanle Koko, give Rational. I would just want to know your name. Your name. Not, I'm not saying publicly or behind. Now, please permit me to go back to what I said earlier on. Why I wanted to know that what percentage of Yoruba are you in Yoruba land? Let me finish, please. Let me finish. No, I don't mean it to denigrate you. I mean to derogate you.
I can tell you.
There are certain virtues of Yoruba.
Sorry, I can tell you Rational Mind's name. It's no secret. It's Abdul Rahman Abdul Kadir Jabbar. That's his name. Abdul Rahman Abdul Kadir Jabbar.
No, it cannot be Abdul Kadir because that's my name. It cannot be my name.
One man put Malam in the front.
Bishop.
Yes,
I want to.
It cannot be Abdul Kadir. It can be anything because it cannot be my namesake. Go ahead, sir.
Bishop.
Okay, I want to put this to Bishop, and what I want to. Yeah, you see, Bishop, that couldn't piss you off because there is precedent already in Nigerian politics. In fact, in this very previous one, do you know when the APC is being formed, you know, all the other political parties come together to make sure they defeat Goodluck Jonathan, right? So, and during Buhari regime, one of the most outspoken aides is Garba Shehu, right? And it will, I think a lot of people now, even here, not even in diaspora, they never knew that Garba Shehu is an Atiku boy. You understand? He
That's
has never
that's
been
that's
anywhere.
open secret.
Sorry?
I said that's open secret. That's very
We
open.
all
Your
know. We
court
all
is
know
not.
now.
We all know.
Yeah,
Same
well,
as every
but you see, yeah, but do you see the way he distanced himself from Atiku? So, and
But he didn't speak against Atiku, if you observe.
His loyalty has been
Exactly.
yeah,
transferred now. That's the point.
No, but
You can't.
there are
It's
two
different
different
from
things.
Shiba Jojo. It's different,
It's different
exactly.
proportions. If you
Exactly.
permit me to respond, please.
Bishop, let me land.
Before you
Okay, go
respond,
ahead.
let Ribadu land. Yeah, Ribadu. Yeah.
Okay, the reason why I'm bringing this example, I will conclude in just few seconds. Okay, you see, the reason against Atiku publicly because he is not contesting. Imagine if he will be in a position to contest that presidency with Atiku. Maybe he may end up doing worse than what Osibanjo did. So the point I'm trying to make here all is, look, these men, these people, when they are coming up the ladder of power, they never seen the real picture, the complete picture of it. But whoever come to the high tables have a seat of his own on that high table. They always see themselves equal because he is sitting across the other guy on the same level. So the fact that he was his boss previously or his benefactor, as far as Nigerian greed is concerned, that doesn't count anymore. You understand? So I think to me is there is a lot. Even though I'm really scared of saying this, even the current VP now, if you see the way he retire his political benefactor, which is Alimadu Sharif, the most powerful governor ever that ever ruled Borno State in contemporary politics. He was his commissioner, but eventually now he has rendered SARS irrelevant politically in Borno State. So that is everywhere within Nigerian context. So that is the point I want to make. Thank you.
Okay.
Mike, George, let me mention something. You see, people say it's Oshiba Joe's right to contest, which is okay. But there's one thing, rational mind, they say all things are lawful for me. But not
Don't do
all
this.
things,
Come
not
on,
all
come
things
on.
are expedient. You understand? There are certain things that, it's lawful, it's my right, I can do it. But it might not be expedient if you wait and say, it's not really worth it. You understand? If you have enough wisdom to know that you cannot win and the backlash on you will be so terrible. So why not just move and move on?
You see, the fact that you people and Chinubu himself, it tells us a lot about who that guy is. And so why some of you can, what some of you fails to see about this guy. This guy's a vindictive person. I mean, look at the very, very first day when they did that election. You won, fine. That's sportsmanship. Just go. You shook the hand of Aisha, shook the hand of the president. You have to.
Rational mind, can I tell you please something? I will
The
let
same,
please.
hold on, please. Thomas
Yeah,
Mark,
yeah, yeah.
This is the same guy tó larúkọ mọ́ àmọ̀pọ̀ jùlọ, the governor. Eléyìí. Ṣé téèyàn bá tẹ̀
How
gbọ́
can
tó
you
bá
say
tó
how
tẹ̀
can
gbọ́
you say Ojulo? How can you say Dapoju Tinubu?
No. Mo sọ pé ó jùlọ. No, I don't know. I don't know if you understand what I said, or maybe I misyan. But what I'm saying is that even though he's
So
older
that's what
than,
you just said.
what I'm saying
No,
is,
no, that wasn't what he said. They were saying Tinubu is older than Dapo. He said even though Ojulo.
Rational mind. Do you know why he did that? That Abiodun
you
was
know why
also
he
a
did that.
mole
It's an excuse for
for
the crap that
Oshimbajo,
this guy does. A man cover
and he
it
has
up.
reversed himself.
Not
He's
even reverse
enjoying in India
fine,
now.
he reversed himself. I agree that, but I'm just saying that he did that. So, or you see, there's so many things I could say about Tinubu, but I don't want to go there. But the point is that you people
Rational
always
mind, can
make
I
it.
say something, please? Please,
Okay, George Thomas,
if you don't mind.
You people won't allow
Rational
me to
mind,
talk.
if yeah, please, I'm very sorry. Yeah, because good evening, everyone. General Thomas on the line, please. Yeah. Rational mind. Let me tell you something. You remember when we started this when Oshibajo started his shenanigan, I
You're one
came
of
on
those
this
people that,
show.
you're one of those
Yeah,
people that
I came
against
on
him.
this show. I said they no born and well. Why do I say that? it's not that I'm boasting. I'm close to Baba Awolowo's family very well. Mama HID Awolowo's, I was there, they are very, I'm close to the family. I enter their room like anything. So even though it's my family people, I didn't expect him to go that route with Tinubu. No, that is disloyal. Which English are we use? That is total nonsense, my brother. You don't buy the finger that fed you. Who is Oshibado before now? We knew
Betrayal of trust.
Oshibajo because we are close family member, but who knew Oshibajo before now? If Oshibajo is writing his biography today, his success, everything he became today, Tinubu will be in his biography. He wants to be somebody that is grateful.
What's the big deal about it? If Tinubu is in his biography,
It's a big deal, a rational mind.
So for that reason,
Oshibajo is just collecting 500,000 as a lecturer in nonsense university where he was.
Jide, do you know he was hobnobbing with Baba?
Yeah.
He was hobnobbing with
I
Baba
don't
in
want
his
man.
library.
It's a non. What Oshibajo is eating? What Oshibajo is eating is the family, is the money of Awolowo. How much does he make as a lecturer? No, I know them. Rational mind, you don't know them. I know them. I eat with them.
Thomas, you can't say that now. He's a
I said
lecturer.
I know these people. Rational, I'm not.
Yeah, no. If you know them, doesn't make it entitle you to have. Yeah, it doesn't make your opinion superior to.
48 laws of power. One of the fundamentals of 48 laws of power. Do not outshine the boss.
One voice. Yeah. Carry on, Baba.
Yeah, 48 laws of power. The most fundamental of all is the one that says, "Do not outshine your boss."
Oh God! You see, people just.
It's fundamental. He was even hobnobbing with Baba OBJ just to spite Jagaban.
Yeah.
It's not done. Who does that?
Always quote anything. You people will always look for something to quote, just to.
Didn't he visit Baba? Didn't he take photograph with him so many times?
Okay,
attending functions with him.
You come back.
All right. Let's get the session back on track. So round up that space, Bishop, and then we move on.
But hold on, please. I beg you, indulge. Let me just quickly say this. Now, concerning Tinubu, as I was saying before, Thomas had to say he wanted to ask me a question, but I didn't see any question he was asking. But let me go straight. Now, the point is this: you people will come here, you would just talk about Tinubu like Tinubu doesn't make any mistake. Is this anything he does? It is it. That is it. You people do, and you people would like you same people. Some of you here would tell me that. Why is it that you don't find fault with what's his name? Obi. I do. One man can bear me witness that. At times I will go off on him here, even at the beginning. So sometimes the way he talks. So my point is this: is that you people will come here, you just because of Laolo Kande just said something, you have to like link him to Oshibajo. Now all the sins of Oshibajo, because that is according to you sin, your own. You people call it sin because he contested against Tinubu. Fine, he contested. You won the primaries, or however you want it. Well, fine, you won it. Sportsmanship, go. You have to disgrace him in public glare when there were thousands of cameras everywhere. The whole world was watching it. You disrespect. That's to tell you how that guy thinks he is. He thinks he's a god of his own. He has ego in a way of his own. Now you have to join. You have to like sideline the because you feel that because your boy, you can always sideline him. You can always put him in your pocket. But that's the height of disrespect. And now somebody's paying him back, or somebody's saying, and now you are trying to find a way of linking it. You people sound ridiculous sometimes. The way you just argue here on this platform and on that platform, just to justify whatever Tinubu did.
Can I introduce this man to you with an example?
No,
please, just give me 15 seconds. Give me 15 seconds.
Bishop, you want to let you to that. I'm done. Okay.
See, now don't go. Just listen. Because you said the man has ego or anything. I'm not APC, but I admire Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Let me give you an example, the kind of man he is. When Dino Melaye rushed at his wife in the chambers, the Senate chambers, and was almost going to beat her, people were aghast. You understand? That day, I was not in Nigeria.
You know, I have a patent on that word, aghast, but carry on.
Yeah, I was not in Nigeria. but I know the calls I received, the calls I made. You understand? We wish that guy dead. And he was boasting the next day. He entered an aircraft from Abuja because we said, don't ever come to Lagos. He did not only come to Lagos, he went to Bodilon and was videoing himself, challenging. But the man was calm, quiet, admonished everybody, not me, but everybody. Ọmọdé ló ń ṣe. Where he was videoing himself, he left. I will not do that.
Who videoed himself?
You say Melai, to show that he's in Bodilon. They said he should not come to Lagos, but I didn't only come to Ikeja, but here I am in front of Bola Ahmed Tinubu's house. I will. You understand?
What's the point with that?
The point is that is the man you are talking about because you don't know him, because he didn't raise any finger. He said, Efisile, just leave him alone. Nobody. Do you know Melai think he has escaped? But the day of reckoning has come. What he desired most in his life, to be a governor, to be a House of Rep, Senate, governor, he will never achieve it.
No, you can't say
He will
that.
smell it.
What of Tinubu's wife that are
You can't say you can never achieve it.
in the public that we have seen the video several times? One man.
That did what?
Tinubu's wife that have ridiculed from other people in the public.
I don't even know.
I'm saying somebody wants to beat a man. If you charge my wife like that,
no, he didn't want to beat
you will
her.
tell me the kind of person you are. You gone to gun.
About Dale you didn't watch it. He even said he will rape
He
that
said
woman.
we'll rape and impregnate her.
He said
so now.
He said so openly.
That was ridiculous. That was very ridiculous.
He said so now.
And he's living to tell the story.
But
then you know that the woman's husband is a gentleman.
Look, this Tinubu's wife has molested. This Tinubu's wife has molested people in the public. We have several videos to that effect.
Slap them or punch them.
If you talk nonsense and call them names and also
that was because of our duty now.
Which duty? Everyone was Yoruba. You didn't defend. What to defend the Ìyàwó Tinubu tó ṣe àdìgbò public.
In Yoruba land, if you challenge a man's wife, you have challenged him.
Please, can I say something
no,
here?
What Dino Murayo did, I'm not in support of that. But what I'm saying is that Tinubu's wife too have ridiculed, molested other people in the public. We have seen it. One man, why are you keeping quiet now? We have treated it. We have shown the video.
The video now.
He's immigration now. He won't take anybody's side.
One man, where are you? We have treated it here. We saw the video.
No, I am here. I am looking for that video as we are speaking.
Let's see the video.
Not one, not twice, not 3 times. We have seen several videos like that.
Wait now. Let's speak with evidence now. Which of the video was it? The one that she was on a panel and she was speaking as a member of the panel to somebody who they asked to come and
not that one.
Okay,
not that one.
That's the one I know.
Public. This one was in the public space. Was outside in the public.
Oh, I don't know now.
Ó tún fi Ògún bí ẹni yẹn àbí ìgbà ọmọ fi Bògún ni. Kí lẹ̀ ń sọ yìí? Oníṣìṣẹ́ yóò ní rí. Ẹ̀yin Batifáyà ò ní rí yẹn. Báwo lẹ ṣe máa rí yẹn? You will never see that.
Can you see this forever?
Can I come in?
All right. Yeah, let's hear from Patrick and then we move the conversation on. Patrick,
So I just don't want us to leave the discussion. Now, one thing I want to quickly respond to was why Oshibajo was ignored. I don't know precisely, but I think it might have been as a result of the build-up to that primaries. You know, they had series of private sessions with the Yoruba elders, and where Tinubu was there at almost all the meetings. And from what we heard, we thought it was an appeal to Oshibajo to step down, and the guy ignored and wasn't ready to bend, even when the other ones that say, okay, let's take the part of honor and step down. So I think at that point maybe the guy felt very offended. You understand? I'm not making an excuse for him. Maybe he felt very offended. I mean, after pleading, all the elders, everything, they've spoken to you or show back, and all of them, and you still insisted, and okay, we'll get it without you, and they got it, and that's it. If he did not honor those elders, maybe Tinubu felt the guy doesn't deserve any honor from him. That's my own thinking, Sha.
One man. Let me just say this real quick. I don't know if you have the video. I don't know one of this guy has the video of it. I mean, what is wrong with Tinubu and all these people and all of you people that are here? You people are not acting like you won the election. You campaign. Look at what they did in India. On your mandate, like, are we still campaigning? What are we talking about? What is this?
No. Why do you object to that? You know why? You know why they had to do that now?
Rational mind. That was a jubilation now for the judgment that went there in their favor now.
Listen, one.
They are in a private room now. They are not in the midst of
it's not a private room. He's acting as in the capacity as the president of Nigeria.
No, they are within the Nigerian community. It's not with. So it's a celebration. Rational mind. That's
it's not a celebration. No, it's a state. No, it's a state-sanctioned state official state function that he's doing. So it's not supposed to be doing that. So you see, we've reduced governance to some kind of. You see, this is what I say here every time on One Man Platform. This guy will turn Nigeria into something that the most ridiculous and absurdity ever in history of politics and governance. I mean, it's just beyond me how some of you here come here, you just make excuses, you flip even the silly appeal court, the whole shenanigans that went there. I saw it, I followed through. How all the judges they just sounded like their party people who have been put there to find fault, technicalities, the same technicalities that they said they were not going to use, or the same technicalities they used to throw out everything that was presented to them. One of the judges was sounding like he has a beef with one of the girls, and maybe the girl collected his husband. I don't even understand what is wrong with. You see,
rational mind. Rational mind. Boss, let me respond.
Don't respond. Rational mind is not a lawyer.
You guys have not let me respond.
Bishop, I beg you not to join you on this.
I will. I don't have a dog in the fight like one man was saying.
On two reasons. One, rational mind is not a lawyer.
No, I'm not a lawyer.
It takes his training to appreciate what we do in the profession. Secondly, I'm not sure rational mind has really engaged on law practice before. So on that basis, please, you don't need to join me.
I will not respond. Let me just say one sentence. Permit me. A lot. I actually have quite a few things to say, but I'll just say one sentence. I want to borrow. Yoruba used to say, "Ojo ori pe asiwere gbagbe." I remember now, as you guys were talking, everybody know Mario Puzo and the Godfather. There was one of his quotes when he said, time erodes gratitude more quickly than it does beauty." I don't know whether it was the Godfather himself that said that, or
say it again, please. Say it again.
That time erodes gratitude more quickly than it does beauty. It's either the Godfather himself or
no. I think it's Andy Garcia, Godfather 3.
No, it's Godfather.
All right, let's not go into that one. Land that point and then let's just move on. Yeah.
Now, and that's where I wanted to hinge it on the virtue of Omoluabi in Yoruba land. In Yoruba land, we say Erin Oki Fon, Komo Efon. If there is a political godfather between Osinbajo and Tinubu, Tinubu is the political godfather. It was Tinubu that gave him a platform. It was Tinubu that made him. There was enough time for Osinbajo to have overcome the shock and the anger and the disappointment and the failure of everything. That when Aisha organized that women's something, the day Aisha organized that thing, Osinbajo's wife was in Aso Rock. She did not attend. And I began to wonder what kind of Christianity were they practicing? There was enough time to have let go, overcome the anger and the bitterness. Adanle Koku and the rational mind, they did not support. Please now, wait now. I took my time. I waited now. They did not support Osibajo. They did not support Osibajo more than me. Far, 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 far. I have evidence. I have proof to the fact that I really, really rooted. But there's the time you just have to let go and move on. When it was that time for Osibajo to let go and move on and let us rally around, he did not do it. I'll end by this quote. When Bill Clinton won the primaries, he said the Clarion court has been sounded. It is now for all of us to rule off our sleep. I'm paraphrasing. The task of nation building is for every one of us. Let us rule off our sleeves and answer. That time came. Osinbajo was supposed to jump on the train by the virtue of what he had enjoyed through the grace of that same man, Tinubu. Whether you like him or you hate him, and you are just doing yourself. I really, Osinbajo was my candidate. Go and check a few of my writings. I can give you my handle. Years ago, I'm talking of immediately after 2015. My prediction was that, look, I will want the duo of Osinbajo and El-Rufai as the president and vice. And I can give you evidence to that. I said that in 2015.
No, it's fine now. Nobody is really following your land it and then let's move on. Yeah.
One man, I'm saying what I want to say. Stop that your interjection. You did that sometimes ago.
No, I wanted you to land so we can move on.
Hold on.
Okay, hold on.
Stop rushing me. Don't let us have this argument again.
I want to manage the time. That's why I'm asking you to land it. So land it so
I
we
want
can
to
move
talk
on.
that you keep rushing.
All right. Okay, that's enough. All right.
Okay, you said
all right. Let's move on. Let's move on. I want to play this clip. Let me play this clip.
Distinguished Senator Dino Milai, thank you so much for joining us in today's program, and thank you for inviting us to your home.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, the Senate president, he's been a very topical issue lately. First of all, he has the troubles in the Code of Conduct Tribunal for failed asset declaration. Now he's in the Federal High Court of Abuja, where he's been accused for alleged forgery of the Senate standing rules. What do you think is stopping Nigerians from mobilizing en masse in the streets to clamor and ask for his resignation?
Basically, that would have been very, very possible and motivating if there's actually prosecution going on. What the Senate president is going through in the CCT, from my own myopic point of view, it's not prosecution but persecution. We all know that he's suffering because he had ambition to become the Senate president, and a man should not be punished for having ambition. Ambition is something every individual who wants to make progress in life should have. In fact, our president is a very ambitious president. That's why he contested for the presidency of this country 4 different times. So it's not a crime to be ambitious, and Bukola Saraki should not be punished for being ambitious. So the CCT trial, for as far as I'm concerned, is a persecution, and the case is already falling like pack of cards under cross-examination. And I want to believe that it is because of the failure of the CCT ongoing trial that an orchestration was made for the forgery case in the High Court. The National Assembly is an independent arm of government, and it has its own laws, rules, tenets, doctrines, ordinances to regulate our own proceedings. So it's a domestic case that ought to be tackled domestically. The National Assembly or the legislature should not become an appendage or a department of the executive. So even if there were cases of forgery or a case of forgery, we have enough internal mechanism to regulate our proceedings. And I want to say there, for as far as I'm concerned, as a legislator and a member of the 8th Senate, there's no case of forgery. Because when I came in as a senator, 2 days before my inauguration, I was invited for documentation on the 7th of June, 2015. And on the 7th of June, 2015, I was given a copy of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and a copy of the Senate rules. How the Senate rule was produced, I wouldn't know. But as a senator, I was given a copy of the Senate rule.
But the copy you were giving, the Seventh Senate claims that they never altered, they never made amendments to the standing
It
rule.
does not matter whether the 7th Senate made amendment or not.
So how did the
I will
rules
explain
change?
this to you that in 1999, when there was no Senate, when they resumed, they started operation with a rule. Who produced that rule? The bureaucracy. So once the 7th Senate ended on the 6th of June, so whatever happened between the 6th of June and the resumption of the 8th Senate, only the bureaucracy can take responsibility. No single senator can take responsibility, because as far as everyone is concerned, the 7th Senate winded up on the 6th of June.
Okay.
So whatever happened to the rules, to the Senate, to the National Assembly between 6th and 9th that the new senators were sworn in, only the bureaucracy will take responsibility. And let me tell you, only the bureaucracy registered us. The bureaucracy gave us a copy of the Constitution and a copy of the rules.
And the bureaucracy
during,
is made up of
during,
the clerk?
during
Sorry, could you just
restoration
clarify that? The bureaucracy is made up of who?
of the National Assembly management,
Okay, and that is?
headed by the clerk of the National Assembly.
Okay.
You have the clerk of the Senate, you have the clerk of the House of Reps, you have the clerk of all. And let me tell you, even if, as claimed, that the rule was tampered with, any senator who is aggrieved, there's provision in our rules for that senator to raise it on the floor of the Senate. An amendment then be carried out, if it has the majority, on any clause on our rules.
Definitely, and we understand that. But the miscommunication here is, when exactly were these rules amended? In your standing rules, if you want to amend the standing rule, you have to go through a procedure.
Listen to me.
Distinguished Senator, just correct me if
I
I'm
will
wrong.
have to educate you on that.
Okay.
Amendments takes place only on the floor of the Senate.
Okay, so
anything that happens to any
Woman, are you still there?
So sorry, I am still here. Yeah. So all right. Apologies for that. That was a clip that was meant to show Dino Melaye telling us that he wanted to impregnate Tinubu's wife, but it landed up on another completely different space. Let's get back to the conversation. I think we lost Bishop. I was only asking him to wrap that space up, because I thought we were spending too much time there. So I'll send the link again if Bishop wants to come back in. Let's take the conversation to you, Rational Mind, and then you catch us up with the Presidential Petition Tribunal, what you made of it.
Well, so many things I did notice from that, because I got bored at some point, because to me, I just think it's all deliberate. You see, it's very easy to read the Nigerian political scene. I would say it's very easy, but sometimes it might be easy. Going by what we saw, Mary Odili coming out, speaking the way she did, and Tinubu just suddenly realizing that he has to go to India and ask for convening national security chiefs of the national security or whatever, in charge of the national security. He called all of them and then gave them instruction, and he jet out. He went to India, knowing that he has a case of that mental proportion that could determine if he's going to remain there or not. And he getting out and didn't do happen the way he did already suggested to me that this guy knows what is going on. And I was prepared for it. I knew that something was coming out that's not going to favor the opposition. But how are they going to go about it? That's what I was waiting to see. I wasn't too that surprised, but the way and manner in which they just went about it, they were just reading and reading. And I mean, it's just sometimes it kind of like
Did you find the process thorough? Did you find it
no,
thorough?
it wasn't thorough. It was a deliberate thing, a calculated thing to overwhelm Nigerians, and which everybody was overwhelmed. I must say, even the lawyers, they were all dozing. We've been seeing pictures of so many sons. They were like, they were dozing off because it was overwhelming. It was part of the calculation to make it look like, oh, we've done extensive look into this case, and this is what we're coming up, and then we're going to spend like 12 hours or 13 hours loading you guys, offloading the whole thing on you guys, so that you guys know how much we've sat down on this case. No, it's all just
Hello,
fallacy.
Rashmi. Sorry for quick
No,
interjection.
let me just quickly finish this thing up first, because I am
Okay, go ahead.
yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
interject, please. I'll let you know, please. It's all just made up stuff, so that at the end of the day, you say, okay, we didn't just say, okay, Obi, we kick you out. Atiku will kick you out. Tinubu, your election, you're just good at. You have to just sit down and overwhelm us with your legal jargons and legal opinions. I mean, you see, it's not. You see, this is one thing it calls into question even the legal profession. No disrespect to our man here, Benny. You see, when people give opinions because we think that they are judges, we think they are experienced. I mean, I've seen doctors, the best surgeons in the world, the best professors, they made errors in their judgments. So, what makes these guys whom we look upon as judges as infallible? They are fallible. They are. They are humans like us. They are prone to errors. And we've seen that error, how it beclouded what they said that very day, overwhelming Nigerians. I mean, a lot of it sounds well. In fact, one of APC, or who was that? One of the defendants. They were like asking, was like, so sir, what are you trying to say? That the case is thrown out, or what are you talking about? Because at some point, some people were like, what are you people even talking about here? Just dribbling, 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 and then so you see, for me, it's I wasn't expecting it in that manner. I was thinking they were just going to go straight to the point. Tinubu, you are re-elected. You just overwhelm us with that legal jargons, drain us. That so some of us would think that, oh, they did a real extensive research and whatever crap they said they did, which we can see. For people with my own kind of mind, like my own mind, I could see through their shenanigans that it's all made up. So for me, I just see that what Tinubu did, what he did, and what we've been hearing before then is what played out eventually. These people were written, that script was written out for them. And they played that script just the way it was written out, played out. So for me, if I want to start poking holes on some of the things that were said, I don't think we have all the time here right now, but I'll just talk about one or two of them. You see, the issue of that 25% it is the most ridiculous, absurd judgment that I can even hear. I mean, they were not even giving any reasons. They just said, oh, yeah, because what makes FCT so special? What makes FCT special? What does the Constitution say? It's not what your opinion is. What does the Constitution say? Why don't you just make it known to us that based on what we've seen from this Constitution here, rather than say, no, what makes FCT special? They don't have two words then that they are also state like they are like any other state. No, what does the Constitution says? Can you give us like I mean contrast and compare other parts of the Constitution that say certain things and this and that and bring it up rather than giving us your opinion as to, oh, I don't think, you see, that's what we're saying. All what those judges just did was just their opinions. It's not what actually is what is there in the Constitution. Now, another thing again is the issue of, I mean, let me bring in two more. The issue of Tinubu's draw case. That's another absurdity I've ever. It was the bank, like somebody was saying on the comment section. Like, that wasn't why I remember that. The bank account was not the one. I mean, it's not Tinubu. Oh, God. You see, I said it here. We are on a slippery slope. In fact, a really, really slippery one. A steep slope. We're going down on that Tinubu. This is just the beginning for us. I've said it, when you have a man who is an immorally corrupt, bankrupt person like Tinubu, the society, the people that will be under him, they will fare more worse than ever. Because we can see that in these judges, composition of these judges, who pushed aside morality and were sticking to some kind of So I don't even know the kind of opinion or who even taught them jurisprudence or whatever it is. Because to me, I know what I learned from the history of law that I learned during my school days is partly moral. What is morality of it? That somebody will tell me that, okay, one man, this is a pen. I use something like something to steal that pen from where you put it there. Actually, my hand is not go there and steal it, though. But it was that long thing that I used stick that I used to take it and draw it to myself. And now you're telling me that after all, it's not him. It was not me that did it. It was that ruler or that stick that I used to draw that your pen to me. That was guilty. But how absurd can a lawyer, those people who are supposed to be the protector, how do I say, the custodian of law and order, how low can they descend if they can give that such a judgment? Telling us that it was not Tinubu after all that did it. Did account just go and call what's his name? That guy, those drug dealers, say come and put money in my account? Was it not Tinubu that gave out his what's it called? His bank account numbers to these guys that were putting money into his account? Of course, the account did not just go and tell them, okay, see me here, I'm Tinubu's account to drop money in my drop money into my account, to the account. No, Tinubu must have given them that. And then the judge, with disrespect to I mean, with disrespect, let me say, I have no disrespect. I don't think I have respect for such people anymore. People can go past all morals, all moral sense, and this is how how low they could come, defending crap, telling us that it was not Tinubu that did that, it was, what's his name? Bank account. Oh my goodness. It tells us we are in for a we are in for a real tough, I don't even know how to even put it right now. We're going down into some kind of crap. That is on one side. Then the issue of is what was that? There was one particularly I wanted to talk to. I can't even remember right now. Because for me, I can't stand when people are immoral and when people try to justify immorality. If you say you are a moral person, just say you are a moral person. I'm immoral. Rather than just trying to become on the guise of, well, I'm moral, but I'm this. No, I can't stand people who pretend to be what they're not. I will tell you what I do if I do something. I don't do it, I'll tell you I don't do it. So my point is this, is that when people try to justify immorality and try to look for, like, that's why I see many APC people coming on this platform. Anything we say here, they will spin it around and they will look for one thing. They will look for one quote by Graham Douglas, and by this and that, by what's it called? But just to look for one thing, and they will come here and speak Dogon Turenchi, and they will making us look at trying to confuse us. God, listen. If it sounds like
do you think the Supreme Court can overturn this decision? There's no indication. Yes,
I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt if anything can be done at this point. I just hope that these guys.
Why are you doubting it, please?
Well, it's because I've known Nigeria to be what it is. Usually they say, the whatever the appeal court says usually is what it's on that line that the Supreme Court will rule most times.
You don't think it's because Obi has no case?
No, I don't think so. They have case. They have
But
case.
they are not able to establish their case.
No. They did to the possible extent they can, because number one, INEC was not cooperating. They knew the crap they did. They knew they've been an accessory in the hands of Tinubu and his criminal organization to stage that kind of a coup, an electoral coup against the people of Nigeria. Because if you, as an umpire, had said that, yeah, we would conduct this election, and in the middle of it, like we were trying to argue the other time, you shut down the portal that allows the transmission or the transfer of results. For the other two ones, because there were three different offices, you did not close down. The other ones were not attacked. They were not glitch, whatever you call it. But it was on that very president that was a glitch. I don't even understand what these people are talking about. For me, and then give us the evidence to that so that we can put that in our case in court. No, they will not do that. Rather, they were acting like they were the opposition. They were the people that were, of course, we know they were brought to court. They are no longer an umpire because the
But
word unpacking.
rational mind, rational mind. Let me ask you this question, please. You know, INEC is also the petition INEC. So why are you saying INEC are behaving like an
Good.
opposition?
Good.
Because if I did the work, just listen to me.
Okay.
If I did the work and you take me to court and you are complaining that I did a shoddy job, don't I have right to defend myself?
Good. Thank you very much. Because you see, what I say, sometimes we use the most ridiculous example. Sometimes it's this example you're giving me is very ridiculous. Yes, in the context of what you're talking about, that might be different. But in the context of INEC, listen, INEC is a public servant. They are public agency. They should be neutral. And in trying to be neutral, if I, as a candidate, and the other candidate, I'm saying you are siding with that candidate, I accuse you that you're siding with that candidate. Now, and I say, okay, give me the evidence, because I'm going to court. Give me the evidence that I'm asking for. But you
Sorry.
block.
Rational mind. Anek is in the truth now. Anek is one of the respondents now.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But what I'm
So
saying,
you don't want them to defend themselves
no, they
when they
will.
are
Yes, thank
accused
you.
of not
Hold
conducting
on.
free and fair
They,
election.
they will defend themselves. But I ask you, give me the evidence I'm asking for. You said there was a glitch. Can I have
But
the
rational mind, rational mind. Hold on, rational mind.
was a glitch?
The you know law law. Okay.
So go on, I'm listening.
The way you are talking, you are being emotional
No.
because
Dude,
let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Hold on.
And blackmail me here. I'm not for that. I'm not for that, please.
Eh,
Don't
eh,
start.
there was a
I speak
precedence,
the way I speak.
and
I speak.
the way they deliver their judgments, they mention precedence, and that when it's still here, I don't know much about law, but there are precedence. If you say I don't know the evidence that you said they were requesting from the INEC and INEC refused to give them. He said, just hold on, let me finish. Ozodima, the same thing happened to Ozodima in Imo State. He went to the police. You have your polling agent who has the same result that you want to use that you are requesting from INEC. Ozodima went to police also, collected police evidence, and that was what he used to win his case. So why can't the obedient also use the same thing? If you and at the same time, up to now, those things that you said they requested for, they were still giving. They were still giving.
Okay.
They still gave them those things, but you people just started peddling. They were not giving. They were not giving. They were not giving, so that I can get public sympathy.
Thank you very much. You see, sometimes some of us don't understand the hierarchy of evidence, and I'm glad that this man is here. You can tell
The
me.
hierarchy of evidence, is that part of your legal? Dupsy will come running after you again now.
Google lawyer, don't talk.
Just allow rational mind. Just allow it.
Already, Google lawyer.
The hierarchy of evidence, right? He will announce it grandly. He's all these little phraseologies. No ma
Let
fi
him enjoy
koko,
himself.
no ma fi
One man.
let me
One man.
When he says hierarchy of evidence, we say
Pyramid of evidence. Pyramid.
One man, may I come in, please? One man, may I come in, please?
Let rational mind land, and then you come in, and then we've not heard from Ribadu, and Ribadu, he will not push his voice through. So yeah.
People are started quoting me now. Hierarchy of evidence.
Hierarchy of evidence. Look at that. Pyramid of evidence. Look at this guy.
The point is this. I think I was listening to a lawyer recently quoted a section of the electoral law, something like that. That they said the INEC copy, certified CTC of CTC or something certified copy of INEC is number one. I think the line of evidence would be number two would be police, and then number three would be the agent's copy.
Yes, Ogweni told us that yesterday. Yes,
I wasn't listening. So anyway, now if they produce the one INEC, because mind you, they did not produce just only that of INEC. They could also produce some that they feel to support whatever case they are trying to make in one particular case. They produce that of their own agents copy that they have. But the one that they feel they used to want to prove the point was the INES copy, the ones that INES was able to give to them because they asked for more. But INES will not give it to them because they know what they've done. That would open their whatever crap shenanigans they've done. They did not give them, but just give them whatever they can give them. Just so
rational
that
mind.
was hold on now. That was what they gave to the court. But now, you see, as you're now asking that question, I started picking on many other things that they said. Those judges were just that crap. They were just giving that as a judgment. I would say it. I'm not saying I'm allowed the dog in the fight. It's a crap of a judgment. I mean, the worst of its kind I've ever seen in my life.
You stand alone in that
How many
thought.
have you seen now?
All the
You
senior
say the worst
lawyers
of
are
its kind.
saying that it was a piece of art. That's how they are describing
What
it.
senior lawyers?
How many
Senior
of it? How
lawyers.
many? You say it's the worst you have seen. How many judgment have you seen?
Okay.
How
All right.
many?
All right.
You see, let me pick you on
When it
your
comes to
point.
electoral matters, that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking
Let me
about.
pick you on your point. Let me pick you on your
No, I'm
point.
not even done now.
Sorry, I will give you. Then you go
No,
back
no,
to
no,
it.
yeah, but yeah, let
You
him
go back to it.
interject.
I just want to raise one point that I raised. You see,
All
the
right, but
police
I'm keen to get
evidence.
to rebuttal though. But yeah, carry on. Yeah.
The police evidence could have been taken to INEC to certify it as a true copy to still have been as valid as INEC evidence. That's what we are saying.
No. I cannot
Yes,
certify it.
Ogbeni is here.
It should be
INEC can certify it to be.
No. I don't think so. It should be the police that will
Let's
certify it.
hear
Any
when you
agency.
get
Well,
it.
listen.
I'm saying you get police evidence
Oh no,
and
hold on.
present to
You see,
INEC.
That's a wrong
I
thing to
heard
listen.
a lawyer saying that today.
Any agency.
Let's hear it from
From
the
what I
lawyers
understand,
too in the house. Yeah.
and you will talk. And I said it. I said when I say hierarchy or whatever, you will prove me wrong at some point. But now somebody just corroborated what I just said. Yes, Albani said it yesterday here, and I wasn't here. So my point is this: is that if the police are the one giving, they're using the police copy, the police will certify that we are the one issuing these copies out, the one we have in record. This is what we have, and then we're certifying it. But they went for the INEC. I don't even know what the crap or judge will be saying that they don't bring any evidence. Rather, he went on the hunts for shopping for evidence. What are you talking about, Judge? What the crap are you talking about? Who taught you legal profession? When you saw it in your constitution, it's the same electoral act that they said in the hierarchy of evidence. INEC is number one, and they produced that. You're saying that it's not even an evidence. So just to tell you how biased these judges were.
No, and the judgment said that they didn't speak to the evidence. Their lawyer didn't even speak. The lawyer just brought some papers and dumped them.
God.
The
Why?
judgment said that now.
You see, this is the worst lies from the pit of hell.
No, but
Hold
their
on,
lawyers
I'll tell
didn't
you why.
deny that.
Listen. When they said allow a TV coverage of all this so that everybody can see it, you said
No,
no.
but the lawyers did not refute that now, and they still have not. So why are you refuting it?
They are all in shock. Oh, right, you see what
they're in shock.
Look at
Senior
you.
advocates of Nigeria are
When you
in
say
shock.
somebody is
Yeah, a
twisting
lot of
things
them are
now,
in
look
shock.
at you.
The Sands are in shock.
Who is twisting now?
Hold on.
They are traumatized.
They were the one to shock us, though. They were the
PhD
ones that wanted to shock us before.
My goodness me.
Hold on
University.
He's a Google lawyer. Are we joining
Google lawyer?
PhD, no, Google University.
He knows hierarchy of evidence. So let's not. He knows
time is
hierarchy of
money
evidence.
Let me learn.
I won't
Go
waste
and
my
delete
time
your
and credit on
Go and delete your Google.
never.
Georgia can learn. Team I learn 30. I mean, you interject me a lot. I know I feel this I don't get anywhere, but I just this is my point.
All right, land the thought and then we move on. Yeah, land
so
it.
what I'm trying to say is that they were traumatized. In fact, 13 hours of gruesome, grueling judgment by some kind of judges that were from the sound, the way they were sounding like they were so mad with. I mean, what are you? That's why taxpayers' money are being paid to you to do this job for us, and you're sounding like you even regret sitting on that case, and you were even lashing at the opposition. What kind of how biased can you get when you're supposed to be a referee, an arbiter in the case, and you're sounding like you were so mad with them? That's on one side. You see, so many things I could poke holes on those. One of them is what I'm just talking about, the hierarchy of evidence, and they were like saying that no, it's not even an evidence. What are you even talking about? Well, who even taught you law? Where did you even read your law from? I would say that because I'm looking at what I heard. And now, yes, the sons were traumatized. A lot of them were traumatized because at the end of the day, because even you look at some of them, they were all sleeping during the whole thing. They were so tired. That's on one side. Now they have to go and sit down and study this judgment before they proceed to the Supreme Court. And because for me, I just feel that they should be very careful. Because some of those things that those opinions those judges gave, I want to say idiots, but yeah, I'll take it back. And didn't say it, but just so for me, they should be careful because I think I see some trap here, telling them that this and that yeah, some of the people that APC brought their own member to come and testify in court. They did not say that. They did not throw that out to say because they had interest in the case, but because they brought somebody who happened to work for Amazon and maybe who was also a Labour Party person. You know, one of the judges she was saying that yes, she has no legal right to come and acting like that's to tell you that these people they are under some kind of maybe threat. Maybe they've been threatened by Tinubu's government. I would say that.
The Amazon woman who contested as House of Rep member under LP.
Yeah, but she works for Amazon in her own capacity as somebody who works for Amazon.
You know the court said she never present anything to verify that.
So that's what I'm saying. See, woman, you see, this is what we're talking about. Allow a live coverage of this matter. You said no, but suddenly you're realizing now that you want to give judgment. Come and do a live coverage of it, and not even a dive.
Right. We have rationalized all of that here.
No,
We're not here.
You have done that. I'm doing my own right now. So my point is this: is that it totally makes no sense to me that this biased judges that we have that are sitting on the cases, like what we just said, because suddenly you now realize you want to do a live coverage of the judgment, but you cannot allow a live coverage of the proceeding. I followed it, although I wasn't there, but people who were there, the voice and everything that they recorded, they brought it out. It's far from what I'm saying. The way they even joke on each court case, this so-called Samani man of a man, he always joke, making cracking joke in the. But I knew that even from what I was saying, I was hearing, I could hear that this guy is a snake. But look at how he sounded on that very day, and even the other ladies. That lady, the lady did not even say anything on that very day. She joined the court proceeding, but that was the first time I'm hearing her voice. I'm hearing that lady's voice. So my point is this, one man, because I think my other people are sleeping here in my hotel. So my point is this: is that I'm trying to say is that these people did not allow a coverage. And suddenly now people now start realizing that, oh, they did not present this. How do we know they don't present or did not present? When people said they presented it, even the old CTC that they presented, they said it was not enough for them. So you see, this is what we're talking about. Allowing coverage. When we are seeing each evidence being brought in, they are being labeled, people, Nigerians will be taking note of it. But suddenly now you can tell us they did not. So for me, I don't believe that. It's not true that she did not provide anything. It is not true.
All right. I was going to get to Ribado. Hold on. I was trying to get to Ribado, but I think it's dropped. Either out of
30 seconds then.
All right.
Please.
Yeah. No, have that brief interjection, and then we must get to Ribado. You know, he's joining us from the north. Yes.
Yeah, grateful for the chance.
Yeah.
Now, here we are on a voting day. At my polling units, I voted. Then they give us time to come back. 5 o'clock usually in the evening. We go back. They started counting. I'm telling you the procedure right now. When they finish, they fill that form. They are carbonized. How many political parties there with their agent hanging this thing on their neck, the ID. Then they fill the form accordingly. Party A, 5. Party B, 6, everything. They show it around. They show it even to the crowd. They tally. Then everybody starts signing. If you're a political party, you refuse to sign, they will minute it there. Ogbeni can tell me if I'm wrong. They will minute it there. You refuse to sign. Then the security man there will also sign. Everybody will be given one copy each, including the man that refused to sign. So what does this mean? It meant all of them, PDP, LP, APC, everybody, SDP, they all had a copy. This is where it is important. If you remember the last 2019 election, Atiku brought his pink form to the tribunal. But this time around, because they have calculated, they have their situation room, they know they've lost. because they all have their pink copies. They have a way of reaching their situation room. They've done the calculation. That's why they do boju boju that day with Ilomelai. Obi did not have 44,000 agents out of 176. That's almost 23% of this unit or more. He didn't have agents there. So there is nothing to prove. That's why they came to court with nothing. Atiku 2 didn't come because why will he bring pink copies to implicate himself?
You see, we've lost Ribado again. I'm so keen to hear from him. But, yeah.
And he will come. And that is why the APC lawyers didn't bother to defend themselves. If you remember, they wrap up the case without lifting or opening one law page, one page of this thing. That's how they lost the case. Whether we use IREV, whether they upload anything or no upload, it will still boil down to the pink sheet at the polling units.
One man, hold on.
Sorry, gentlemen. You know, because Ribado is joining us from Maiduguri.
Okay, let him come.
Yeah, the connection drops so often. So I want him to be able to drop a thought.
Oh, sure. Least. Let him go ahead. Let him go ahead.
Yeah. So Ribado, let's hear from you. Ribado, on mute. So no, there's
yes, hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
So no, there's Lafia ko.
Lafia, it is raining. That is why.
Oh right, yes, yes. You know, the connection cannot seem to penetrate the range. And it's internationally, by the way. We can't even criticize Nigeria, but your voice is clear and lucid, and so we'll get the chance to really enjoy it today. So. What's the topic of discussion where you are? I suspect it's this petition tribunal, but I am saying that because everybody is celebrating this judgment as a piece of work by the Nigerian judiciary. In fact, some of the senior lawyers, they are saying it's a piece of work in common law jurisprudence. And if you know common law jurisprudence, then you know it cascades over all of the former British Empire. So this is an international level judgment, is what some of the senior lawyers are saying. So this tells us that near impossible for anybody to overturn it. So we have now come to the end of everything, have we not, Ribadu?
Yeah. Anyway, this is what we were expecting here, especially in the Northeast, you know. And I'm just begging, may God give me the wisdom to put together what I'm about to say for people to understand, because it is really important to me to voice this out, okay? You see, I also have to make this very clear. I have never voted for Tinubu, and I'm a PDP guy, okay? But let me give a background before I will conclude with this court issue. PDP did their own rigging as well as APC. Everybody knows that. And that is a fact. I will try and speak as objectively as I can. Okay? You see, even if all the evidence will be screened and x-ray and go through all sort of scrutiny, eventually APC will win this petition. And let me give you my reasons. Okay. One man and gentleman of the platform, no any political party will go to even primaries with a divided house, talk less of a general election. So I like what Yahaya Bello said. He says, you know, they're just stressing themselves. It's paining me because I'm a PDP person, okay? But the issue is we did the damage ourselves. We did the damage ourselves. And this is the result of it. Because, you see, rigging election and coup, military coup, work on the same principles. That is the general feelings of the population. When there is frustration, they can able to apply social engineering to topple government on the military aspect, okay? And during election, the politicians are able to have a grip of understanding of the frustration of the people, and they will work on that, engineer their campaign, whatever, to reflect the people intent and ambitions, okay, and expectations. So because of that, and just like the way the last speaker is saying, hello, am I with you guys?
Yeah, we're all listening. Carry on.
Okay. Just like what the last speaker said, across the entire polling units of this country, there is no one polling unit that none of the representative of those parties are not there. I mean, they all have their representative, all the securities are there. So if APC will have a loyal party members that can fight for their interests, I think it is only in the failure of PDP or the other or Labour or other parties that they failed to recruit people that will protect their interests in the ballot on the polling unit. And what it's even paining me is Atiku Abubakar, that is my presidential candidate. He has more national political exposure than Tinubu, because being the fact that he was VP for 8 years, after 4 years, he has more exposure across the country than Tinubu, because Tinubu governed only Lagos. So he know the intricacies of all this. You know, he know how the money politics work. So man, what are we talking about? What appealing are you going to appeal when you almost intentionally allow yourself to fail? He allowed who was his name? He allowed Wike to break away. He allowed Konkoso to hold Kano ransom on behalf of
But
Tinubu.
Kwakwanso hates him anyway. Kwakwanso hates Atiku.
See, in politics, there is nothing like hatred. It's all about interest. Okay? It's all about interest. You have to you have to sell, you have to rip your heart out to give it to your opponent in order to win him over. That is what politics is all about. You understand? And Obi, when it comes to Peter Obi, with all due respect to my Igbo brothers, I always love those guys. Okay, if only Obi was prudent enough or patient or I don't know what word to use, okay, or a little bit less ambition. If he were able to team up with Atiku, maybe by now they were the one in Asorok.
Almost
But
certainly they
everybody,
will be. Yeah, because then they will
yeah,
have the whole of the Southeast, and Atiku will still score the votes that he scored. If you add the Southeast to Atiku's votes, he is the
but
president. Yeah.
of course. So if a common man like me on the street will able to see this political calculation, why the hell not? That I mean, what happened to the heads? And now everybody is saying Jagaban is the. I don't like the guy. I told you always, okay. But I must respect him for his political acumen. Okay, he was able to see those weaknesses, these loopholes, and he exploited it. So what are they going to go and do in court? Just like the way rational mindset, no, nothing is going to change even in the Supreme Court. It's going to be the same thing. So even we here, please, I think we should just look at these people as the way they are and leave them and then go forward, because it's really painful. All these years you have been planning to be the president since 2007. I'm giving more attention to Atiku because he came second, and also because he's from I belong to that party. But the issue is this: since
He's been
2007, you have been
contesting since
trying to.
1992 in SDP. You remember he
Okay,
contested the primary against,
I was
against Abiola.
Yeah, no,
I was
Ribadu
a
wasn't.
little boy.
He wasn't born then.
I
Ribadu wasn't born then in 1992.
No, I was born, but I was a little boy. Okay,
Okay.
so the issue is this: you have been running for presidency since 2007. Okay, you want to tell me that you don't know how the political landscape work? You don't have any political master plan that you can do, and worst of it, because of his bloody ego. I mean, what is the national chairman? Wike gave him a condition. Follow those conditions because you need Wike. There is this adage in Hausa. They said
Then
that kneel
you
down.
know, sorry, Ribadu. I was just really interrupting you to agree with you. He should have allowed Wike
Mm.
to have his way, and then when he
Yes,
becomes president, then he can punish him. So that's how to do it. Don't show your ego. Let him have his way, and then if you win the presidency, then you can punish him.
exactly. Just like the way what I was about to say was like this adage in Hausa used to say, kneeling down for a dwarf is not a shortcoming, as in Bakasawa, but it's not weakness. It's trying to get what you want. Look at what Putin did. After these precautions of his stuff, he turned the other check. He shows he low him to Belarus. He even gave him another contract to come to Africa. The guy did some video and all that. He make him feel at ease. Then later he dealt with him. This is what you should do. This is what power. Just like I like Tinubu, not because as in I respect him. You understand that guy understand the dynamics of power. So I mean, they should go and blame themselves. If it is money, Atiku has money. If it is connection, Atiku has connection. He is the only politician that has never been that has never fell any court.
Do you think, Ribadu, do you think this loss, out of all of the losses that Atiku has suffered, do you think this loss is the one that he will regret the most? Because this
Of
window,
course,
it really opened up for him, but he let his ego get in the way.
of course, and it is the biggest. It is the biggest. I don't think that guy is going to do anything politically in the future. You understand?
No, that was
Yeah,
going to be
and,
my that was going to be my next question. Baba is insisting that he will run in 2027. I say he's too old now. It's just I think this was
no,
his last.
At the
no,
age
no,
of
no. His son is coming. His son is coming of age now. I think the son is going to be the next governor of Adamawa State if Atiku won't have his way. So I don't think the guy is going to do anything politically. He's just going to retire, just like the way
Which of
Kashim
them?
Shettima said
Which of them?
they
Is it
are going.
Adam?
He's just going to retire.
Waziri
Hello.
Adamawa will run again.
Which of them? Is
Go
it
mark
Adam?
it down.
Yeah, it's Adamu. He has been the commissioner for now
Okay.
for the second tenure, so he's going to be commissioner for 8 years there. So probably they are kind of prepping him or grooming him for the governorship seat. So
Okay.
you understand, it's really painful, one man and gentleman of the platform. So what do you see in this court? What do you see in this court is just a kind of a reflection of what really happened in the field on the ballot boxes. And even if they go to Supreme Court, it's not going to happen because see, nobody is innocent when it comes to politics, especially in Nigeria. And it's not just peculiar to Nigeria, it's all over. This is how politicians did it. That is why now Biden is trying to lower Russia into first one-on-one war because of this election that it's coming next year for them. So to me, really, to me, it's just waste of time and waste of resources and also a kind of a diversion or what will I say, distracting the government from doing the work that they have intention of doing by dragging them to court and holding the government principal hostage to time. You understand, wasted in the court of law. So this is my submission. How I wish I can say more, but it's really painful inside, one man. And I pray,
Yeah,
I still
yes.
hope yeah, I still hope that APC will not fail us because you see one thing, all these are political hardship that we are going through now. They are there on under the surface already. Just like the way Sunusi Lamido Sanusi said when he was a CBN governor, he says after Goodluck Jonathan administration is the next administration that he's even pitying because he don't even know how they will rule, how they will govern the nation. So it's something. It was necessity of that forced Tinubu to say, okay, I'm not going to pay this as subsidy. But my fear or my disappointment on this at this juncture is that what I expect Tinubu to do, he's not living up to it. Because you see, giving these state governors 5 billion to me is not a prudent move. Okay. And also, one thing I notice is that he is always in haste to make decisions. He is always in haste to make decision, and that is kind of not giving him advantage to do due diligence on a situation before he make decision on it. And also it's not reflecting very well on his governance. So to me personally, I may be wrong, this is my personal opinion, but Tinubu need to slow down, okay, and try to kind of express something, debate it with his team, then try to come with two, three different scenarios of solution before picking one of the best. Really, the way people are really suffering, people are really, really suffering. Before, no, in fact, for me, I never thought we would one day find ourselves in such situation, honestly speaking. So people are really suffering and they need to do something very, very fast. Wike is messing up in Abuja. You understand? If you see what this guy is doing in
What is
Abuja,
it doing? I heard they will started demolishing spaces. What is it doing now, Wiki, in Abuja?
he is kind of to me, if you ask me, he is willing to show that he is the man.
He
He
wants
is
to do
willing
tough guy. Yeah? He wants to do tough guy, Abby.
yeah, you want to play tough guy, but this is it's going to be his undoing, okay? Because now, if you go to a place like the place I know very well in Abuja is Maitama and Gwarimpa. Gwarimpa has a lot of residents. If you go through their roads, you see a lot of potholes. There is almost no street light on the outskirts from Mambila barracks down to you come to Gwarimpa and all this. It's only within the main city, main business districts areas that you see street light, but the street light are not there. There is so the primary healthcare clinics in Lugbe and even Federal Medical Center, even the Federal Medical Center in Abuja here. If you see it, there is a lot of complaints there because one of my friend, I think on Tuesday, took his wife. He was telling me it's horrible. So I mean, there is so many way he can
But
prove that he is a good minister, but you just
Ribadu, please, can
yeah.
you let me interject a little? Because
Okay.
this route that you are going, one man ask you what specifically did he do? Because I'm following Wiki. Federal Medical Center that you mentioned is not under Wiki. It's a federal institution. It's not under FCT. So that one, take it away. So it's not under him. One. Wike is just doing familiarization tour now. He has not started
No, 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 no,
contracting.
no, no, no.
No,
Sorry, let me
let me
stop
give
you.
you an example. Let me give you an example. I watched
Okay.
him. They went to a satellite town where federal government invested 85 billion. They gave land out to an estate manager. They provided infrastructure on that land, and they gave the land free to the estate manager to build and sell, and nothing is coming for federal government. Who does that? What kind of business is that? You provided the land, you provided the infrastructure, you now call somebody to come and take the land and build on it and sell without anything coming to you. One thing that we are very good at in Nigeria is we are very quick in criticizing people. Because we are unable to give any tangible example. The only example you gave is Federal Medical Center, which is under Federal Ministry of Health, not under FCT governance. So I don't know. I don't really
Simba.
understand what you are saying.
Okay. Is this Simba, I believe?
Well, that's
Yes.
Simba, yes. But before you respond to him, Ribadu, take
Yeah.
Zita's comment as well. I think she wants to put a position to you as well, and then wrap them together.
I want
Zita,
to
let's
comment also before you wrap.
but don't overwhelm him, or you can do it
I
one by
will.
one. Okay, okay. Respond to Simba, and then take a question from Zita and respond, and then Ogbeni. So you are now our accidental guest, as Rudolph would say. Yes, respond to
Okay.
Simba. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity, one man, and the entire family of our platform. Okay. See, Simba, as you see me, I always try to speak uh as the best as I could, not just hearsay. Okay, how I wish I have a because I read in one of these papers he has stopped 30, he has marked 30 projects for, as in 30 properties for demolition. It is there in the papers. I think it will not be difficult for us to get it. Okay. And then also, when did even Wiki resume office that he know the details of there is property that is not remitting funds to the federal government or federal government is not getting anything? That is true. And then thirdly, my wife is a medical personnel, so I always go to the hospitals. Like a teaching, when it comes to medical facility, especially in let me give you an example. Like in Maiduguri, we have teaching hospital, but sometimes the state governors do contribute like building of quarters for the doctors or one or two theater or machine for kidney center to complement. So that is state. Talk less of Abuja. A federal medical center, yeah, it's under the jurisdiction of Ministry of Health. But the point I'm making here is for you to put your energy in demolition or trying to undo what other people did, there is so many noble ways of trying to show you how good or how capable or you are. You understand? That is the point I'm making. So to me, I don't think Wike is going to be a good administrator of FCT because there is so many things. His temperament is bad for that position. Okay, and the way he started it on a very wrong note. But as I always say, this is my personal view, please. So you are very free to disagree or encounter it. So let me hear to from Madam Zita. Ma, good evening.
Zeta,
Hello.
you're up next. Zeta.
Hey,
Yes.
Roberto, actually, how are you? Long
I'm
time.
fine, ma. Thank you, ma. Yes, ma.
Okay. I didn't actually want to interject you because you are very intelligent people. You are one of the young people that come here and I listen to. But
Thank you, ma.
I am not interjecting you. I just want to ask you a question. Have you somehow stumbled to the plan of Abuja? Have you seen the plan? Apart from the conception, the front end, and the detailed plan and the design of Abuja, have you seen it? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just waiting for you to finish the question, ma.
No, I'm just asking because why I'm asking this question is that if you see the plan, you will see how much Nigerian government paid to design Abuja. And up to today, how many years down the drain, houses are still sitting on the green areas. So why is that? The question somebody like me will ask, why would a government spend so much billion to design what they don't want? Because they have not done any work in that Abuja at all. I always ask for a very vicious FTC minister. The job Hell Rufai did is still like that. Nobody has extended it. They have not implemented one tenth of what they paid for to design that city. The design of Abuja is one of the most beautiful cities. I won't say Africa, but one of the cities to visit if it is implemented. So if someone should go and put his house in a place alone is supposed to be And the minister said, I am going to demolish that house. What the heck is wrong with that? I mean, what is all these sentiments all about? You know your house is sitting where it is not supposed to sit. We ask for law, we ask for maintainability, we ask for beauty, we ask for everything as Nigerians. And we don't know the implications of what we are asking for. And when we see a glimpse of that implication, we begin to question it and begin to bring sentiments, emotions, and everything. What I ask is, before anybody should speak on Abuja and the demolition on Abuja, on the madness of any minister in Abuja, look at the plan. Try to see the plan of Abuja, you will go mad. And when you see the plan, look at how much Nigerian government sank in to design that city. And up till now, I am not seeing city twins running around the whole of Abuja as it is designed, just because houses are sitting on those places. Thank you, woman.
All right, Ribado. Before you come in, it looks as though Wike, who you are, the subject matter, he's already calling for the arrest of the former minister. Let me just quickly give you this. It says, breaking news, Honorable Minister of the FCT, Honorable Wike, writes to EFCC, ICPC to invite former Minister of FCT, Malam Mohammed M. Bello, to explain how he awarded 1 kilometer of road in Gaduwa Estate Junction to NCDC office at the cost of 4 billion naira and paid in full, and awarded a contract of 10 billion naira later to jack it up to 119 billion naira. Awarded contract of 50 billion naira, later jacked it up to 200 billion naira. Awarded contract of 6 billion naira and later jacked it up to 70 billion naira. Awarded emergency maintenance of Usman Dam at the cost of 9 billion naira and paid in full without BOQ, and so many procurement infractions. Leave debt of over 1.2 trillion to FCT without anything to show. Approval of green areas to residential houses and converting residential houses in Wusetu, Maitama Gama Street, Gaki into commercial, in contrary to Abuja master plan. So Wike is moving funky. Ribadu. Ribadu.
Okay. I had, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah. Am I laudable?
Yes, no, you are clear. We
Hello.
cannot hear you clearly. If you can
Okay.
hear me, we can hear you clearly. It's very crisp.
Okay. Let me answer Madam Rita with all due respect. The question you posed, I think is quite compelling, and in as much as I want to disagree with you, but my logic will not allow me. So logically, I just have to agree with all what you said. But philosophically, we have a divergent with your opinion. But let me try and answer you objective as I can. You see, I never had the opportunity to see the master plan of Abuja, but I have some certain knowledge of it. But you see, a place as big as Abuja, because I know some of the what they call it, the architectural firms that come together and design Abuja were also almost same people that design Islamabad in Pakistan. That is why we have almost a very similar design and architecture. But moving from that, I hope you will understand me. The point I'm trying to make here is this: if we are going to revert to the master plan of Abuja, believe me, 1/3 of Abuja will be demolished. 1/3. And I think there is one elderly one. There is one statement. I think that his house was to be demolished by Erufai during Erufai Iteno. But he says even the way Asorok was sitting was not part of the original plan, and certainly Mambila Barracks was not part of the Abuja original plan. But sometimes, especially in a developing country like Nigeria, necessity do arise that make us to alter such plans. One, necessities like security necessities, and also most importantly the military interjections we had in our governance, because those guys in the khaki, nobody tell them this is what to do or this is what you're supposed to follow. It's just order and culture as Nigerians. These are some of the factors that do a lot of harms to Abuja's national plan. But where we had divergence is this: I personally prefer than for a minister or whole minister to put a lot of energy in these demolitions. Is it not even better to kind of pay like 70% attention, as in channel those energies that he has, because Wiki has a strong personality? Why can't you channel 70 or 80% of those energies into something that is more tangible or more urgent, like healthcare, education, or even investigation, like the way one man played this clip, which is a very, very, very good thing. If he can put a lot of pressure into investigating what his predecessor did, that is quite welcoming. I'll be very
Sorry,
happy with that. Because from the start, the previous minister is from my state, Mohammed Bello, is from Adamawa. But man, he does not deserve that seat. The highest position he went is managing SACON, I think, the pilgrim related agency.
Can I interject now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Mr. Ribadu.
Can you guys hear me?
Hello.
We can hear you.
Can I interject now?
Okay. Am I with you?
I'm not sure if Ribadu can hear us. Let me send him a text. We can hear
He's
you.
hearing us, huh?
No. I think
hello.
You see, he can't hear us.
He's hearing you. We can hear him. He's hearing us also.
He's saying hello.
Okay, as in, can you
We
people
can hear
hear
you,
me?
Ribadu. We can hear you. Can you hear us? Say yes.
We can hear you, Ribadu.
Okay.
One man just want to hear Ribadu. Ribadu is not speaking well today. He's just
no, I can.
echoing
Can
what he's hearing on the
if
news.
you can hear me, I can.
Yes, we can hear you. It's dropped. It's dropped. All right. So there's Ribadu. Ask your question anyway. I think he will hear you in the background, and then when he comes back up, he can. What did you want to put to him, Ogweni?
So I would really love him to be here, but depending when he will be here, let me believe or let me assume that he's hearing me. First and foremost, I will let him to understand that I'm an Abuja resident. I have properties in Abuja, and I've experienced at least 6 ministers as a resident in Abuja. I started with it was Ibrahim Bunu, after Abagana, after Erufai. After Erufai, I left a bit. I came back during Modibo Umar. During Adamu Alero, I was in Abuja all through. Then Bala Mohammed with Caleb Olubolade, and then Musa Bello. I was in Abuja throughout before I left. And now Wiki. So I've experienced some few ministers of FCT. I was fully Abuja based. So I can tell him a little. I don't know where he stays, but I can tell him a little about the personalities of the ministers that had actually performed well in Abuja. El Rufai performed very wonderfully. You see, this last one that left and Wike is now fighting, performed well in some aspects, which I would like to touch. I won't waste time on it. And the personality you see that Wike had, if you compare it to Jeremiah Hussein, who you can actually say built Abuja under Abacha, you see a similarity in it. To even start with, this is the very first time that you have somebody who is not coming from that houses to be FCT minister. So he asked one question. He said, "Oh, what does Wike know about FCT that Wike is rushing to do things in FCT?" I think Ribadu is wrong on that. He has to check his record to see that Wike practice law in Abuja. Go and check your record. Wike Chambers was in Wuse Zone 5. You go and check there. Wike became a body of benchers. Wike is an Abuja person. It's not.
But then that does not mean he should be acting like the way he's doing.
No, I'm using that to join you on the fact that what does Wike know about Abuja that is coming to Abuja and is rushing, right? It's just to paint a brand of Wike. Wike is not a stranger to Abuja. Wike was a minister of the Republic for some years and he stayed in Abuja. So don't just ask questions, oh, what does he know? It's a familiar terrain for him. He's not a stranger. That's on that.
But then our lawyer. The point I want to ask you is this. If
You've not let me landed on this now.
Okay, all right, go on.
So, like Madam Sita said, you see, the master plan of Abuja is something we can never compromise. We should never compromise. If you compromise it, it is at our own detriment. And why am I saying this? You see, the master plan of Abuja, I've had an opportunity to at least glance that master plan on several occasions because I handle land matters very well in Abuja. So, and I handle land matter for high-profile politicians. So, I was able to glance once in a while that master plan. You see, Abuja master plan is structured in such a way that it has a lot to do with provision of the basic facilities for Abuja and then security of Abuja. The moment you compromise it, like they've compromised it over the years, and that is why you're having a lot of problems. Let me give you an instance. By-born water. When I first got to Abuja, I stayed in Maitama, Limpopo Street. That's the FHA. By-born water in Abuja, as at the time I'm telling you about, water will be gushing, will be rushing in the entire Maitama, down to all those, the place they now call Maitama Extension now, which was even bush back then. You see pipe-borne water everywhere. One of the reasons why you hardly get pipe-borne water now in Abuja was because some people have constructed mansions, rich men constructed mansions on the line, pipe-borne water's line, and cut it. And now you hardly find out. So if you want Wike to focus on, provide the basic things, which is water, electricity, transportation, security, then housing, rent to come down, and then the aesthetic in Abuja. These are the basic things Abuja residents need. And you want Wike to provide all these things. But you don't want Wike to address the structures that have obstructed the basic facilities for Abuja. Then what else do we really need from this government? For heaven's sake, I keep asking. When you see someone building, we complain. When we see somebody who is not building, we say it's not working. That's the way I see this. Now, this is not just coming now. If you remember, in the last National Assembly session, Senator Dino Melaya, and I keep saying it, I don't really like Dino Melaya's style of life. I don't like the way he plays politics. But let me tell you, that Dino Melaya happened to be the senator that sponsored the highest number of bills in the history of National Assembly to date. Senator Dino Melaya was the chairman of the Committee on FCT. And go and check his report. In his report, Senator Dino Melaya identified buildings of big politicians, influential people that are sitting on canal that if you have any issue to do in those canal, you enter their compound in order to enter canal, and that canal will be under their buildings. So what do you think a responsible government should do? A responsible government should leave such structure and say, oh, because I'm just new in Abuja, then time is clicking. We stay in the Western world where we know the moment they get to government, they keep the gun running till their time expiring in the office. They keep working. Boris Johnson was still in Scotland doing the fishing thing when he went back to go and resign. So these guys are working. That's what I just want to bring up. Now, concerning all those places, apart from the structure in Abuja in the main Abuja that these guys are identifying to, if you go and check all those structures, they are not just destroying Abuja master plan. That's the point I'm trying to make. They are obstructing provision of basic facilities and compromising the security of Abuja. You could imagine mansions standing on canal. And when those canals are blocked, how do you get them free of blockage?
Ogbeni, remember the flood that happened that estate down?
I remember vividly. That's a trade mall.
Trade mall.
Do you know they block?
Look at the mass
and kill people.
And kill people and properties.
Yeah, and why? Because some rich men bought property, put structure on where they shouldn't put. I know people will say, oh, we should put the blame on the government, past government that even gave them the land in first instance and everything. But we shouldn't forget that government is not an abstract entity. These guys were the government then. And they got all these things and they kept bribing. So if you now have a man of wicked personality that has that gut like El-Rufai to correct all
do the needful,
I think we need to support him. That's all we need for him to support that kind of person. Now, when you now leave all those strategic structures that are important to critical facilities and amenities for the FCC residents, I won't sympathize with anybody if your property is gone on that. That is one. Two, they say Wiki has marks on settlements. Now, I call something now that I say, oh, some of the settlement are Igbo settlement, they are where they are selling things and that. I say, okay, fine. But look at all these settlements. I remember when Yahaya bomb blast happened and the entire Abuja commotion. There was a road. That road along Gidamagoro side. That Gidamagoro, that side, forgotten the name now, but it's Gidamagoro side, that area. That should link that place to Garki. Blocked, nothing could move. And the reason why they couldn't move so many of those bodies to hospital on time. So if today we have a proactive government, I'm assuming, I don't know, you can't judge this government for now. We can just 2 weeks in office, I guess. So if you have somebody proactive who is saying, see, what happened when there was an emergency and we couldn't move? We have to pull this thing down. Let's encourage him. It's too early for us to start being judgmental in terms of Wiki. That's just the point I've come to make. And I've come to say what matters to Abuja residents, which I happen to be one of them. First, security, transport system, and I see Wiki addressing that. I saw him on that the Abuja Metro line. And he in fact, I think it was the second thing he visited when he came. And he ordered all those Chinese guys that the team must start working. Was it next year, February or something like that? And they gave him his word. And he said he's going to pay them completely fully, but it must start working. If you have that, do you know how many all those settlements that all this train system will get to. So for me, lastly, I want him to bring down the house rents in Abuja. I don't know how he's going to achieve that. He's talking about it, but I want him to bring it down because I believe Abuja is overrated in terms of rent. So if they have all those basic things and water is restored, electricity is not within his power, he will leave that to federal government. But water is within his power, house rent is within his power. There are good schools in Abuja. Then more people will
But
come to
electricity has
Abuja.
been on bundle. It has been on bundle. It can
The
arrange
electricity.
for local Abuja electricity now.
Anyway.
But I think we shouldn't mistake proactiveness with hasteness. The point I'm trying to make here is the guy is too hasty. You yourself said he's just 2 weeks in office. So I mean, is that proactiveness or hasteness?
No, Ribadu,
It's like
the
he's just
same thing,
yeah.
the same route. I heard somebody say, "Were you the same person that you said that Tinubu did the same thing?" It's always we did the same thing to Buhari. We say it was too slow. So sometimes as Nigerians, I don't really know what we wanted from our government. Buhari was there. We said it was too slow. Tinubu came. We said it was too fast. This one too is hasty. You understand? And Kaka just phantom. You can go ahead, but to me, is what you are doing to our government officials. So is not. We are not giving them benefit of that. We always have this, depending on what is. I don't know what you have in Abuja. I don't know whether you have people among the people that built all those illegal structures that are affected. But the way you are sounding, you are putting a lot of sentiment, a lot of emotion to what is. Most of what you are saying, most of what you are saying, most of what you are saying. Excuse me, let me finish. Especially, I'm a medical person. The first example you mentioned about Federal Medical Center, to me, it has put me off from whatever you want to say because you don't know how health system in Nigeria is operated. Is that your wife is, and so if somebody is donating something to it, it's not under his jurisdiction to solve whatever problem they have in Federal Medical Center. For you not to be blaming me for that, it's uncalled for.
Hold on.
All right.
Simba, don't
No.
please
Ribadu can stand up for himself. He's a robust
I know. I
man.
just want to say something. Ribadu, would you
Yeah.
allow me, please? Ribadu, can I say something? Real quick.
Yeah, please go on, rational mind.
Yeah. So, you see, I would support what Ribadu is saying in one sense. As somebody who work in that field, I would say, whenever a city or
Which field are you now an architect or you are a town planner?
Yeah, he's a man of many skills now. Lawyer, doctor, whatever the topic is.
Google lawyer. You never to be putting Google. Google lawyer.
One man. Simba, you see, Simba, I'm not trying to be any emotional, okay? I don't have, eh, yeah, I'm not trying, I'm not emotional at all, you understand? And I always try to speak my mind independently, okay? I'm that kind of a person. What I don't know how, I don't know, I don't know. I'm a Fulani man, so maybe English is not enough for me. I don't know how the words to choose to put it so that you guys will understand. What I'm trying to say is this, okay? There is kind of a speed as a head of an organization that you're supposed to be cautious of. You understand? And also at the same time, there is type of delay or being slow that is not required for a leader of any stage. So when we complain of Buhari is being slow, definitely the guy is being slow. Okay, government is an art; it can be developed. You understand? Governance is an art or leadership per se. My point is this: Abuja is a very delicate place. When you are demolition, you have to take into cognizance the effect of that. How much money is government putting for that demolition? One. How many people are you putting out of business? Two. How many lives are you running? How many school are you going to put out of school because you put their parent out of business or livelihood? That's the point I'm trying to make.
If you
We
want to
should
be
dem- we
using
should
that, let me tell you, look at the way Ogbeni analyzed. If you want to put a cost to the effect, the long-term effect, the both short, middle, and long-term effect that all these problems that he has identified and is ready to rectify will cost. It will
he did
cost
not
us more.
identify no, he did not identify anything. I'm speaking
How
with
did you
what
know?
I
How
have
did you
read
know?
on
How did
paper.
you know? How did
Ribadu,
you know?
Ribadu,
How did
Ribadu,
you know
Ribadu, you
that?
are not
Ribadu,
correct.
if you don't
Listen,
mind, if you let me chime in a second, just a
Can I
second,
can I
okay?
quickly say something before
okay,
to just
all
to
right,
quickly
go on,
correct
please.
what Ribadu just said now. Ribadu, you're not correct. The reason
Yes,
why
sir.
you're not correct is this.
Okay, sir.
You see the demolition
Yes, sir.
Wike is doing now, is not Wike's opinion or Wike's how do I put it, idea. That report has been there over years. I just refer you to Dino Melaye, and I will look for record to pull out. There are reports that have been there. The only thing that has been happening is they've been bribing the government of the day to retain those structures. So you see some places there are some places in those Katampe, all those places they just went to recently, I think about 3 days ago, and they demolished. The palm sec of FCT was there, not even K, and they were all there, and they showed the notice that they are giving them over years. See, when they wanted to demolish Lugbe across, I was part of the my senior. I won't mention his name now. My senior was the lawyer who got injunction to stop that thing, and that I'm talking about 7 years ago. Today they've not demolished that place because of that injunction. So if
So,
they vacate the injunction today
where
now
am I
and
wrong?
we demolishing it, you see,
Where
it's not
where
wicked action.
where
It's just
where am I wrong?
you say
Rivado, let me tell you where you are wrong.
Hello?
you are
Let
wrong
me
No,
tell
by
you where you
I
are
saying
you
wrong.
know,
that
yeah.
get
it
again first.
doesn't. No,
Benny, where is he wrong? Tell
you are
him.
wrong. It's wrong
Let
by
me tell
saying
you where.
that you are wrong by saying that Wike doesn't mark, he doesn't know or have where he wants to demolish all those things. And I'm saying it's not
Did I say
Wike
that?
has it.
Did I say that?
That's the first thing. Secondly, it's not
I
Wike's
did not.
idea. The report has been there
Uh,
over years. It's just a
Ogbeni,
Ogbeni,
demolition.
Ogbeni,
So
Ogbeni,
please
let me tell
let
you
me
where
chime
you
in
are
a
wrong.
Ogben,
second. Let me chime in a second. Ribadu, listen
listen.
to this,
Oh,
okay?
hold on. Before you
Re-
Yeah.
chime in, let Ribado have the right to respond because I think if I think he's wanting to insist that Ogbeni misheard what he was saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
he totally misquoted me, which is very, very wrong actually, and I'm not happy with that. Okay. What
okay,
listen,
apology
in
for that.
leadership,
But
even if
clarify, let me see
you
whether
No, it is not
you
an
understand.
apology.
Hold on,
Everybody
Simba,
heard
Simba,
you.
listen, rule now.
Ribadu, everybody heard you.
Oh,
Everybody
oh,
heard you. So
oh,
don't
oh,
say
oh,
it's not a
Simba,
mistake.
Simba,
oh, oh, oh,
Simba,
oh, oh, oh,
Simba,
Sim,
calm down. Simba,
calm down. Yes,
Simba,
yes.
calm down. I'm not lucid. I'm a very young man. I know what I'm saying. Okay. So I cannot forget. I don't
so
have dementia. What I said is right now, Wike has marked 30 structures to be demolished by him. Okay?
yes.
Irrespective of he was the
Mhm.
one who marked it or he made that report on the table, as far as he make a statement, it's mean he took responsibility for that. That is what government is.
It's different for
Do
what you
you
said
get
now.
me now?
No, I have gotten you
Oh,
before, but it's
we
just
don't.
changing what you have said.
Must we
Wait,
go to elementary stage
wait.
does
Ribadu,
we need to
wait.
go to elementary stage to break things
but
down?
Ribadu, wait.
Ribadu and
Sorry, wait.
Ogbeni, listen.
Ribadu,
What I was trying to
sorry,
say,
sorry. Just
right?
give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Ribadu,
Okay,
see, by my training, I pay attention to details. Simba
of
said,
course.
Simba said, Wike has those places and has numbers of the things he wants to do. You say Wike doesn't have. That was what spurred my reaction. And my reaction is that he has it,
Okay,
he's waiting, and there's a report. Those 30 places are not outside the report submitted to him. He's working with that report. It's not just his idea. That's my point.
Ogben, let me tell you point and clear. Okay. FCT minister is as powerful as a state governor. There is no any governor that will come in to sit within 2 weeks and tell me that he has technically went through report that mark 30 structures, especially in Abuja. It's insane. It's not possible.
Ogbeni, I mean,
You
Ribadu,
understand?
listen to this. Ribadu, let me chime in now. Let me chime in. Listen to this,
Yeah.
okay? And I want everybody to
Okay.
listen carefully. I understand that you may have some reservation against Wike, which is very okay, which is quite debatable. But one thing that everybody, that you people generally are not putting into cognizance is that each of the ministers under Tinubu now, right? They have a KPI, and then they already have a deliverable on their desk, and as they are sitting, in their office. Within a week, you must come out. Do you know most of the ministries? Just let me start with that. They are doing under, I mean, under the radar forensic audit on almost all the ministries now. Where you are, where the ministry is, and then what are those areas, those loopholes. That's where you are seeing Wiki now. When you look at, when you listen to BTO yesterday, 2 days ago or 3 days ago, Minister of Interior, he's already telling you that he has identified, right, the vulnerabilities and the loopholes in Ministry of, and the reason for passport delays and everything, the people he's going to be meeting with, and what are the action plan and the solution. So the 1 week, they have a minister, permanent secretaries, they have civil servants. And then when Wiki actually got to that office, the first day that he had that meeting, right, they've had several meetings after that. And now, 2 weeks into action, he already knows where the shoe pinches, quote and unquote, in Abuja now. Nobody who is the FCT minister who does not have the master plan of ABJ, right, and who does not have the list, right, of those illegal structures. They all have it. So it's just the implementation and the political will to do the needful. Now, the actions of Wike, you say you don't know what he's doing. Let me tell you a few things that he's doing. Right now, under this administration now, it's not a business as usual that they'll just give you a contract and they will go back to sleep. They are giving timelines. The dam now, I think it was today that I think he was wearing a jacket and a hat when he went round, and he said, "I have instructed the permanent secretary to be completing some document, about some things." If I see the video, I'll send it to one man. So first of all, they've hired private investigators, right? That is working on each of these ministries, and they are working on all of those guys, right, to find a way to get some money back. One, the Abuja Towers, they've resuscitated the contract, and they've given 2-year timeline, and the contract has agreed. They've signed MOU, and they are going to start the dam, the train, and every other thing. So it is quite ingenious of anyone, or probably quite unfair to say, because of Wike's politics, we know he can be bombastic, and we know he can be very loquacious with his type of politics. That is
No,
his
that
own
is not
type.
the point.
Okay, hold on.
That is not the
But
point.
but
Okay.
now you say, if you do not know what he's doing in ABJ, probably you should pay close attention to what is happening in ABJ now, right? Now
Oh God.
they've identified some abandoned projects, and the reasons for those projects being abandoned to the tune of almost over ₦1 trillion for what the last administration did, the last minister. And they said by next week we should be done with our appointment. Like you said, ABJ is like a state that they will have their commissioners, they will have PA, so they are doing the appointments next week. But regardless of that, they are already working on several projects. They are looking at the abandoned projects. They are looking at the project they will take up with, and they are looking at the project. So they are looking at their books as we speak.
This is
So 2
okay.
weeks is the 2 weeks.
Mister? This is his duty. It is expected of him. The only thing that I'm saying, listen, please. What I'm trying to say here is this. All these things that you are saying, it's fine. My only divergence from Wike philosophy, work philosophy, is this. Instead of you to be jumping, it's only one point I met. It's only just one point. For
What is
me,
the
I said
point?
it did not sit well. It did not sit well on me for him to jump into demolition. There is so many way he can channel that energy. Okay.
Oh
Then
yeah, I
subsequently,
get you. I get
do you
you.
understand what I'm trying to say? Then
But
subsequently,
look,
because of let
Let's
me make this
let's
point,
have a
please.
mini
I'm
conversation
coming.
about this.
Yeah,
Nigerians,
let him
No,
land,
do you
yes, I
understand?
just
enigmatic.
want to tell you that
No,
at this
let it,
point,
I,
enigmatic. Let him
I'm
land, and then
coming.
you,
all
yeah,
right,
yeah.
go ahead,
Enigmatic.
Badu.
It's like a lot of people did not understand what I'm trying to say. Okay. What
I
I'm trying to
understand what you
say
are
is this:
saying.
Abuja. No, let me make this point very clear so that the rest will really get me, because I have been misquoted a lot, and it's hurt my feelings like that. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
what I'm trying to say is, as a minister, there is so many good you can do without really correcting something that will bring harm to people. But eventually,
Mm-hmm.
when your work take you to such demolition, then definitely you are free to do it. But there is so many way to divert that energy, that time, just like the works you mentioned on complete projects and all that. It's very wonderful, it's very fine. But for you to make demolition, give it
Mm-hmm.
such importance, I think, to
This,
me it's not favorable.
Ribado, do you think
It's
he's
not
trying to
favorable.
grab? Ribado, do you think Wike is trying to grab at the headlines? Do you think that's what he's doing with all these high-profile moves that he's making? Do you think he's trying to show off, grab at the headlines?
It is his personality. It's not just the headlight. It's not just the news he want to make. It is in him. This is how he is. Okay. And moreover, now, with the circumstance that he come into that ministry from PDP, with all those, he is trying to show to both the APC and the PDP and his opponents and his supporters that yes, he deserves that seat, and he is the man. He's a power to be reckoned with, and he's somebody that cannot be played with or take lightly. So the only thing, my only argument with Wike, my only argument that I don't like his style of his coming out boldly and saying I'm going to do this, I'm going to demolish that. There is time for that. Eventually, when his project lead him to a place that demand demolition, then you can go ahead, because the population and everybody has seen the reason why that building need to be brought down. But for now, the way life is going in Nigeria, a lot of people, petty traders, all these hawkers that are selling food and all that, they are the ones that reside in such places that are marked for demolition. When you demolish this thing, it is going to take you maybe after 4 years before you can erect something, or maybe 10 years before any federal project can come through that. Yes, they are sitting on a lawfully designed area, accepted. But does any project require development that will go through those projects? That's the point I'm making. It's a logical argument.
I can answer you that
I don't know
question,
if you
Rubado.
still
But
understand.
Ribadu, one man.
Can I answer you
Let me
that
just
question,
say a
Rubado?
minute to Ribadu one real quick.
Let me
Sorry,
answer
Miss
you.
Mizita. Sorry,
Okay.
Ribadu. Have you seen? Because like I told you, what you are not getting is that each, unlike Buhari that just appointed you and just throws you into the office with no expectation, right? There are expectations for these guys, and they have KPI. Do you know that one of those things is that mad houses, they have a list, they have a document for the houses that should be demolished in ABJ. But because of political patronage and because of big manism, quote and unquote, in ABJ, right? They've been looking over those, but that is encroaching on the master plan of ABJ. One of those
They
is,
dey bribe big
hold
names.
on. One of those things is not now is that Wike must accomplish that if heaven will fall. If all those, because first of all, do not forget that I'm trying to be conservative now. Do not forget that even appointment of Wike to FCT does not sit down well with a lot of Northerners. Are you aware of that? So they already have that reservation against him.
No, please.
First,
No, please don't go that way.
just that is a fact. We just have to speak to the fact. They already have that reservation about his appointment being, because in history of the ABJ, is probably going to be the first person out of the north being, and they've challenged that. There's an ulama who came out to actually say that why will Wike be FCT minister? So there's a reason why Wike has been put in FCT, right? To correct some, to make some correction. And if they like it or not.
All right. Let's not make it too ethnic, but yeah.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Let me just stop here. But that's the
Let me
fact. He
one man.
has if he has to demolish houses, he
Madam
just
Zita,
have
I
to do
want to
that.
talk. Maybe
That's
you
a
should just
fact.
allow Madam Zita to talk.
All right. Let's take from Rita, and then I want to play you a clip that I want you to respond to Ribadu. But yeah, hear from Zita.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Yeah, Roberto, you asked a question. You said, is there any project that he wants to do that deserve the demolition? Yes, is the answer. Creating space is a project. Beautification is a project. If you see the detailed design of Abuja, one of the things that they paid so much to create is the beauty. There are
Aesthetics.
beautiful lawns in Abuja, and those lawns, houses are sitting on it. There are beautiful rails in Abuja and space. They made it like Chicago, where there's a lot of space, not like New York. Beautiful, but a lot of space. So creating those space is a project. That's just what I want to answer you. Thank you.
All right, that's
Thank you
somewhat
very much,
rhetorical.
ma'am.
I quickly
But
had.
woman, I want to say
Had,
something before you interject
which
this
is
man.
national mind. Sorry, just one
No,
second.
hold on, please. I've been wanting to say something when I got interjected and we're about to take over. Now, what I wanted to say was that, and yes, you are here, the lawyer himself. If you if you get a C of O to erect a building in any place in Abuja, because before you erect, you see that's the crap we're doing in our country. We don't get right when you situate everything in one bureaucratic body to be all and all and all and all. There should be division of labor. There should be division for everybody. Who does this? Who does this inspection? Who does that? Well, we know that's Nigeria. But the thing is this: if I get a C of O issued for me for a property that I build, obviously, before I get a C of O, it means that the agency responsible for that, they've come over, they've inspected the land, the property, and they said, you're good to go. C of O, that's what it means. Now, somebody now comes from nowhere, whether he was beaten by a dog and he's acting like a mad person, and he comes and say he wants to put down a building. Can I sue that person? Because your same agency, FCT, issued me a C of O for that property. They thought that it was good to go. That yes, that's why they gave me a C of O. Why did they post stop work when I was having that property developed? Why did they tell me stop work? Because you're violating the FCT design and whatever. Why did they stop me? Now after I built it up,
Rational mind.
millions of naira property,
Rational.
and I want to build that. Don't get me wrong. I will support
rational mind.
That
I will answer that. I would like to answer that.
Rational mind. Let me put. Yeah. Rational mind. Can you hear me?
Go on, I can hear you. Go on.
Yes.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to reply? Question?
No, I will reply both of the. I will reply the three of you combined. Okay. Rational mind, even though normally.
Can I ask my whole question so that you can give us a
hello?
So that you can give us a compound answer, so that we don't go up and down and go up and down. I don't know if I'm permitted. Okay, so
one
now
I'm here. We can all hear. We're all here. But I think Ogweni wants to put a position to you as well. So wrap them all up in one narrative, and then I'll play you a clip, and then you respond to that because I've been waiting to play you a clip. But
so to rational mind first. Rational mind, you see, my very sincere advice I would like to give is, before you disparage or vilify a system, particularly when you talk about Nigeria, you say, oh, the rubbish they do there. Try and get informed, get well informed on the subject. Then, when you get well informed, your inquiries or your concerns or your criticism will be also better informed. Now, you just talked about if somebody have a CFO, why would you go and demolish the person without, can't the person sue? The answer is yes. There are three major types of papers you see them having in Abuja. Certificate of occupancy, which is is so rare. Then, right of occupancy is RFO. Most times they get RFO from all these local government, which FCT minister have told them several that you don't have right to do. And then they have what they call offer, right? These are three major categories of land document you see them flying around in Abuja. If you have offer and you don't see CFO, you are not meant to start building, but they build and they keep bribing. If government comes and they demolish your house, you don't have any right to any compensation. If you have RFO, generally, they said if that your RFO, you've already submitted it and it has been accepted in the minister office for the minister to issue CFO to you. In that kind of situation, if you erect any property there and the property is approved, then they must compensate you. But your compensation is not as much as what they have certificate of occupancy. If you have CFO, which is very rare, mark my word, it's very rare. If you have certificate of occupancy and you build on it, if government is saying we want to demolish it because of many things, public good, a lot of reasons, canal under it, you won't say a canal under your this thing or water pipe and everything that should supply facility to the entire town. And because of you, they shouldn't. In that case, so what they do is they give you notice. So their procedure they will follow. They will give you notice. After that, they give you this, and after that, they allow you to vacate. Then after that, they demolish and they compensate you adequately. If you listen to the minister that came before Wike, that man, Mohammed, the one that came last before Wike.
Mohammed Bello.
Yeah, in fact, he focused more on this compensation. He compensated so many people, and I loved him when that guy was in Abuja. Compensated many of the cases we were dragging in court. He just called us and compensated people and said, you don't need to drag all these cases. So that's for that, to just let rational mind know that there's a procedure. Nigeria is not a jungle. It's not a zoo in what in Africa to make you people to believe that it's a zoo.
Can I counter you? Can I
no, so then now to address
let Ribadu come in after Ogweni.
No,
okay, so now to address Ribadu now from
because that can go back and forth forever.
Yes. So on Ribadu side, see Ribadu is good. You see, governance, it's something that is very sensitive and critical, and it's something that if you don't acquire the skill, you may be looking at it as an outsider, and you may be wondering, why do they have to suffer people? Why do you have to increase people's pain? Because you'll be demolishing people's. Why don't you focus on some other things? But you know, one of the things I've learned in my little office I've occupied in a public office, not at the level of executive governors and co, but as a special advisor to a governor. What I've realized is this: whatever you want to do in your office, if you don't do that thing in your first 100 days, if you don't lay foundation in your first, particularly on critical actions that will affect people, if you don't lay that foundation in your first 100 days in office, my brother, you're not going to do it in your 4 years in office. I've learned that because the moment you settle down in that office, different interests will start settling in. A lot of things start settling in, and they start convincing you why you must see reason why you must not do it. So you see this man doing it. Let's give him a chance and benefit. Like you said he's still a very young government. Let's give them a chance and benefits of that to work.
All right, back to you, Ribadu. Have we lost Ribadu? Ribadu? Can anyone still hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
All right, we can hear you now, Ribadu. So, Ribadu, respond and wrap up that space, and then we'll move on.
Okay, let me start with rational mind. Normally, we don't agree much on our submission here, but I really need to respect him for bringing that. I respect your submission, rational mind, for bringing that up. That is it. And I think one of the reasons one of the causes that is causing all this is, In Abuja, mostly people that are in position to offer those certificates, they normally give to the people that are closer to them. Okay, but still, it will pain you to know that there is a, a genuine victim. Genuine victims, in a sense that there is people that will follow due process and they will see a land. Instead of the authority to tell them that no, that place is not meant for any construction or development, they will just offer that certificate for the person. You understand? Especially if that person is not connected to urban development, or he is how will I say, exposed enough to do such things. Maybe he just made his money from his own state, he want to settle to Abuja or something. And all these people that are offering these certificates, there has a lot of agencies working under them, estate agents, all that, land agents and all that. This is how they make the money. It's a very, very huge, big, multi-millionaire black market that is going on. Okay, so let's keep it there. Then let me answer what Madan said. You see, ma, what is happening in Nigeria now is, we don't have that luxury putting people out of business just to create space, because the situation, we must prioritize. You can imagine maybe 50 people earning a living in a place, and simply because it's meant to host a garden or a park or something, or a runabout or with a decoration or an art statue, then you say, no, all of you, you're going out of business. It's not meant to be there. Eventually, when the place developed and such things are really pressing, then that one, we can do it, because even the people who know say, okay, this is supposed to be
I'm
at this
shocked you
very
say
material.
that. I am shocked.
Ma,
I didn't expect that from you.
ma,
I'm shocked
forgive my,
because you know
ma,
how much beautification can generate in a country. Somebody went on holidays. I heard him. He's speaking from his holidays because of the beauty of the place. He's paying
but it's
money
not in
he's not supposed to pay on a normal circumstance because he's a visitor. And you sit down
oh,
here
good.
and tell me that beautification will take people out of job. You just said that? Thank you.
Ma, what I said, please, ma, please don't misunderstand me. I respect you a lot. What I said is this: at this very material time, ma, we all respect, we don't have the luxury of doing that. I'm not saying that we should just forget about. Anyway, I don't know if you didn't get me, but this is what I meant actually. Eventually, when the development reach such stages that things are really required there, then definitely, I cannot say no to that. And then who put the next question? Is Enigma, right? Uh, okay, enigmatic. See, when you're talking of governance, you have come to my department. You cannot, as a minister or a governor. Okay, let's stick to this particular point. Hello, are you guys with me?
Yes, we are. We are listening.
Okay. See, when as a minister, simply because they gave you a template to follow, you will not just open fire anyhow. You have to sit down, put your team together, then take into cognizance what are the item what is itemized in such blueprints or programs that the government wants you to execute. Then from there, you can prioritize that this take precedent, as in this is more important or this is more vital. You understand? This is more vital. Let me put more of my energy. Let me put this as number one agenda, this as number two agenda, that as number three agenda. This is how government should work. But you cannot say because he's going to do damn there, he's going to take previous a minister to that, and he's going to focus on computed project, and at the same time he want to demolish something. Yeah, it's government has never run perfectly well like that. So I still revert to my previous point: is let him take something, let us prioritize it, and at least demolish only places that is of pressing situation that it's really urgent, and try to take into cognizance people that are making a living out of such places. I saw rest my case, one man, and thank you very much for your understanding.
All right, brilliant. Ricardo, let me play you this clip. You've made mention of it earlier on, but I want to play you the fullness of it and get your reaction. But I'm a great admirer of this man. And one of the reasons that why I admire him is his wit and his repartee, the speediness of thought and the swiftness of retort. Of course, Kashim Shettima, watch this.
Of the party is the most opposite. So I will allow you to interrogate.
Your Excellency, will you still retire political terrorists?
We have moved beyond the phase of politics. Now we are in the phase of governance. Atiku Abubakar is an elder statesman that I hold in very high esteem. Anybody who knows the socio-cultural interaction between the Fulanis and the Kanuris in the north will know that I have the liberty to hold all insults at him and he will stoically bear. We are not going to retire him to Dubai or Morocco. I will retire him to Pombina. I will buy him goats, broilers and layers so that he can spend his days rearing goats and broilers. But it's an elder statesman that I want. This on a joking side. On a more serious note, it's an elder statesman. The nation needs him. Experience is not something that you can buy in the marketplace. We'll tap into his wealth of experience and exposure to catapult the nation to a higher pedestal. Politics is over. Governance is now in full steam.
So now that's one of the reasons why I like Kashim Shettima. And everybody, you could see from the way his eyes lit up and the tone of voice, he was being tongue in cheek. It was just political jousting. He was just poking a little bit at Atiku Abubakar. But then the response from Atiku, it really indicates a lack of elegance. You lack sophistication befitting of a vice president. Atiku's camp fires Shettima over comment on retiring him to goats and chickens. So, what are you then making of the witty repartee of Kashim Shettima and the lack of a sense of humor by the man from Adamawa State?
One man, I don't know.
Can I, Ribado, please. One man, can I seek your indulgence, please?
Yeah,
Shettima cannot make that kind of comment. You don't even let us laugh. Let us laugh now. He just.
It was just a joke now, and Atiku can't even take a joke. Why can't Atiku take a joke?
It's just a joke. I love that man. I love that guy. Continue, Ribado. I love him.
One man.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, you can. I don't know. One man, you're putting me in a very tight spot. Whoa. This guy is a Kanuri man from my wife's place, and Atiku is from my state. So you're putting me in a very tight spot. But the issue is this. It's very unfortunate that Atiku has to take it that serious because, generally speaking, I don't know if it happened in the southern part of the country, but in the north here, a Hausa man cannot joke. So to some extent, in fact, he cannot even crack a joke like this with a Kanuri man. He will take offense. But when it comes to Fulani with Kanuri, we have that because for the past around 150 or 70 years ago, we had intermarriage. So we kind of share the same grannies, and that is why we play with each other like that. You understand? And I want to also make one thing. I'm a Fulani, I'm very proud of it, but sometimes I have to give some certain credit to a Kanuri race. Because Sardauna of Sokoto, which happened to be our founding father, they regard him here in the north, he once gave a very deep advice to the northern people. That is the Hausa Fulani stock. He says, in the north here among us,
there is one particular race of people that I want you to take very seriously. He says, you, the Fulanis and the Hausas, don't you ever allow them to test power, because if they do, they will keep ruling you. And more importantly, don't allow your opponents to form a government with them. It means we shouldn't give them the chance to rule us, but we should keep them with us. That is the Kanuris. So I think, unfortunately, we couldn't live up to his advice, and now it has started showing up because Kanuri people, they are very, very smart, very traitorous, and when you give them a chance, I don't think there is any tribe in the north that can really challenge them head to head. So it's very unfortunate that Atiku forgot, or will I say, he chose to ignore the fact that there is that joke, or there is that relationship we have with them. And then, as you can see, the quality of a Kanuri mind, and this is how almost all of them are. As far as they are educated to such state, you see they do far. In fact, even we, the Fulanis, we are trying our best to see that we outdo them. But this is who they are.
Who
So
has the
this is my
larger
submission.
who has the larger population? Who has the larger population?
No, of course we have the larger population, but they have the best quality of head. That, in fact, it is one of the reasons why I marry a Kanuri man, because I want those gene in my children. You understand?
Their
So they have the
civilization is far
quality to
older
be.
than that of yours.
Yeah,
You
of
know
course, you're very correct.
what disappoints me, Ribado, is that Atiku did not. I was expecting like Atiku to jibe back at him with something equally as witty as funny, and then they can have a little back and forth of humor. But he has gone to, oh,
No,
you are
that
not. It just shows. I was, because I thought Atiku was also in on a joke when he saw a joke, but he just went the other way and started, bringing out rule books, and yeah, I was disappointed.
one man, are you trying to make me do anti-party on public platform? For heaven's sake, I'm a
Oh,
PDP man. Don't make me do this.
don't worry now.
So please, I will not say anything.
I think it's a done deal anyway. But no, anytime I hear or read about Kashim Shettima, I feel that my admiration for the man is justified. It's just so quick, so sharp, and that's what you want to see. By the way, for somebody steering the shape of nation, somebody quick on his feet. The journalist just threw it at
One
him, and very, very quickly he batted it back. And Atiku, he wasn't able to pick up the ball.
Okay, one man, let me, please, I beg the patience of the people of the platform. Let me share this little history with you, just 5 minutes. You see, after when Tinubu wanted to pick the most popular candidate as a VP, a lot of people pointed to the current governor of Borno State, that is Professor Babagana Omar Zulum, because he's well known, he's very popular and very hardworking. But I'm telling you, this is an inside story. Kashim Shetima was able to grasp that expectation, and he was able to rally the APC governors around him. So when Zulum went went to the governors for support, the first thing they tell him is, "You are a governor and we are governors, but please go and meet your predecessor, meaning Kashim Shetima." And when they told him that, he just left Kaduna and come back to Maiduguri. He did not say a word. You understand? That even brought some little something like that. But eventually, he just has to surrender. Not because he just come out and say, "Oh no, he has a boss. Let them pick his boss," and then his people needed him now. He has a lot to do, and this to tell you the intellect of Kashim Shettima. He's the guy is a dynamite. I have been in Maiduguri throughout his tenure, and I know what he's capable of. So this is what I'll tell you a bit.
Do you see him as a president? Because I see him. Hopefully this platform, and it is my intention that it will run and run. when Tinubu is over, I am already in with Kashim Shettima. If Tinubu can hand over to Kashim Shettima, then we will have the country that we've always wanted.
You are very correct in your prediction, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen. You understand? I don't know tomorrow, Sha, but it will have been the best case scenario for Nigeria because it's going to be very difficult for the North to bring somebody of his caliber at this very material time. I don't know those that are hidden, Sha. I cannot give generalize. I will not generalize it, but we, the Fulanis, will not allow it. That is just the fact. He will have been the best after Tinubu for him to take over, but the Hausa Fulani will not allow it. That is the truth.
Is that
So he will be the
is that
VP.
is that because of
Hello.
what is that because of what Ahmed Bello said that they cannot be trusted with power?
No, I think we have felt that already because he's there. Can't you see how he beat the normally? We, the Northeast, we are kind of a junior partners in the Northern equation. I'm from the Northeast, but the mostly the lion's share goes to Sokoto, Katsina, Zamfara, Kano, Kaduna. That is how it has been traditionally, because the bulk of the Fulanis and the Hausas are there. You understand? Most of the other tribal people are from the Northeast. But all along, we knew their capacity, we knew their capability. All the Fulani elites, our parent has taught us that history. We all know about their capacity. Even when Binifodio came to spray his jihad, because the Binifodio jihad as a Fulani man is not just about religion. It's also about political dominance, because if it was just about religion, he would just have be a apostle, or what they call them, evangelist, just spread the religion in Islam on 100% clerical for standard. But because he has political ambition, he combined the two, both the religion, or eventually he used the religion as a platform to gain political power. And that was how we, the Fulanis, were able to dominate the northern states, even the Hausa land.
Can I ask a
We-
question? Okay.
let me round up, okay? So we eventually was able to take over the houses and all that. So now by allowing him to come into power, we have failed from the advice that our ancestor gave. You understand? But eventually, I don't think we will stand by and see him being the president, even though we know he is the best. But by now we feel marginalized. Although it's a northern thing, okay? It's just a northern thing. And we know he's capable and we know his capacity. So it's a challenge for him to kind of marry our fear and try to make us relax and see if we can back him. But I don't think the Hausa Fulanis will allow that. That is my own personal
Why do you
opinion.
always use the word Hausa Fulani, Hausa Fulani? Why wouldn't you just
Eh,
allow the
eh, no,
Hausa?
in fact, the way you are talking is, I can see some level of maybe ethnic arrogance in what you are saying this morning.
Can I
But
interject now?
We all have that. Let's hear
hey,
from
We
Prince,
all
who
do
has
that,
not
yes.
who has not said a word so far. Prince, good to see you. We thought you fell asleep on us.
Oh no, I was trying to speak earlier, and rational thinks I shouldn't speak, so I kept my mouth shut.
There are
Oh,
no. Now,
rational mind now is a bully, isn't he?
Eh?
Prince Daddy, is this Prince Daddy?
Yes,
Yeah.
Prince
Prince
Daddy.
Daddy.
Soros okay. Omoba, Soros okay.
2 days now.
Rational Mike can
Uh,
bully
How you doing?
anybody.
Yes.
They bully them.
fine, man. I did not hear the 2 days, Prince.
National Mike can
I'm
bully
here. I'm here.
anybody. That's say you guys, you guys, you
All right,
guys.
go on, please.
Yeah, quick question. So, you said the I guess the Hausa Fulani would not allow Kashim Shettima to become the president, but I'm not really sure um, the main reason behind it. But I was gonna say though, now I think, well, I guess maybe thanks to Obi, actually we do have a template now in the Nigerian political environment on how to take care of that. Now, I don't think the power now is not solely in the hands of the Fulani or the Hausa people now to determine who comes out from the north. In other words, just like in this past election, we had we had two main candidates that came from the south. Okay, Peter Obi and Tinubu, of course. So now, if the Northerners wouldn't allow Shetima, for example, or would contest against him, well, they can come out also. And of course, if another Fulani person comes forth, it will be a strong candidate. And with the backing of the incumbent presidency of Tinubu, um, with Shetima and the Southerners, be it Southwest, of course, and South, and maybe Southeast, rally behind Tinubu's candidate. Don't you think that's a displacement for the Fulani Hausa people to have that control? In other words, we now have anytime we have a three strong party candidates in an election, the result can go. It's unpredictable. Let's put it that way. What do you think?
Ribadu, has it dropped? Have you dropped? Oh no, he dropped, but it's back. Yeah, Ribadu. Ribadu, did you hear any of that? What Prince puts to you? Do you want to? All right. I think connection problems with Ribadu there. He is on screen, but I'm not sure his system is fully locked in. Let's hear from Just Emeka, who I suspect is Pansat in disguise. Unmute yourself, Just Emeka. I want to know if you are.
Well, man, I'm not Pansat. Why are you trying to attribute?
No, now it's your accent in the comment section. You know that somewhat borderline something or the other.
No. Pansat is an obedient. I'm not an obedient, right? I don't.
Are you the same Emeka, the one that used to come here and do the
Tinubu Emeka.
Tinubu's Emeka.
Yeah, I'm an Asiwaju supporter. I've been an Asiwaju supporter for quite a very long time.
What happened? You disappeared on us just when at the throes of it all, at the biggest part of the battle, you bailed out. We thought
it's not been. I went to Nigeria and I came back after it was sworn in. So you should figure it out. Yeah. So I went to play my own role and I came back from.
You went to do Umrah in Abuja. That's good.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to see the president. Or Asiwaju, now the president of Nigeria, is a long time coming. He has been planning for this for over 23 years. Happy that he has achieved his aim, and let's see how he restructures the country and put it back on track. So, but the essence why I actually wanted to join the show, I've been on social media seeing a lot of misinformation and fake news flying all around.
You've seen a lot of Bula Balu and Bulaba.
Being thrown around, propagandas going across the social media, like it used to. And it seems the people doing it are trying to destroy the very fabric of our country, as well as the judicial system that we have. They've said a lot of bad things about our judicial system. And on Wednesday, when the Court of Appeal judges delivered their verdict, it was lauded as not one of the very best verdict that has ever been made in this country, because they took their time, 13 hours, to go through each and every one of the issues made by the three petitioners. That's APM, Labour Party, as well as Obi, who was one of the petitioner, and then PDP. And clearly, each and every one of the judges, it was unanimous, right? And it's very difficult to get collective decisions from 5 judges. Probably the view we were targeting, a majority vote, probably 3-2 or 4-1, but everybody all agreed on the same thing. The reason why they all agreed was that their petition was very weak. Let's take, for instance, Obi's petition. I was highly embarrassed for the Obi's lawyers, right? Because it was very incompetent. They submitted a weak petition filled with errors, very incompetent. And I will read, I have them all open. I have the petition, I have the electoral act all open here, and as well as the constitution and everything. Now, if we look at the election,
Sorry, before you go into a deep dive, because it sounds like you're about to go into a deep dive, let's hear from Zita. Let's hear from, we have to save you for I hope you have time. In fact, you must have time because you've been away for too long. So let's hear from Zita, because Zita usually nods off if we keep her waiting for too long, and then we come back into it. I'm glad you are able to really give us a thorough go through of these things, because that's what we do here. But let's hear from Zita, who's with us. Zita. Alhaja Zita of Finland. Alhaja Zita of Finland. Will you take that title? Have you been to Makkah before you can claim Alhaja?
Oh man, please leave me alone.
Haji Azita. Lafia Ko, Lafia Lau,
They
and
will
all that.
soon throw me stones. Oh man, beg, leave me. Emeka, welcome back. It's been a long time.
yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Woman, what do you want me to speak on?
Well, there are just so many topics. There was this particular clip that I brought up. I think I've actually gotten rid of it. Those people that were making all of these wild comments on social media, they are starting to pick them up. There was one particular chap that said Fashola was writing the verdict for the he said Fashola was writing the verdict for the election petition for the petition tribunal, and Fashola took real offense to that, and he then reported that to the police and had the guy swiftly picked up. So a lot of that going on. So now that the judicial space has been exhausted now, do you have the anticipation that all of these wayward people that have been going wild on social media, they'll be picked up one by one?
Yeah, I think there was a time I overheard Obeni saying something about that. But I think that Fashola's case has nothing to do with freedom of speech. It was just an accusation. He accused the man of something. So the man has to pick him up. Let him go and prove how the man did that. That's just it. Because these guys, this thing is getting out of hand, honestly. One man, this thing is too much. Chicago State University shut down their governor of Illinois was at that one will be wondering who are these people. I mean, I am not saying, as I said the other day, they should be held responsible. It's not a question of freedom of speech. You cannot just, that you used a platform to say something. Obviously, you should speak. That's your fundamental right as a human being. But it's through that speech you accuse people. It's through that speech you abuse people. It's through that speech you insult people. It's through that speech you do defamation of character. It's Obeni that knows all those ones. So it's speech now. He says something, it's an accusation. The Fashola's own was an accusation. I don't see anything speech, freedom of speech. It shouldn't be put into that category. He accused the man. He accused a son that he is doing what he never did.
But do you not think it's a bit of an excessive use of power though? Fashola, with his seniority within the Nigerian political space, he then leverages that connection that he has to go and pick up somebody. Remember when Aisha Buhari did this, when some guy insulted her and they had him locked up, and we were all critical of her here. So why are we now tolerating Fashola's excessive abuse? Is this even abuse of power?
No, I don't think so. Even with my little head, there are certain things you will say about me. I will fight you to finish. My little head, though, in my little corner. So I don't think it's excessive use of power. You cannot say that of somebody now, that somebody is turning over. Woman, I don't know, but maybe you are not seeing what these guys are writing. Maybe you are not seeing it. Maybe you don't have cousins, relations, friends who jump into social media and play around it. They'll be sending you all manner of ridiculous things these people are putting out about our country. When I said yesterday that I have had it up to my neck, I wasn't joking. It's so bad. It's so. I even saw one. The boy said he is working towards bringing down Nigeria, and I was like, "What the heck? You can't bring down Nigeria. It's a country, but you are destroying the citizens. Whenever they come out as an individual, it's a total different ballgame." I don't understand that. I don't even know why anybody should do that to his country or to his fellow citizens, but it is what it is. But I think the time has come for them to call them out. They should pick them. Whatever if you should defend what you said now. So what is wrong in you? You are a thief. You call somebody a thief. And when they say come, you say yes, he's a thief. Look at what he stole. So what? I don't see any problem in that. Or do you?
No. I think Fashola will see that guy in jail. But let me take you to this space. This space somewhat it disappoints more than it doesn't surprise, but it disappoints. It says how INEC broke Nigerians' trust. So this is Yemi Oshibanjo spokesperson saying this thing to the media space. This is Laulu Akonde, media aide to the former vice president, and the media aide, of course, essentially the tool by which all these senior politicians use to voice their opinions. So what are you then making then of Oshibanjo somewhat trying to undermine the credibility of Tinubu's presidency? Because, of course, if he's saying how INEC broke Nigerians' heart, that is to say then that INEC did not do what he feels best serves Nigerians. So what are you then making of this bad belly that Oshibanjo says still seems to be carrying? Zeta.
One man. I don't know what you want me to say again. I was the first person to say something about Sibaja, continually saying it. I was attacked in this platform for mentioning his name. Anyway, for Sibanja, what I will say, bringing him and INEC and the tribunal again, I will tell him again, Tinubu has won you again. He's going to the tribunal with them. I will say this in the platform. Maybe he has people who are listening. He's sponsoring it. I will say it over and over again. Let him sponsor them again. Let them go to Supreme Court. He will win him again. And after that, I don't know what he's going to do. But it is what it is. Because some people are saying he's not doing it. And they forget that the guy is a son. He's being smart and a half, and they don't know that all those things that he says and sends, that the world is a global world. The moment you catch somebody's phone number now, you can run with it. So let him continue fighting him now. He has decided to fight Tinubu. I don't even know where I can't explain the head and tail of his emotions. I don't understand that, but it is what it is. One Yoruba big man was trying to explain everything to me, who Tinubu was, his own lineage and Osibanjo's lineage and blah, blah, blah. It wasn't making sense to me why he should be fighting the guy. I mean, I don't get it, but the last time I said it here, they almost crucified me. It's only a Kenneth that saved me that day. So I don't know. But his fighting has actually this tribunal self, if I must say, I will say Tinubu won him again. I was having a good laugh that day. And he's picking them again. They're going to Supreme Court. He will win them again. So after that, I don't know what he's going to do again. Maybe he will sit down and start attacking his government. I don't know, but I don't know. I don't know why he's doing that. I don't know. But he's doing it.
Do you think Tinubu's life is at risk?
I've said that before.
Yeah, I remember you said that long ago.
I've said that
Yeah,
several times.
I remember.
But
I
I
remember.
think that guy is a strict Chicago boy. From his move, I think he's a strict Chicago boy. But I don't know. But I think his life is at risk. He just have to be very careful.
What are you making about the back and forth that we just had around not Kashim Shettima but Yemsen Wike? Ribadu saying that he's moving too sharply, too funkily, but people saying that he has to move at that speed in order to repoint. And Ogbeni especially said that within your first 100 days, you have to establish your authority, otherwise you lose your tenure. So what are you then making of what is now turning into the demolition man of Abuja, Wike and his bulldozer? What says you?
Woman, but Tinubu like trouble, shall. To put Wike there with actually, to be honest, jokes apart, to be honest with you, I've been looking forward to getting somebody who is more vicious than El-Rufai for FTC. Because that is the only person that can do a job in that city. Outside of that, you can't work there because that's the seat of all the big people in Nigeria. So if you are not as terrible as Wike or El-Rufai, you will not achieve anything there. I just pray Tinubu will give him a free hand that Obasanjo gave El-Rufai. That's all he needs to get the job done. Abuja is a very beautiful city. Very beautiful. That city, tourism alone will generate a lot of fund for Nigeria if that city is built the way it is designed. People living in and around Abuja, somebody will have something to do. Like some people are somewhere paying double. People will come to Abuja and spend their dollars. So Wike is not moving too fast. Neither is he moving too slow. He's not even doing much, if I may say.
Do you think Tinubu will be able to withstand the political pressure to get rid of Wike? Because like in the previous discussions, if it starts to roll those bulldozers near the houses and the estates of the great and not so good, they will very quickly put pressure on Tinubu. And Tinubu is also susceptible to political pressure because, of course, it was politics that got him the seat. Do you think Wike will be able to hold on to that seat for too long if he continues to move in the manner that he's moving?
Okay, let me say this first. With no offense, nobody put Tinubu in that seat. Those people you are talking about.
The Malams put him there now.
I used to tell people it's Nigerians that put him there. In as much as some people don't want to believe it, but it's Nigerians that voted him. Because all those people you are talking about, they were against him. You can ask the Northerners. When Rubedo was making his submission, people were really like, that's arrogance of his. No, Kashim said it. When the campaign was heating up, he said it. That they're not going to support him because he's a Kanuri man. You can go and check it. He said it. So, nobody put him there. Those big people you are talking about, they didn't put him there. It's Nigerians that put him there. So, but why I said he likes trouble is the kind of things Nigerians are putting out in the internet and the kind of hate that's screwing about the man, he still has the gut to put somebody like Wike in FTC.
Madam Zita, don't you think it's deliberate? It's deliberate now. He wanted something to be done that and he looked for the best person to do the job.
Maybe, but that's a lot of guts. because the people are really vomiting venom on Tinubu. For him to still have the guts of somebody we go metrally oka. I think some people who hear Igbo will understand what I just said. For him to put somebody we go metal oka there, it takes a lot of guts. Because Wike is going to cause a lot of problem. People will be running to Asurek to give complaint of how Wike has marked their buildings. I'm talking about the big people that have decided that Nigeria will not grow. And still, according to Prince Adebayo, he said it's still those Nigerians crying that they're pressing them are supporting them. Because I don't see the reason why a big man, nobody who has a house in Abuja is a poor man anyway. If you have a house in Abuja, you're not a poor man. So I don't see the reason why a big man will sit his house on a railway, on a pipe, and the poor man is supporting him. Why should you pull down his house? That is the bit I don't get about Nigeria. So I don't know, but I think it's a lot of guts for him to put Wike there because Wike go metaloka. Wike is not.
Which one is meta? Which one is metaloka again?
That is, he will cause trouble. He will bring. There is a lot of problem will come to him as the president because people will be coming to complain. Like already there is complaint everywhere.
And Mark, can I add something to what you said?
I know that I remember during the time of El Rufai, I will not mention the man's name. He's a very wealthy man in Nigeria. Not Dangote, well connected in Africa. He ran to Obasanjo because El Rufai marked his house. And he told Obasanjo, look, if that boy doesn't get out of there, he will pull down Nigeria. Obasanjo said, I don't know what you're talking about because that boy pulled down my own house. He said, eh? He said, yes. So if Tinubu can do that for Wike, I think he will work. But if he can't do that for Wike, I don't know. So when the man heard that boy pulled down the sitting president's house, he doesn't have a choice again. He walked away. He said, eh? And what did you do? He said, what can he do that his house is sitting on the wrong place?
I've heard that story before. Well, that's true.
So I don't know. If he gives him a free hand, I think he will do something. But I am not happy with Abuja. I am not happy with Abuja at all.
I think Ribadu wants to come in. Ribadu.
Yes, I strongly support what she said. Mommy, I respect your submission and your concern, but I have different opinion, and I think you guys will bear me witness that I call spade a spade even against my own people. You see how I wish Wike was put there primarily for the job. But unfortunately, it is not so. He was put there for the compensation of the role he played. That is the fact. And secondly, there is Simba was saying that I'm speaking with northern arrogancy. Simba, it is not like that. It's not arrogancy. It's because I have full understanding of how the Norths work. One man, believe me today, if you go to Abuja, yeah, there is big men from the north that has a lot of property in the in Abuja, and Tata has a lot of, they are all there. But the issue is, out of 10 people, you will hardly find 2 or 3 Igbo men that has erected building in a wrong place. The same thing goes with the Yorubas. Maybe you share 4 out of 10 to the Yorubas and the Igbos, or entirely to the southern part. You will find that 6% of it are all coming from the north. So my fear
Why
is
that
this.
so? Why is that so, Ribadu?
No, hold on. Let him land on that point. I think he wants to tell us that his fear is that if Wike starts to bring down those buildings, it will come across as an anti-northern. Is that where you were going?
Yeah.
Yes, on a similar vein, you understand.
So
And
why do
believe
your
me,
people do wrong things? Why do your people
Exactly my
like to
point.
do wrong things?
Simba, don't generalize it. I'm trying to
It's
be
not his
generous
You
and
are the one that said it. I'm taking you from your word. You are the one that said it. I am not the one that formulated it.
Simba,
In
calm
fact,
down for
today, the
heaven's
way you
sake.
are, no, it's not. Let me say something, Ribado.
Okay,
The way
okay,
the way you are standing today, and I don't care
yes.
what, because I know that one man likes you. He gave you a lot of audience. In fact, you have been talking. You are the only one that have been talking for almost 2 hours, and he can allow
No,
you to go on and
Simba,
on and on and on and
he
on.
gives a brilliant submission. Give that to him. But today he
So,
stops. It happens
uh,
sometimes.
no, one man, I'm saying this because I don't know how you would take this, and I want to. Sorry, I want to create your indulgence. You did something today. It's your platform. You have the prerogative to do whatever you want to do. But what you did to Bishop today, I'm not happy with it. So give everybody equal chance. Ribado has been here. Anytime he want to sneeze, you say, okay, let him sneeze. Anytime you want to cough, you say, let him cough. But Bishop just made an interjection. You understand? And you put him at the background, and he was angry, and he left. You know, and you have been doing
Simba, you are
this
being
for some time. You have and being what?
Simba.
No,
You
no,
Even
no.
you can.
Hold on, Ribado. Let him say that because I think it's a sentiment that he's been wanting to express. Carry on, Simba.
Okay. So to me, that's what I observe, and I don't think it's fair. So that is not to me. No, it's your platform. You are the owner of the platform. You can decide the way you want to run it. But that is the way I feel, and I must express it. That's what I'm saying this morning.
All right. So to that, Simba, and you know, I wanted to move the conversation away from where Bishop was because I thought we were already on that space for too long. So I was inviting him um to wrap it up, which I do to everybody that wrap it up and then we move on. I was inviting him to wrap it up, and he somewhat seemed to be offended by that, and I tried to tone it down, but he seemed somewhat off put. So I just had to because it was about to scale it up, and I didn't want it scaled up then. So that's why I put him to the back. And I was chatting to him in the private chat, and then suddenly he left. So it wasn't any intention, and I've said this to him as well, because of course I have his number. So it wasn't anything especially pointing to him to be disrespectful. But I do that with everyone. And I say, bring it home, wrap it up, or let's move on. We've been there for too long. So it wasn't anything especially at him. It was just that conversation was starting to get. In fact, I wasn't even going to open up that conversational space, but he said he wanted to speak to that space, which of course I then said carry on. But then it went on for too long, and sometimes when the conversation starts to stretch, and so that's just what happened. It wasn't anything especially at Bishop. No, certainly not. Bishop is one of the strongest voices on this platform, so certainly it will be a disservice, not to accord him his fullness. But when Ribadudu turned up, he will always get preferential treatment because he's coming in from Maiduguri, and we have to show appreciation for that. How many times do we get to feel the tempo of what's going on in Maiduguri? This is it. Maybe it will be the one that will solve the Boko Haram problem and all that. You never know.
God
Okay,
willing.
no problem.
Anyway, let me yield my time. Let me just yield my time. Tomorrow is another day. I can talk. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
If you allow them to bully you, if you allow them to bully you, people like
You've
Simba
allowed
to
them to
bully
bully you. You've taken over the crown
No,
of
it's not like that.
But
I am.
Ribadu was making it was in the middle of landing his thought. I think you can allow him to continue, and you know, uh, uh, uh,
on Abuja demography and the property ownership.
yes, let him learn this thing, because there are a lot of things that we don't know that is going on in that country. And when we see some of us from the other part of the country that is trying to let us know, we should allow him to talk and let us, have idea of what is going on. So he's
You,
trying
you,
to
you, you,
enlighten.
you, you know, the platform Ajale Koko, how many times have we discussed this? The platform we are trying to create is for Ribadu Mukhtar, Chioma, Emeka, Gbadebo, even Efyong, although we'll keep Efyong at the back a little bit because Efyong is only there to make the tea. But, it's so that we can all gather and really have a go at it. So that's what we're trying to create,
Yes. So
you know.
yeah, let him finish his thought, and then we can maybe he can then yield after that. So, but he's in the middle of delivering what he know about the demography in the different interests in that Abuja. So let him finish it. One man. So, Ribadu, you can continue if one man we allow you to do that. So
Of course, I mean, you've spoken Ajale Koko, so that's law. So Ribadu, carry on.
Oh, so Ajanle Koko, I am very grateful for standing for
Look
me.
at that.
I'm
This is
very much
Nigeria, by the way,
for that.
Ribadu, as you know. This is Nigeria. This is how we do things. Yeah, but carry on.
Yeah. You see, once again, thank you, Ajale Koko. One man, I'm not trying to be biased or something. I want you guys to understand this. A lot of you have been in diaspora for long, okay? But I am bringing what is happening. It might not be uh, pleasant for other people to hear, but believe me, there is no bias or sentiment. It is the fact. This is what I have seen, and this is what I can attest to. Okay. After all, nobody is forcing me to speak against my people or something. But for this one new Nigeria, for this new patriotic Nigeria we are trying to build, is the reason why I'm talking on this platform. Okay, this is just the truth. And as I was telling to I was telling her that all out of 10, you find out 6% or 6 out of 10 that are building these illegal structures are from the north. So I'm not trying to downturn my people or pen them in black light. No, it's not like that. But this is the reality. And the reason why I said I hope Tinubu will allow uh, Wike that free hand that Madam was talking. My fear is that that is not going to happen. I wished it will happen, but it will not going to happen. And the reason are this. Okay, Tinubu needs the north. His VP is from the north, old, and he has a lot of influence in the north. He was able to put at least one concrete governor 100% because of him. That is Yobe State governor. If not because of Tinubu, that guy will never be a governor. In his political career, he was only a councillor once, not a commissioner, not advisor, nothing. But because of Tinubu, he became the secretary to APC, national secretary, and later to the governor. So to tell you how his political interest is intertwined with the North. And the reason
who
why
is
I
that?
did
Who
not
is
see,
that? Who is that, Ribadu? I couldn't hear who you are referring. I don't know who you are referring to. Can you repeat that?
I'm referring to the governor of Yobe State, Mai Malabuni.
Oh, okay,
You understand?
okay, all right, yeah.
So the reason why I did not see this thing happening or the government giving Wike free hand is this. There is a lot of northerners that are uh, how will I put sufficiently or reasonably wealthy, okay, that are purely businessmen without really going to school or knowing how the law works. They are just rich and they have commercial property, not houses, not residents. They have commercial houses in all these corner shops and others. And believe me, If you know how numerous they are, you will be surprised. So my fear is this: these people are going to form a very, very strong interest, okay, that eventually they will force at the hands of our wiki, directly or indirectly, because this is how the North do it things. Okay, it may not be
Well, is
right,
it
but
good for
this is just
progress?
the
Is
fact.
it good for progress of our
Did
country?
I sound now that I'm talking? Did I sound like I'm saying it's good for progress? No, I am against it. That is why I'm voicing it out. I'm against it. Okay, I'm a true Nigerian, my brother. I'm really a true Nigerian. Okay, in fact, I'm the only Fulani that was advocating or for Peter Obi after Atiku. It would have been Peter Obi, because
Ibadu,
apart,
can I ask
yeah,
a question? Can I ask you a question? Um,
yeah, go on.
your I actually wanted you to land on that Abuja demography
Can I explain?
and property
Okay.
ownership in
Now,
Abuja
hold on for
before
Gwenny.
asking
Yeah,
my question.
go on, Gwenny. Yeah.
Okay, so I actually wanted him to land before, but I realized that he's going other way now. What is your definition of saying the Northerners own most of those properties that lie in the legal area that are marked for demolition? First, what's your understanding of that Northerner? Are you talking about Hausa Fulani strictly, or have you included the Bira, the Kaduna people, the Jukuns, the Jos, Birom, the Buza people, and others? Have you included them in this your understanding or your description of Northerner, or are you limiting it to
Please,
Hausa Fulani? That's my first question.
please, where are you?
So,
Okay,
where I'm
okay,
driving
is that
at
the
is this,
question?
and that's my first question.
Hold on.
Okay,
Before you
I,
respond, take him fully to where you want the answer to come from,
Okay,
so that
so
yeah.
so
yeah,
so this is where I'm landing at. If your answer is that Alpha Fulani is what you are talking about, then you are wrong about the ownership of properties in Abuja. If what you are saying is that, oh, the 19 northern states is what you're talking about, then it means you've considered the Tiv, the Ibira, the Idoma, the everybody, other tribes in the north. If that's your description of the northerners owning majority of the properties in those areas that have been marked, you may be right. I don't have the statistic. But where I would like to land now is that the kind of cooperation you think they will have against Tinubu may not work, because there are so many interests that will come in there. So I don't know what's your take on that assertion. Because the reason why I'm saying this is I understand Abuja demography and ownership of properties very well, because I practiced there for a very long time and I did land matters a lot in that angle. So what's your take on
please,
that?
where, please, where are you calling from?
So I'm presently coming from Scotland, but I stayed in Abuja for 15 years before coming here.
Okay. You see, one man, this is the reason why I said a lot of you are outside the country. Okay. When I said the North, I did not specifically say Hausa or Fulani. We here in the North, if we say the North, we mean the 19th state of Northern Nigeria. That's what we mean. Okay. And I don't want to go far because it will bring a lot of chaos here in this platform. But let me tell you, a TV man, okay, sorry, a Jukun man was the one that avenged the assassination or the killing of Tafawa Balewa. That is irrelevant, but I'm just trying to show you that when interests of the North, we have our own differences, we have our own fights, we have our own clash, but when the interest of the North is attacked, the North will bundle on one place and fight that interest. This is not the best way to do things. But what I'm trying to tell you, I'm not saying, and again, you misquoted me, or you misunderstood me, or you misheard me. I did not say against Tinubu. I'm talking about the office of the FCT minister, not Tinubu. Okay? What I said is this interest, they wield a lot of influence that maybe they may not allow Wike to do what he is supposed to do. And I will give you, because there is a precedent to that. Do you know why my uncle was, after Obasanjo left office, do you know why he went into exile? Because of
Who?
the interest
Which
of
of them?
James Nuribadu.
Okay.
Nuribadu. When he was EFCC chairman, he went into exile simply because of the interest of James Ibori and co. Okay, this is something we were sat
So,
at
but
home,
Yaradua
lectured.
also,
Yaradua. It's not.
Yaradua
It's
also
Yaradua
started
that chased
chasing
him
him
out.
away now. It's
It's
not just
Yaradua.
about that.
Don't tell us that one. It's
No,
Yaradua.
this
Yaradua
is what.
demoted
No,
him.
it was this guy, the
How?
governor of Delta State.
It's Yaradua
No,
that
it's
is
not.
Yaradua
It's not
sponsoring
demoted him
Yaradua.
and
everything
started
that made him
frustrating
leave.
him now.
If Yaradua was with him, he wouldn't have left.
He wouldn't.
And
Yaradua
Thank you
demoted him.
very much, man.
Yaradua demoted
But
him.
the
because
issue
Yaradua
the
is,
sent him to Jos.
because the
calm
governor
down.
sponsored
Hey,
Yaradua's election, right? So he had the
Yaradua
say.
election. Thank you
Yeah,
very much, my brother. That
he
is
had the
what happened.
say
We are still.
on.
We, we,
One of the reasons he gave was he need to sack Ribadu, right? Not
We are
only
saying the same
yeah.
thing. If
Yeah.
Yaradua had been on his side, yeah, Ribadu wouldn't have run. Yaradua went against him.
Yeah, but what
No.
What
Yaradua
Emeka and Ribado
Simba.
what Emeka and yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, Simba, you please calm down. What Emeka is saying is the same thing. Adua went against him at behest of James Ibori and Co. Because James Ibori and Co. were part of the people that funded his campaign. So
yeah,
at this
the funds
scenario,
were the funds came with condition, right? He needs to sack Ribadu. I understand.
no, that one
So
I cannot. Please,
it came with
this is a
condition.
public platform.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Listen,
Allegedly,
when,
allegedly. Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
allegedly came with
thank
condition. Yeah.
you. Okay, you understand?
Ribadu, have you read your
Jesus
uncle's
Christ.
book, My Story, My Vision? Have you read that book? My Story, My Vision was written 2010. I have a copy here in my house. It chronicles what
One
happened.
man,
That's what I'm telling you. My
what it
Story,
is
My
written, there is
Vision.
public. Listen, Simba, there is public
It's not Simba,
pronouncement,
it's
just
Ogbeni.
like the way there is. Calm down. There is public pronouncement, and there is
I'm
something
coming
that is
now.
personally that
No,
cannot.
hold
You
on.
understand?
Let him land. But Ribado, that's Ogbeni, not Simba, but carry on. Yeah.
I'm coming down in Ribadu. I don't have any issue now.
No, I think he wants to respond to what you said. Yeah.
Yeah.
One man.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, carry
rest
on.
my case at this juncture, please. Thank you very
All
much
right.
for your attention. Thank
Ribadu,
you.
why now? You want a rational man
I
to
need
say
to
that
run. Oh.
we
Trust the
chase
Agbado
you.
people. They will never let you. They will never let you
You
speak
see
on this
rational
platform.
man now, you see.
You
You are
see,
justifying,
I wake up.
you justify his
The
thing.
Agbado people will never let you speak on this
Rational
platform.
All right.
I didn't chase him anyway. We were having a good conversation now. But I think he has had enough. You know, this is after 5.
Yes. A real good showing by
Ribadu, nice to have you.
Yes. So a real good showing by Ribadu. Let's see if Thomas is there. Thomas, are you there? Look at this guy. Thomas Alaigwagwo, doubting Thomas. All right. Let's take the
Yes,
conversation.
Daddy. Yes, yes,
All right.
Daddy. Thank you, Daddy.
So there you are. So Thomas, I'm going to take the conversation to Ajanle Koko, but very very shortly I'll hand over to you. So Ajanle Koko, come into the conversation. And do you want to pick it up from Akere Dolu making his way back to Nigeria, but not to his office, but to his space in Ibadan? So Akere Dolu, I will be alive to complete my tenure So his tenure expires February next year. So what are you then making of Akeredolu's return after 3 months of a medical sojourn in Germany?
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, we all have to rejoice with his family that this man is back alive. He was terribly sick, particularly the kind of sickness that he went through. Is it not cancer of the bone, or what kind of
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if they opened up on the details, but I think I heard there was some form of cancer as well. Yes.
yeah. So for him for God to spare his life throughout his treatment period and back home alive, man, is worthy to be celebrated. So if any member of his family or people that are close with him are listening to us, look, we welcome him back and we wish him long life, and we hope that very soon he will be back to his position and continue the good work for the people of Ondo State. It would have been an unfortunate situation to APC, Shiwaju, and others if unfortunate happened to him, because this man worked really hard for Tinubu emergence as what do you call it, nominee of the party. We may wish to remember that he was the leader of the southern governor that were agitating for power shift to the south within his own party. And in the collective, the joint meeting between APC and PDP, then they appointed him as because the most elderly among them. So they appointed him as the chairman. And they spoke, if you can remember, woman, we treated it here. They spoke, in a very strong term, that power must shift to the south, irrespective of any party that it has to go, but the south must have it, and he was very, very strong in his his commitment to that effort. So he played a very good role for power shift to the south that Tinubu is enjoying today. And even during the Amotekun, the same way he led the Southwest governor, he was their leader. He fought hard against Malami that was trying to stop them. That, look, I will take you to court. It doesn't matter that we are in the same party. We will fight it at the law court. There is no law that said that we cannot set up, a kind of a neighborhood security arrangement or network, to maintain the security of life and property in conjunction with the police. There's no law that says we cannot do that. So, and because of his strong leadership, the federal government have to back down. They have to back down. So this man, he tried his best. And you remember, you may wish to remember again that he, among the Western, Yoruba leaders, he, with his, in conjunction with the, what do you call it, the assembly, they passed a law in Ondo State to make the Yoruba national, anthem to be for as compulsory Yoruba national anthem to be read or to be sung in their assembly hall every morning. Some people were calling him is a tribalist leader, is a this, but this man said, look, as far as my own state is concerned and my people are concerned, they elected me to govern them, and the Yoruba being the governor, Yoruba being the his locality is Yoruba, and so in order to promote the culture and Yoruba and to allow this Yorubaness to have a place in the head, in the mind of the people at its local level, the anthem of Yoruba must be read at the school. So he try his best a lot in so many ways. He has his shortcomings as well, but the good thing that he did, particularly in the fight for the power shift to the south, it must be acknowledged. So he did a lot, and at least as far as I'm concerned, I think I am very happy that he's back alive and is hale and healthy, and is very soon he'll be back to his position to continue.
Do you think he's clinging on for too long, and do you think his legacy might be tarnished? Because even back from Germany, only to land in Ibadan, where he actually lives, I don't think about how many more months to February. So I don't think he has anything left to offer that state, and it's just going to be clinging on, be in bed all of the time, barely be in Ondo State or whichever state it is. Should he not just hand over and just protect his legacy?
Let me
Is
say
he
this.
in danger of being tarnished by this Klingon mentality?
I beg you, let me say this.
Okay. Say
You
something.
see, in the history of that state, I think Akeredolu will go down as one of the, if not the worst um, governor that state had ever had. And I can understand maybe this issue of his health is one distracting thing for him. But that state has never seen any development. The last time that state really saw a little bit of development was under Mimiko. Um, this guy, I don't know, all the money he has been getting, we don't even know. People say they don't even know what that money is being spent on. A lot of social services that ordinarily people should benefit. Local governments, I don't even see a lot of the people, my people back home, they tell me they don't see any impact. It's more like they always get that money. Either he take his own cuts, the chairman they take their own cuts. That's all they do in that state. No real one concrete development. At least when Olusegun Agagu was there and the rest of them, we saw some of the things. Even though some of them they were there too, by the standard of back then, they did a little bit of thing. Some of those state roads are the worst in that country. So you start asking the question: what is this guy? What is this guy? What is the use of this guy as a governor? You would think this guy has something upstairs when he was coming in as a lawyer. You would think maybe it's going to be different, but I want to believe maybe he has nothing, or maybe it's this his illness that is just distracting him. Because when you are not Yoruba, when you're they said health is wealth. So when you are healthy, then that is when you can have the head to think of what other things you can do, and you feel like you are invincible, you are impregnable. Nothing can fall you. Nothing can So well, then maybe then, but then is this health has always been an issue for you? So why don't you just vacate this? I mean, you can't put the life of almost like be like how do I say like over 10 million people put their life in a balance like that. Their life is left hanging just because of your indecision, or you being not there, you not being there to be able to make decisions that would affect the life of these people positively. Go to those riverine areas there. A lot of things are going on there that there is no development going on. Not even in my own very town, my parents' town where they are from. The only other time we saw real major, besides Olusegun Agagu and maybe this guy Mimiko. That even Mimiko says, "What did he even do?" But what I'm just trying to say is that under I say Buhari, under Babangida, that Irele Road, Irele, that Irele Road. My mom is from Irele. That Irele Road there. Oh my God, one of the best road. That's the only thing that I think we benefited from Babangida's administration back then. The best of road that we saw there. I mean, so anybody who is from Mundo City area will know. There's this lady that used to sing Comfort Moge. Is it Comfort Moge? He sang it.
I
He
know
sang
that
it. He
road.
sang a song with it. Is that what?
I know it very well.
Yeah. So what are we talking about? So this guy, I don't even know all the security money or this security money that he gets from the Fed. What is this guy doing this money? I mean, we people go to Ondo State. Ondo State is one of the most backward states. We should not be. We have oil, we have palm fruit, we have everything there. We farm in that, we have cocoa. But what is this? What is the use of this guy? He cannot. Okay, fine. You talk about shaking Igbo lafe money. Are we saying to do? We have to, I'm not saying that's not a source of revenue. As a lawyer, my dad has a farm. I mean, has a land that it has bitumen. That land is government has taken over that land now. They've not compensated them, and that land is now you people are not even they are not even doing any they're not taking any of those bitumen. So what is going on? What is the use of this guy? I mean, you would think maybe because as a lawyer, you know how to those whatever legal aspect of it. But I don't just maybe this is illness is just one distraction for him. Just quit and leave that place. There's somebody that is better that can do it better than you. Let him be there. But you see, these are leaders of these sit tight leaders. They just don't want to. I don't get it. So because of your own illness now, you put the life of about over 10 million people in the balance. For me, it's just beyond me. I don't understand that kind of that way of thinking or that way of looking at things. That's just what I want to say.
Okay, one
Can I,
man.
can I contribute a bit to support rational mind?
Oh yeah,
The
Etoros. Okay.
which is
Ojo,
which is not not
Ojo,
the not my usual thing
Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n
to,
amòfin ẹ sọ̀rọ̀
to
sókè.
support rational mind. But I think rational mind is right.
You want to support rational
Yes.
mind? Are you sure?
General Thomas.
Rational mind is always wrong. Rational mind is always wrong.
No, rational man is right on this one. I'm telling you. For me, I think when you pick Baba Jashin, I think the next person is you pick in that state that really work. You pick Olumilua. Then when you pick Olumilua, you pick Oyaro Gulems. Oyaro Gulems tried. Then after Mimiko. When you remove those four, every governor they've been having in that state, you can't really, including Akeredolu. Yeah, as a human being, we must all sympathize and have, and pray that he gets healed and completely, and that God will spare his life. He really tried when it comes to the legal profession. The way you see that man, very, very blunt in court, and judges, yeah, they don't fear him, but they respect him because he will tell you the way it is. He's not, and he has a very good and serious practice. Just like he was with, he has his partner Olujimi, so it was Akeredolu and Olujimi. Ibadan, very sound Ibadan practice. So I hope and I pray that God heals him completely and heals all of us too. If there is any underlying condition any one of us has. But that said, that should not prevent us from assessing his tenure. Two-term governor going down without any major thing you can do in Ondo State. I can recall while growing up, because Ondo and Ekiti were together while I was growing up until 96 when Abacha created Ekiti. So we used to go to Ondo very well. The relay just mentioned Idore, we used to go to Bokoda, all those houses. And when we were very, very, very young, I remember a lot of the major things we used to go to visit. There is this Oluwa glass. Can't find it any longer. I think Rational Man can bear me witness on Oluwa glass. Oluwa glass, very
Yeah, you're
massive.
right. Yeah, I used to be part of the
There's,
Odua
yeah,
conglomerate.
there is another one in Idonre.
There's
Very
we don't
massive.
have industry again now.
No
Nothing,
Nothing
industry.
water
It's
industry
dead.
like
There
Oluwana.
is
there's nothing
Owena
there anymore.
Motels.
That's it.
Owena Motels. There's another one in that around that river, that river basin is
River
there.
Basin Authority.
Then, sir. Then there's this cocoa plantation, the one that Jashin did. I can't find those ones again. A lot that those they used to have, but you can't really find it. In fact, during Mimiko time, the only major thing that Mimiko did was this mother and child. Mother and child. Mimiko invested a lot on health facilities in Ondo State. And I could recall back then during Mimiko, an accident happened along Owo, that Owo road. And then I happened to be around that, that side then. And we rushed the person. And they took the person to the emergency. If you see the emergency facility that Mimiko built, they came with their ambulance, they picked. You would think you were in abroad, really. They rushed them and they put the person inside. The way those doctors came out and attended, I said, Mimiko built all those facilities and they started getting grants. They said he was sourcing grants from abroad and they were exchanging programs. They would take their doctors in Ondo State abroad for training and everything. You know one funny thing about that mother and child? That mother and child, you don't need to pay at all to have your child bath and everything in Ondo State. You reduce their mortality rate and everything.
It did good on education too.
Yes, and we used to come from and don't forget, Mimiko has always been part of the government. So when I was in primary school, Mimiko used to be commissioner of health, Tipe, in Ondo State, under the Olumilua guys when Agagu was the deputy governor and all those days. So, and people used to leave Ekiti to go and have their bet in Ondo State back then. In fact, Oshun, they will come and those neighboring states will go to Ondo State. Nimba Mimiko used to be the hub for when you are pregnant, just get taxi to Akure and get claim to be from the state and then you get card. But all of a sudden, when you ask of it now, they say it's no more. What happened? Maybe Akeredolu stop it, or they said they are diverting the money, and the mother and child thing, everything just collapsed, and it's no longer there. So you now wonder what exactly the guy actually did in government. I don't know. I pray that he gets well quick and then live like rational mindset and just quit that space and give people that are ready to perform. If there is anyway, I don't know. Since Ekiti has left on those states, I don't know who is remaining.
Forget that thing. When we were one, you people were dominating the whole thing. The people were just dominating the whole thing.
Talking these days.
The best brain I've left the place. We left.
It was a sigh of relief. It was a sigh of relief for the rest of Ondo people when these people left. Finally, we can breathe because these people were just dominating the whole thing. We all know professors. They are from there. Professor Peace. Professor
What the professorship with Bang Rational Mind, Loju?
I mean, it's true. I mean, yeah, I agree with him. Like, ever since after we parted, just that state has never been the same again. It's just just have phony leaders, half-baked leaders, people that are not really leaders who are not. I mean, maybe the part. I mean, I would say the brains are among the Ekiti stock of Mondo back then. So, but ever since then, I've never seen any of them. We still have thought, but they would never come out because the Ondo politics is a very strong politics. It's you you can't play Ondo politics. It's a very, very bitter one and a very hard one. Even this Akeredolu's Wahala too. I don't think it's. I just want to believe it's ordinary, but Ondo politics is very strong. If you're not a very strong person, you cannot last there. So for me, it's just I remember that what he was talking about that that mother-child care. I think he went to the United States. What's his name? Former governor there. Mimiko. He went to bring. I think he said they had. I think he himself is a doctor, right? Mimiko is
Yeah,
a
he's a
doctor.
medical doctor too.
Yeah. So and he went and he brought in some equipment from the United States, and he was going to. I mean, then he was gradually placing Ondo State as a hub for medical tourism and all of that. Like what you just said now, people were pouring in from other states, going there and taking advantage of the healthcare system. And this guy could not build on it. See, this is what we're talking about. Okay, what is the replacement that you have for that? He doesn't have anything. There's nothing I can say. This is one thing this guy did, one road or what. I just don't know what has happened to all the money he has been earning. I don't just get it. So for me, I don't just know. We've been cursed with very very um, uh, leaders that are not really capable of leading that state. And the other ones
Well,
that can really, we have other people who are capable. I mean, a lot of older people in America. Some of them doctors, surgeons, and all of that. But some of them can't come back home because the politics is just too hard. It's just too. I mean, a lot of people who tried it, they run back. They can't understand it. Yeah, so yeah, you have to go to body lawn. You know, that's another thing again. Talk about the ballet from body lawn lion. You never get there. You know, so some of our American politicians they just can't stand themselves. I mean, somebody that has PhD who is doing well for himself in America, he has multi-million-dollar investment, and he wanted to go into body lawn. The ballet for what's his name? A lion of body lawn. I say Wimby. You know, although can be very arrogant. I don't know if people know that. So we don't believe in say one man or somebody can calling the shot, telling me how to become a leader or whatever. So that's a lot of them. I know some of them personally who would never want to go again into politics in those states. Maybe in the future if it changes, but maybe it will. But that's why I don't think this thing that Akere is going through. I think you people should have heard a story about his wife when he was talking about a certain lady. I don't know, maybe the mistress of Akere who was trying to like help him out with some concussion and all of that. So, but I want to believe it's just ordinary. But although politics is very hard, if you are not a strong person, you cannot play that politics there. Let me
that side chick, she has come out to debunk that storyline. By the way, that she gave him a concoction that then led him to being.
I don't know. I mean,
you don't expect him to accept it now.
Go on, please. Go on.
You don't expect her to accept it.
But it was his wife that was spreading that storyline. I think is Akere Dolu fell sick, and then she used that sickness to attack his side chick, who she felt was threatening her position. I'm not sure that. Why would the side chick want to kill him when he's the bread and butter of her life?
Don't say so, Oma.
Well, the side chick, I think, is working in a government house too, and yeah. So I don't know. So, but look, rational mind.
Is it Baba Joko? Side chick ni abi main chick?
Yeah, what on the main chick?
Ìyàwó ti dàgbà kò sí kankan lára yẹn mọ́.
Wọ́n ti fún gbẹ. Ọ̀dájú lẹ́yìn ara bí o.
Bàbá ń fi fresh blood ó fi ń gbára lé ẹ̀wẹ̀.
Fresh blood ó kọ́
ló là ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ bàbá. Wọ́n fẹ́ mú ẹ̀jẹ̀ bàbá gbẹ.
Ó fọmọ ọlọ́mọ ṣe ṣàgbàdéwé.
Ó tó fi jọ àwọn ọmọ Ondo wọ́pọ̀ lára àwọn national mind náà ṣerú ẹ̀.
Kí ló rò pé national mind ṣe ibi tó wà yẹn?
By the time
it's genetic.
By the time the national mind na fi kúrò bẹ̀yẹn mix race ló máa kún mix race.
National mind sọ pé okay wà lọ bá wa àwọn bikini.
Ọ̀gá ìpátá àgbàlagbà. Look at that.
So, what rational man is calling for, I don't think is going to happen.
Baba, you can listen to what someone say. Say rational men went for shopping. He went for shopping.
Can I take one blonde and two brunettes, please, and wrap them up very nicely? Look at that. Ikwata. We couldn't stop him talking now. Look at that. Rational mind.
I'm still
So,
here. I'm still here.
what he was calling for Akerelori to
Dewale
resign.
will soon come and join you. Ojo mọ̀ pé nǹkan méjì tó like obìnrin àtọ̀tí méjèèjì dẹ̀ ní plan. You know, he's buying his ticket now. Sorry,
So
Ajay.
what the rational man is calling for him to resign is not going to happen. Politician doesn't quit except people kick them away. So if his vice is a very bad person, he would have done that against him. But I think he still he will have mobilized the assembly against him if that one is a very dangerous politician. But at the same time, I think he's still within the he's still acting within the law. I mean, as permitted by the law. The period of time he has spent for his medical vacation, I think, is still allowed by the law. So he has not overspent the period of time permitted by the law. So he's still doing the right thing in accordance to the law. So, but politicians will never quit except they are forcefully taken out of the place by their fellow politician. And, the people have given him the mandate to govern them. So it's left for the people. He will soon complete his term for second term in office, and he will soon leave. I think he's leaving in 2025, right? 1 month, or 2024.
I think it's 2024. Yes, I'll double check that.
That's going to be next year. So we just have to wish him well, and 2024 is around the corner. So he has given them the letter that he'll be
No,
back.
it's actually 2025. Okay, if it's 2025, then you can understand why he wants to hold on.
Oh, yes. Yeah, 2025, 2 years to come. Yeah. So it's still, he has given...
Especially now that they have doubled the allocations
The
to
allocation.
the states. Look at that.
About...
that side chick will still get a side chick too.
So he still have 2 more years to go. So, and according to that article, he has given them letter he has given letter to the speaker that I'll be back to office very soon. So he'll be back to office to continue to complete his term of office. So we just wish him well. But it's just unfortunate that according to his people from the state, when he has rational mind, they haven't seen anything he has done. And I have a friend too, made a similar complaint that, as a matter of fact, I think he's owing workers in that state for so many months.
That guy did not do well at all. In fact, doctors were on strike for almost 2 years.
It's just, what has he been doing with the money? With the whole money?
And Ondo State is one of the richest states in the southwest.
Yeah, do you know they pay them 30% derivation from the oil?
Exactly.
What are they doing with the money? I don't know. Well, that is.
That our governor with all of the money that. As much as we blame the presidents and whatnot, all those governors, they're ungodly
it's not the president.
People.
No, they are the worst. One man, the governors are the worst. It's not the president. What the president?
I think we should shift. I think we should shift our attention and focus more on the governor rather than the center.
If the local government is not, broken away from their control by the federal government or by the law, then we won't have governance in that country. They overshadow the local government, they control them, they take their money from the federal and they give them whatever they like. And they appoint their own people to be the local government chairman. They organize election for the local government at their own will, not in accordance to the law. They do whatever they like. They can take them out anytime. They can they can even have local government without local government chairman, they will just appoint administrator there.
No, they will have an election, have the local government chairman in place, and then within 2 years they will just say they have dissolved all of them. And that's all.
And that's all.
I don't know what gave them that power.
That is not a country that is well governed. It is unfortunate. So, but we will continue to talk as far as we are concerned here. We will continue to push for better governance in Nigeria. So, but one man, let us welcome him back. Let us thank God for his life, and let us see him back to his position to continue good work for the people. Maybe by now, maybe with what has happened to him, maybe we have changed your mind. He must have been reformed now.
Okay, Ayorobo, Ayorobo.
So sorry. Good morning, brothers. It's almost 1 a.m. my time here. I'm just like just a quick submission, and then I can go to bed.
Let us let him talk. Yeah.
Yes, come in, Emeka. What's your time where? Because it's 5:45 where I am.
It's 12:45 a.m. here. 12:45.
Are you in the east? Are you in the east?
Yeah,
that's the US time now.
Yeah, Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah. In the East Coast.
All right, come in, Emeka. It's been a while.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for interrupting. I was enjoying the conversation. I just had to look at the time and like, oh wow, it's so that I don't keep a video with you guys. It's quite an interesting one. So what I wanted to just speak about, a lot of propaganda going on, especially with this verdict that was just delivered, and accusations that the judges have traveled to France to go receive allegedly funds for doing a good job on behalf of the APC and the president, which are all filled with lies, right? And that when you ask people, even in the media houses and spokesmen for the Labour Party and PDP, they say they lost on technicalities, and that's not true. That's a lie. I'll take the Labour Party, for instance, just to show that the lawyers, instead of them to do a good job, they were busy posing for pictures that will be posted on social media. And now, they were all saying eyes on the judiciary, and the judiciary came out to do an astounding job on Wednesday, going through line by line every section of the issues that they have, citing case laws, the Electoral Act, the Evidence Procedural Act, the Constitution, as well as even the US case laws and UK case law, the UK Parliament. They did a thorough job because they studied and looked at the case substantively. Now, let's take, for instance, the Electoral Act says in Schedule 1 of the Electoral Act, Section 4, subsection 5, that the election petition shall be accompanied by a list of the witnesses that the petitioner intends to call in proof of the petition, b, written statements on oath of the witnesses, and c, copies or a list of every document to be relied on at the end of at the hearing of the petition. 6, that's subsection 6 of paragraph 4. A petition
Emeka, real apologies. Let me just pause you for a micro moment.
Right.
Just do something, and I'll hand back to you very quickly.
Sure.
The super chats that have come in are fourth. He comes in with the first one. Kaizorian Empire. You all know Kaizo. The rascally Kenyan that has been using foul-mouthed, we have to whip them to shape. So the big guns come in, and that's Ayo there with a handsome one. Not to be outdone, Alexander Gomez matches him. The progressives, we know him as Akim. He doesn't come on the screen anymore, but it's, I'll have to ask him why, but certainly showing his presence there. Baba T, it looks as though he does have a wallet after all. He brings it out to Superchat, and there is Ayo still insisting that the day is his. This is Eyo Adeoye. So Eyo Adeoye comes in, and Chioma comes in with a super chat, trying to bribe her way out of not coming on the screen, but we're still insisting that she must come on the screen. So there's that. So now, Emeka, I'm going to hand over to Thomas now, but when the music stops, you pick it up from where you were. So
Okay.
let me bail out and then bring in Thomas in the traditional manner.
Shama actually came on the screen when I was hosting.
Yeah, did she switch on her camera? That's the thing. She's told us that she's the prettiest girl in America, and we
That's
need.
not true.
Did she switch on the camera when she came on?
Yeah, she did. That's not true.
Oh,
No,
all right.
I'm joking.
Oh, okay, this is it.
Yeah, I gotta go straight give me for
she will start to harass you
no,
now.
I just want to confirm that it's a woman. I know some guys they are under women accounts, so they type say so. But it's a lady. It's a lady. It's a lady's voice. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. But I'm still waiting to meet Chioma, but certainly meet General Thomas now.
All right, can I proceed?
You can go ahead. You can
All
go
right.
ahead,
Thank
Emeka.
you. Sorry, thank you. So now, subsection 6 said a petition which fails to comply with subparagraph 5, that's, having all this list together, you must come with a list of witnesses, the documents, a list of the documents that you intend to talk about in the petition. It must be in your petition, right? And then the list of the witnesses that you intend to present in the electoral tribunal. If you do not comply with this, the secretary will not accept your filing. Now, section 7 says an election petition which does not comply with subparagraph 1 or any provision of that subparagraph is defective and may be struck out by the tribunal or court. Okay, going by this, right? Now, if you go to the Labour Party's petition, you will see that they only brought in 2 witnesses in this petition. They are supposed to, they said in the media houses when they were running their mouths, they said they had 13 witnesses. Now, they only submitted 2. And guess what, guys? The names of those witnesses were fictitious. I kid you not. Go and download that petition. One of the witnesses, the name is ITX. And it was sworn under oath that my name is ITX. The other one says my name is LUNN. That is someone's name and sworn under oath. Technically, they are running their mouth and say they lost on technicalities. Technically, the election petition, the judges should throw those things out because those are not names of witnesses. Witnesses are supposed to be individual. An individual is someone who has a first and last name, or you can have several names.
Those names are 419 name now.
They are fictitious fake names. Download the petition. I have the petition here from Labour Party. I'm looking at it. Download it for yourself. Don't take my word.
Can I say something on that?
Okay.
Can I quickly say something? Yeah.
Please
so
choose.
Yes, the practice is that you are allowed to use initials in order to protect your witnesses. So you can do it. You can use initial ABC, CDS, da.
That's fine. I agree with what you're saying. But they said they wanted they will provide 13. They only brought in 2, which they are supposed
Yes,
to
I
attach
agree
in their
with that one.
petition.
I
Okay.
agree with that one. Yeah.
Now, what they now
Not
did,
add any other
what
one.
they now did in when the trial was now going on, they now wanted to smuggle in 3 more. You understand? It's like you are fighting in the boxing ring, which one of the judges actually said. That was Justice Moses Agu said, you are now fighting in the boxing ring. You punch someone below the belt where you are not supposed to punch, and you are expecting points. You should be deducted for that point. But because the judges were magnanimous, they still allowed those 3 extra unaccredited witnesses to still speak. And that is what they even cited, that despite the fact that these witnesses that you smuggled in were not allowed to speak because they were not properly subpoenaed and accredited, let's even take the substances of their witness, of their statement. One of them, PW, petition witness 7, who claimed to work with Amazon Web Services, AWS, could not even provide evidence or document or even ID card to show that she's a staff of AWS. You know, that she, when Olani Peku cross-examined her, she could not present that, and you claim to be a staff, which means you are lying under oath. Not only that, you contested the election. This election that you are saying is fraudulent, you contested it as House of Representative for Labour Party. It shows you have an interest in the election. Not only that, you were also sitting throughout the tribunal as the election proceedings were going on. It shows you are biased. That is what the judges were saying. And on that, the statement you were even giving shows that you do not even understand what you were saying and the things you were saying when she was being cross-examined. It shows your statement, one, being you biased, cannot be relied on. You having interest in the election, we cannot rely on this. You were not even properly subpoenaed, but let's take that out. Then your statement will not be relied, your testimony cannot be relied on as a genuine witness. No, the other one, PW4, petition witness 4, claimed to be a cybersecurity expert and a forensic expert. And what he was doing was downloading results from unverified sources. He said he got it from the internet. Did you cross-check this result with your polling unit agent? He said no. So how do we rely on this result that it's within your control? You downloaded it into your own personal laptop. So why do you think this result is even okay and authentic? But you did not cross-check it with the original polling, that with the EC8. You didn't cross-check it with your own polling agents. You didn't even give a copy to INEC that you are petitioning. You didn't give the respondent one to look at and say, okay, I think this result is for them to prepare a defense for themselves. And you want to take everybody by surprise. So, which means you can't have unverified results in your own custody, in your own control, and in your personal laptop. Ogbeni, please move to this other side. And despite the fact that you were even smuggled in, you want to take everybody up by surprises. Now you see how incompetent the Labour Party lawyers were. And I see the incompetencies because they were busy taking pictures every time and posting it on the social media. Now let's also go over to they were claiming widespread election malpractice and corruption. But we're unable to identify the polling units where the fraud took place, the number of polling units, the name of the polling units, and also the number of votes that those polling units, where the vote count for those polling units. They did not identify those things. Now they said there was widespread. Oh yeah, tell us those ones. The onus, that's why the judges kept saying the onus is on you, the petitioner, to prove your case. Come and prove your case. If you prove your case, you say you won. If you prove your case, then we will agree with you. But they didn't do that. and they are saying, "Oh, that the judges are biased and they've been bought and bribed," which is unfair on our judiciary, which is unfair on these judges, because I think they did an marvelous job that day for 13 hours going through each and every one of the sections. And I employ all Nigerians to go and read their reports, which I have done. I'm not even true, but I watched that thing and I picked up some valuable lessons from them. And I'm still reading through to see and compare and say, yes, I think these judges are right. The Labour Party were incompetent. That was why they were shredding the lawyers, because they were incompetent.
Hold on, my friend. You just been going on and on and on like that. You said they are incompetent. I mean,
yes, they were incompetent, and I'm showing it to you.
Hold on. What does incompetency have to do with you? Yes, if they are incompetent, is it not for you and your children to win? And they
you said what? I didn't get your first question. Sorry.
What does their incompetency, like you say, putting you incompetent? You keep using the word incompetent.
Yes. They were very incompetent.
If you, as a Tinubu person, as a Agbado person, you want Tinubu to win the election.
He has won the election already.
Yeah, so I mean to say, slip of tongue, to win the tribunal case.
Okay.
They won the tribunal case. What does you have to do with this? You keep repeating yourself.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Let me correct you now. Now, I'm correct. I'll correct you. Let me land on that so that I don't lose my train of thought. Don't worry. Now, you see, Tinubu has been declared the winner. They are the ones now saying Tinubu is not the winner, that they are the winner. Now, come and prove your case. So, they coming to prove the case means they have to show evidence that they won. Now, not only does the honors, the responsibility lies on Obi and his legal team. Because as far as the election is concerned, INEC has declared the winner. But they are saying what INEC did is wrong. And they are petitioning INEC as well as Tinubu. INEC respondent 1, Tinubu responded 2, Shetima responded 3. That no, the election is marred with fraud and inconsistencies and non-compliance of the Electoral Act 2022. Or no problem. The court said no problem. We agree. Come and prove your case. Now, in coming to prove the case, they did not even do the right thing. They did not submit the list of documents they are supposed to use to prove their case. They did not submit the evidences they need to prove their case. They were unable to identify the polling units that the corruption and the fraud, and they said they were also that election did not take place in certain polling units, and INEC uploaded fake results for those polling units that election did not take place. Now, the judge was saying, those places that election did not take place, which of those, where are the polling units? Where are the wards? They could not say it. They said that INEC deducted votes from they did vote from specific polling units and added it to that of respondent 2, which is Ashiwaju. Okay, the judges are now saying those polling units that they deducted your vote count and added to responded 2, that INEC responded 1 did. Where are those polling units? What is the name? And how many votes did they deduct? And how many did they take away and add into that? They could not say that. They could not provide that. They did not put it in their petition. It was not mentioned. So it shows,
brother, and they want to win. They want to win the case.
Yes, it shows the inconsistencies, the incompetencies, the irresponsibilities, and the stupidity of these lawyers, as well as Obi pushing propaganda to obedience. Go online. They go online and they say the judges have been bribed, which is wrong and unfair to these judges. The judges kept saying, and you could literally hear them almost crying, that come and show us where you said that, show us the polling units. Now, also, they said, they mentioned Benue. It was only in Benue and Rivers State that they mentioned the vote count. But they now also said they will rely on spreadsheets, that is Excel, right? They are going to rely on Excel and forensic analysis. That is where that PW4, who is a key witness, I have to bring him in. Now, you are relying on spreadsheets. I can develop. We even did right here in this wonderful platform. We did spreadsheet. Who was that person who did that spreadsheet? I can't remember. That we were doing the vote count. Collateral, yes, collateral, wonderful collateral. He developed a beautiful spreadsheet and was doing the vote count and showing us, and we were arguing where Obi will win, where Asiwaju will win, and where Atiku will win. That was in Collateral's personal laptop. That was what an expert witness came to court to come and say in your own personal laptop. And not only that, you did not even provide a copy, a true certified copy, to the respondents that you are trying to fight, so that they can look at it and say, okay, and prepare a defense for themselves. Not only that, you want to take them up by surprise.
Hold on. Let me say something here at this junction. You see, we've said, let this thing be televised in the first instance. Justice Samani and the rest of the other, they said no. They gave whatever excuse they gave, but not wanting to televise it. But suddenly that they realized they can do that for the judgment. Let's just leave that alone. Now, hold on.
Wonderful brother, what has televising the proceedings?
I'm just saying that on the side. Now, you're talking about not provide CTC, they did not provide anything. I can tell you that I have voice recordings of some of the proceeding in the court during the time when they were providing the evidences and they were interviewing, cross-examining their witnesses and all of that. The way the court played out was bring your evidence, we cross-examine them, bring whatever paper evidence or other evidence you come, submit them, we'll look at it. These people will, when they bring it forward, APC will say, we're objecting to that thing. And then we'll say, okay, what's the objection?
Why is APC objecting? APC is objecting because, one, I will explain to you. I will explain to you, not only APC is objecting, INEC lawyers is also objecting.
Can I talk?
Okay, all right, please. I'm sorry to interject.
They object. My lord, we're objecting to that, whatever. And it's okay, they give you objection. So we'll give our objection in our final tell me how you use people say in the court. In our final submission, something like that, we'll give our objection in the final. That was what they did all through.
I won't help you.
Don't help me. I know. I find it. I think, we'll give our submission in our final whatever. So that's how it played out.
Wonderful, brother. You raised a very valid point. You did. Now, okay, I just read out the Electoral Act. First schedule.
You never allow me even go where I'm even going. You are just scanning. Go on, just go on. So, I don't want to do your thing. Go on.
All right. You read out something very
hold on, please. Hold up. Let Rational Man land, please. You still have the floor. Rational Man land. Yeah.
So the point I'm trying to make is that the way the proceeding was that bring your evidence, bring your witness, they cross-examine the witness. Anybody lash out, that one will lash out, and then that's it. That each because the way the proceeding is that they did not allow the attorneys or the lawyers to say or start talking in front of the judge. No, that's how the whole thing played out. And they said whenever they bring evidence, when they object to it, they will admit it, they will take it in, and APC they will say no, they don't, they object to it, and they will ask them why. They say, "Oh, we'll give it in our final submission or whatever." That's how the whole thing played out. So now that you people are now suddenly realizing that there's a fake CTC or this CTC, there was CTC certified by INEC in one of the proceedings, which INEC was even saying no, they don't recognize it. But you people gave it to us, and you certify it. So what are these judges even talking about?
Okay, I think you're done. Now, the one you said, I remember that one. For this INEC, this point, I'll take that point. There's a copy, a certified true copy that the INEC lawyer objected to, right? And they said, but you gave it to us. I think the judge admitted that evidence. Let's be factual. Now, again, what's to show the incompetence of the Labour Party lawyers? In their petition, it says you have the law says copies or list of every document to be relied on. So they didn't. Please don't take my word. Go and download their petition. They didn't put copies of the evidence, but they said lists, the list which will be taken. They can take the list. Now, what did they do? Okay. This list of documents or some of the evidence, they did not also share those evidence with the respondents. Why would the respondent not object to it? It's like you are taking me for surprise. Please, we have a lawyer here who can speak on this. You have to share what you have so that we can prepare a defense for ourselves. So why would you introduce?
Every lawyer adopted.
No, guys, no. There's a lawyer here. There's a lawyer here. There's a lawyer here. You can't take me. You can't take me up for surprise.
No,
sir. No, sir. No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. It's not true.
Now, hold on. Ogbeni, are you still there? Ogbeni. So when they say the Thomas,
he's not here. But tomorrow you can confirm it. It's not true.
Ogbeni is on the screen, but it's not talking. Maybe it's busy. Yeah.
Maybe it's busy. You have to share what you have. I need to prepare my defense. You don't know. You don't come in. You don't sneak in evidence like that. It's not done. That is why. Hold on now. Let me land, please, sir. Don't be angry with me. That is why you will once you object to it. The lawyer, the judge will look at it and look at the list and say, okay, you didn't share it. We will overrule. They throw it off.
So why did they throw it off? Why did they throw it off? Why did they admit it?
You have now. I just gave you an example of spreadsheet. Okay, let's just say the spreadsheet, right? The spreadsheet, right? You prepare this, sir. Please. I beg your pardon, sir. Sir, you prepare the spreadsheet, right, of polling units and their numbers. You assign figures to those spreadsheets. Okay, you did everything. Maybe you assigned colors to those spreadsheets. You didn't even share the spreadsheet with INEC, the respondent one that you are petitioning. You didn't share that spreadsheet with them. You didn't even get a copy to confirm the spreadsheet with your own polling agents that would have signed on the hard copy, on the EC8A. You did not do that. Then you now come to court and say you want to tender this as evidence. Which court will allow you to do that? You did not share it with who should look at it and say, okay, let me prepare my own defense and bring and say these are the copies of the polling unit that was even signed by your own polling agent. Your polling agent signed it. These are the copies. You are bringing on this spreadsheet. Look at the stupidity of things that you prepared a spreadsheet that you were getting results online from unverified sources and you are putting it on column and rows and you said it's evidence you want to tender in court. Does it show that you have sense at all as a lawyer? No wonder they were snapping pictures. Sorry, sir, let me continue. Now they were saying, okay, that they want to also rely on inspection reports that they did not tender. They didn't tender that in court. That is what the judges were saying. You said you have evidences, but you didn't produce these evidences. Yes, you listed them as part of what you are going to put in you listed them in your petition, but you didn't tender these evidences. You talked about polling units. You didn't tell us the names of this polling unit. You didn't tell us the numbers of this polling unit. You didn't tell us the amount of vote of this polling unit. And they cited cases to support their claim. And yet people are saying they lost on technicalities or they were just barely stupid enough not to know how to fight their case. I was highly embarrassed with them. I thought they would put up a fight, but I saw Sans, senior advocate of Nigerians, dancing on social media and being so stupid in the court, and yet they are coming and spreading lies and propagandas, and they don't want to accept the result because they want to keep their support base intact. It's unfair to the judiciary. It's unfair to those people that you keep labeling them that they are biased. It's really unfair. If your case was solid proof, you would win this case. You would have won it. You claim you won it. Now come and tell the court and tell the Nigerian public how you won the election, yet you didn't do that, but you are still running your mouth that you lost on technicalities. It is unfair, and it is unfair on Nigerians and unfair on our time that you are delaying what is the inevitable, that you lost the election and you can't prove this election, and you are still putting people on hopes, wasting people's time, keeping them emotionally bankrupt, and going about spreading your rat-infested mouth that you won an election you cannot prove. It's unfair. I can agree with the Atiku guys. They were a bit experienced, but still there was naivety with them. They could not still prove. Now they came up with the 25% FCT, and I love the way the judges went about with it. They even had to take them to school. They taught them about conjunctions. They taught them about the equality principle. They taught them about the rights of citizens, that all votes is equal before the law and before everyone, that you cannot give a specialty.
Brother, can you permit me to throw something there about that 25%?
Please.
So wait. Okay. I agree with your house. It's me Midwest. So the thing is this. Let us look at this global world where that 25% is coming from, because I see Nigerian politicians like people, someone who copied Expo, and you put somebody's name there and his identity number. You copy everything along. America is the only country that tried to, give some preferences to some areas in their country, and they call it super delegate, and they practice it, they back it by law. Now, and this.
What happened to him?
Don't tell me Midwest trying to use super delegate arguments.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Court of Appeal also said, let us also look at the intentions of the framers of the Constitution. Let's see what the framers of the Constitution was trying to lay out in this aspect. And with that intention, they were trying to explain that the framers of the Constitution did not say that specific people in a specific area or territory or land have more votes than others. Their vote counts more than others. No. Now, also, Section 299 of the Constitution also says that in specific provisions in the Constitution, Abuja will be treated as a state. I wonder why senior advocate of Nigerians were going around to come and be saying all this. It's a disgrace to them, not to us. It's a disgrace to them. That's why I keep saying, and my brother here, I forgot. Sorry, I forgot your name. My brother was saying, what is the incompetency I'm stressing at? It shows their incompetencies and it stresses them. And that is why the judges were really, really upset with them. Because even Justice Musrat said, you ought to know better. What are you guys trying to do? She also went further to say, do you think the court is a marketplace, or do you expect the court to go and get evidences for you? That
Emeka,
is
you remember there was even one of the article that wrote a book about law.
Exactly.
And he was even going against what he wrote inside his own book.
Exactly.
And it's the judge that was even reminding him of, you have forgotten what you wrote in your book.
Exactly.
It's so ridiculous.
It shows the ingenuity of them. They just want to collect money. They want to eat politicians' money.
That is, in fact, you have concluded. Everything is about money. It's about money.
Let's just eat their money. Now they are
they just want to cash out.
They are pushing their principle. Let's go to the Supreme Court. Guess what? What are you going to the Supreme Court to do? Most of the rulings, with the exception of the order of forfeiture, most of those rulings have been decided by the Supreme Court itself. So what are you going there to go and do? And with the order of forfeiture, the judges broke it down. They even said, okay, let's even look at the criminal aspect of the order of forfeiture, despite the fact it is a civil proceeding, that even with an order of forfeiture, there is a passage of time, which is 10 years. And from 1993 or 1991, when this order of forfeiture happened, to date, it is more than 10 years. If we are looking at the criminal aspect of it, that was the lead judge that was saying this. Now, since it's a civil order of forfeiture, there was no charge, there was no arrest, there was no detention, there was no imprisonment. What are we saying here? Why are these people like this? It's either they just want to cash out, but for me, I will not say cash out. I will say they are incompetent because they know better. They should do better. Come with a solid proof case and you would win, because the onus is on you. The respondent will only respond. But if you have a solid proof case, they can't respond properly and you will win your case. But they now are spinning the story, spinning propaganda around and saying that the court is not providing justice. It is unfair. Now they want to go to the Supreme Court. I think they have just 12 days now to file an appeal. The Supreme Court has 60 days to decide on this matter, and which will be done probably 60 days is I think is 5th of November or 6th of November, which is on a Sunday. So which means the case will be delivered on the last week of October. And then even with the Supreme Court, you are not introducing any fresh matter. You are not introducing any fresh issue. You are not bringing any witness, not at all. The Supreme Court is not like that. You are not even trying, you will only speak for 15 minutes. 15 minutes, and you are speaking on areas of the rulings that you don't agree with the judges of the Court of Appeal. Unfortunately, most of those issues, Obi has 4 issues. I think Atiku has 4 or 5. 4, I think 4. Most of those issues have been decided by the Supreme Court. Now they are saying that we do not trust the judgment of the Court of Appeal. We do not trust the judiciary, but you are still going to the Supreme Court. What are you doing? Are you not playing games? Thank you very much, guys.
Hello, can I come in quickly, Thomas?
No.
Oh, okay.
You have to pay $10. $10.
We don't use dollars. We use euro. If you want euro, no problem.
Yeah, go on, Remy. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning, everyone. And I think the last speaker put everything in the right perspective. Actually, from day one, they knew quite all right they don't really have a case. To me, I would give my hat off for INEC. What INEC did in this election is one of the best elections since 1990.
But Remy, can we say Tinubu bribe all the judges?
Whatever you
they are
say,
saying.
I don't care, because at the end of the day, you can see the judgment, a judgment of 12 hours, and they laid a lot of precedent. They kissed a lot of cases. In fact, they trashed it out one by one.
Can I quickly say something, Mr. Remy?
Go ahead.
That judgment is 798 pages. I have it.
Wow.
Kai.
Yeah,
these judges, they're supposed to give them 3-month vacation. Let them go and rest.
My brother just sent me the true certified copy of the judgment, which I've not started reading in my free time.
But the Obi and Labour Party are still saying that they are still waiting for it. So if you have gotten it, how come they didn't have it?
You see, part of their propaganda, right, is to push the bias of the judges. They've given it to them, but you understand. But yes, the judges delayed. They for 13 hours. They were giving out rulings and verdicts for 13 hours. We are human beings, right? We've been here for many of you have been here longer than me. This is 7 hours, and after some of you want to go and rest. And I remember the lead judge telling Obi's lawyer, we will laminate the copy and give to you. There's the possibility they didn't do it on Thursday. Maybe they were so tired and they decided to do it today. But they started screaming, oh, they've not given us the copies. Oh, when are we going to fight the appeal? Oh, the judges are biased. But they have the copies now.
They have the copy now. Everybody. It's everybody can have it now. My brother just sent it to me. Sent it to me yesterday.
No, so they've released the copy now. They've given it to them. It is the copies that they are sharing on social media. I have the copy here and I'll be reading it. It's very, very, very robust. I employ all Nigerians to go and read it. As you are reading it, compare it with the petition of Obi, very weak, useless petition. Compare it and look at it together with the Electoral Act, because they were referencing the Electoral Act, as well as go and look at it with the Evidence Act of Nigeria.
For anybody that needs the judgment, just contact one man. I sent him a copy. He was going to send it to you. Everybody needs.
If obedient, and they were busy saying they want to protest. If there's any protest obedience want to have,
you can give one to rational men, because you can say like them.
Let obedient have
access to.
Obidence should be protesting against those incompetent lawyers. Obidence should be beating up those incompetent lawyers. Obidence should be insulting the incompetent lawyers. Obidence should be pouring saliva at the incompetent lawyers and protesting against them. Those lawyers dealt them a bad job. They ruined their chances. I will be honest with you.
Emeka, you are just blaming the lawyers.
Yes.
An article from day one, they knew they don't have a case.
But they knew. The problem. I will tell you the problem. But I don't want to say. Obi quickly ran to the media to tell the media that I won the election. So by then he had not gotten court order to go and inspect INEC materials. So when he rushed to the media, I won the election. Everybody say, "Oh, you won the election." His fans and his supporters were shouting, "We won the election." When INEC now showed them the materials, that was when he could not backtrack anymore. Oh, if you backtrack, it means, okay, what the hell are you doing, Obi? You said you won the election. So they had to go to court, and they knew they had a weak case. And that is why, rather than them to focus on the election issues itself, they were now focusing on pre-election
When
issues.
did they give them the materials? The materials for all those.
They came to inspect. Please, sir, they inspected.
They gave them which materials? When did they give them? Let us not say what.
They had inspection reports, sir. It's in their petition too.
Even before the case started, those lawyers made it categorically they didn't get 50% of those materials they need.
That is what they told you. That is what they told you. That's the propaganda
it's not.
they are
You know, they only work on what they have.
Sir, I don't rely on propaganda. That's the propaganda they told you. Right?
You may take it as propaganda, but they made it clear now.
Sir,
even they have to protest, but we are not there when they quickly went to the INEC.
In their protest,
when they quickly went to the INEC, those are lawyers. They burst into INEC office. They burst into INEC office to demand for it.
Right in their petition, they were quoting an inspection report. What is an inspection report? Sir, I don't deal with gossip. I come with facts. I am looking
that is not
at their petition.
This is what was televised on the national TV.
That's why
those
I said
lawyers they burst into INEC office.
Please, sir. Please, sir. We are not children here. We are not children. We are adults. We are adults. We are adults. We are not children. Go and download the petition of. Go and download Obi's petition. They have inspector report they were quoting, and INEC in his respondents were saying they were even contradicting to show you
what I wanted to Obeni, what I wanted to ask you here now. What I wanted to ask you, Obeni, what I wanted to ask you personally. Yeah.
Can you allow him, just allow him land? So what did he say in that inspection? What you say you read?
In the inspection right there, in the paragraph 67, 68, they were contradicting themselves, and the respondents INEC were saying, "My lord, please cancel out all this because it's a contradiction." They are quoting an inspection report and they are claiming they did not have the inspection report, and they canceled. They said, "Oh, this is a contradiction," to show you the incompetencies of this lawyer. Let me show you.
Let me say this.
Go and look at it. Now again, listen again, sir. Let me land. I will let you speak. Don't worry. Let me land this point. Let me not forget. They were also on paragraph 64 of their petition, or no, paragraph 70 of their petition. They were quoting non-compliance of the electoral law. That as a result of non-compliance of the electoral law, corrupt practices took place massively all across the country in various polling units, despite the fact that they could not even call the names of those polling units. The vote counts that was affected in those polling units, they said massive, because they didn't comply with the electoral law, that's INEC, corruption took place. And then the judges now said non-compliance, right, is not the same as corrupt practices. That when there's corrupt practices, you must prove beyond reasonable doubt. But with non-compliance, it is on the balance of probability. Now again, shows their incompetencies. So if obedience wants to go and protest,
have you finished? Let me say what I want to say. I don't have much time to spend. You see, you have all made your point. You made your point very clear. And the reason, though I didn't really trust those judgment when they started, because the way the delay from INEC, submitting those materials when they come with the issue of reforming the beavers and all that, I knew they are up to something. So there is no two ways about that. So if you are coming here to say those lawyers were not able, I listened to the judgment. They were saying that before they did this, the time is up and all this and all that. They know there is a time limit for all those things. Then why should INEC not release those materials immediately? Those lawyers needed it. Why? And
Now,
I wanted
it
to ask
is
Ogbeni
there
here.
in the judgment.
Let me finish.
They did
Let
not
me
fight.
finish.
They did not
Let me
do it
finish.
the
Let
right
me finish.
way. It is their incompetency. They didn't do.
Okay,
They
let me
didn't
finish.
go.
Stop interjecting. Let me finish. That's why I wanted to ask Ogbeni. So if INEC refuse to give materials when they are supposed to submit those materials, those are public documents. It's not their document. It's in the law.
Yeah.
So is there so they have not committed any offense by doing that? Those lawyers approach you after the judgment, after the election, to submit those things for us to prepare our case. You refuse to do that until the time limit will elapse, and you are now coming to say those lawyers and you see those lawyers every day coming to the news forum to say that these things they are not submitting it, and those lawyers were not even those judges
Please.
were not even to give judgment on that.
Sir, what I said is we are not children here, right? When we speak, we should speak with
I want
facts.
Ogbeni to respond to me. I want Ogbeni to respond to me.
Okay, I'll let yeah, let me.
Ogbeni will respond to, but I want to.
Yeah. I just need Ogbeni voice. I just want to hear what Ogbeni has.
Is not speaking now, so other
He's
people.
speaking. I'm hearing his voice. He's speaking. I'm hearing his voice. I want to hear what he wants to say.
Ogbeni, continue.
I want Ogbeni to speak. Yeah.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on.
Thomas, you are breaking. I don't know if it's yourself, it's your connection. You are breaking.
Hello.
So, Ogbeni, continue. Don't mind
Hold
him
on,
as a man.
everybody. Let's bring the tempo down. Ekene, please, just bring it down.
Hello, Professor.
Hello.
Let Ogbeni talk.
Yeah.
Hello.
Let's hear from Ogbeni.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so my point is this. Like the question Ekene asked, if you apply
Put this here.
if you apply for the proper
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
If you apply for the proper documents and you apply to the proper department, INEC will give you. Now, let me tell you the problems the OB guys have. First and foremost, I believe that there is this ego thing with the OB council. Secondly, I believe that there is a internal wrangling within the OB legal thing. I can't really ascertain where their problem is. And let me tell you why I'm saying so. OB identify 18,000 polling units that they are challenging, right? Those 18,000 polling units spread across some states. Don't forget that election in Nigeria is in form of pyramid. You start from polling unit, you collate, you move to ward, you collate, you move to local government, you collate, you move to state, you collate. That's from D. You will now take the final result, right, from state. You bring it to Abuja. The REC will bring it to Abuja and hand it over to INEC chairman to add to what is there. So you must have 37, that's including FCT now, to make declaration. All those EC8A are the polling units. They are not, you don't bring them to Abuja. You bring the final sheet to Abuja. All those ECAs and others, they remain at the state level. Now, see the first problem the OB council have. The arrogance of when they apply to INEC Abuja said, look, we decentralize our admin, and you all know this thing because from day one we address petition. From day one, everybody see it. It's not the way you see we are like fighting here. That's not the way. There are lawyers in their pre-hearing session. Everybody sit together. In fact, sometimes they give us water and food. We eat together, and from there we discuss the way forward in the case. So INEC has told them, if you apply for document, apply in the proper place. If you are applying for the final copy, you are applying for every statement issued by INEC, national and everything. We will provide it for you at the national INEC. But if you are applying for form CAA, they remain at state level. Go to the state level, I will apply, you will get it. The arrogance of them feeling too big because they have social media and their support and all the noise they like making. They apply to INEC Federal. INEC at Abuja said,
We don't have it. Even if we're going to get it for you, we have to minute this thing down to the state level. Instead of them to pick their letter and take it to the state, they start feeling too big, and time were running against them. That's the first issue. I'm telling you today, that's the first issue they had. What's the second issue they have? They started asking for instance, you want to apply to me and say, give me things that don't even exist. Just like 2011 election, when 2019 election, when Atiku said central server, and INEC said, I don't have any central server. He said, give me CTC or what you have in your central server. INEC said, I don't have any central server you are asking of. So you won't force me to give you what doesn't exist. So a lot of things that I guess their IT guys gave them that ask for this, these are the proper things to do this thing. They ask, INEC will tell you we don't have. Then, because they have communication gap between the two, and you know this ego fight thing, because don't forget, INEC is also there to defend the mandate they're giving out. That's why it's always funny to me when people say INEC frustrate INEC. I say INEC is a party. You make INEC a party. There's an hostility already you declared. You won't want INEC to just fold their arms and be looking at you. So when you don't do things properly, you need INEC to be on your side to help you to correct your error. But when ego sets in, then INEC will leave you alone. So human factor, no PR, ego, everything affects them. So, but what the court now says is, okay, let me now go to Kene's case. Now, in case they apply to a proper place and they refuse to bring the proper thing for them, you can initiate a contempt proceeding against whoever that official is. Do you know why? Because it's an order of the court. Whoever disobey an order of the court, because don't forget this by an order for them to inspect and collect. So whoever disobey that order is in contempt of the court order. Did Obi Council file anything? That's where you should be suspicious. Did they file anything? They simply came to channels, arise, and be making noise. Even at a point in time, APC said, go and file contempt. Put us in a contempt. Put INEC as a contempt.
I mean, dear warrior.
They didn't file anything against those guys to date.
Ogbeni, sir, I didn't want to interrupt you while you were speaking, but you are hitting the nail on the head. It's even in the judgment, in the verdict. Yeah. Sorry, just didn't want to interrupt you. You are just hitting it really hard. You use the word. I think you're a very nice man, very nice, lovely man. You use arrogance, sir. I want to replace that with incompetency. Thank you.
It's just issue. So at the end of the day, they came up with a inspection report. That inspection report, see the way they do inspection report, and I laugh when I see many obedient say, hey, they did not. I say, inspection report, do you know it's a joint document? It's not one person document. Though. You see those lawyers who see in court, they are not really fighting. Though. They are professionals. It's parties that fight. So all lawyers will come together and then they issue their inspection report. I've inspected this. They've allowed me to photocopy this. They've allowed me to have this one out. I've gotten this. I've not gotten this. I'm still waiting for this. Okay, we'll give you this and that. They all have inspection report. They will do A in court and they will come out to tell you guys Z, and you think that is the position. So Ekene, see, take your time to read that judgment. You will be so much enlightened. I tell you, it's much, it's 798 pages. But read it, you will be very, very enlightened.
Ekene is busy calling obedient media. So, and whatever they say, will come and pour it there.
It's money in
Ekene is a business, it's a busy businessman. You don't get time for those things.
Yeah, it's really sad the way.
Another thing is that even if you are reading if you are reading the court judgment, I suggest everybody should have a dictionary beside you, because some of those laws, some of those words or wordings, sometimes you cannot just understand directly like that as a layman. But
no, not just dictionary alone. You need to also have the petitions of Atiku and Obi together.
What really pans out is that from day one, both Atiku and Obi knew that they do not have a case.
Correct.
Because I kept on saying here, you have the Form EC8A to prove manually That IRF is nothing. And see the way the judges just treat it out like just like a rubbish. Nothing. Who cares about that one? The most
No, they were, all this one that they said they don't have evidence is a lie now.
They lied.
They know that
They
they
lied.
didn't win the election, so they didn't concentrate their energy on that.
They
All
lied.
they were after is disqualification.
Yes.
Disqualification.
They lied. Now, another to show you that they lied, then in their petition list of documents, they said video, audio recordings, DVD, CD related to the election. They did not produce it. They also said election observer and observer report. That is the EU report they were relying on. The judges said you are dropping a document for us, and you are relying on the document. Why don't you bring the EU guys so that they can be cross-examined? Why are you relying on a third party document to say the election was fraudulent?
Emeka,
Yeah.
Let me tell you
Ogbeni,
something.
sorry, Ogbeni, I just want to quickly chip in this thing. Ogbeni, sorry. So that means, just my own personal opinion, that means this electoral act and Nigerian constitution, I'm not saying everything in totality. I think it's a good constitution at the end of the day. See, just see how these judges just pronounce their judgment case by case. You can see it's not the constitution of Nigeria. It's just that maybe we don't have that liberty like this before. I think it's high time our judges also started to deliver judgment like this so that people will know the truth. Now that every Nigerian have know the truth, you can see a lot of Nigeria, they were started blaming Obi lawyer, Atiku lawyer. Everybody already move on. This is just a total waste of time, to be frank with you. It's a total waste of time. You don't have a case and you continue to go to the media house, to the newspaper, continue to make unnecessary noise, unnecessary distraction. What is all this, for God's sake? I think,
Mr. Remy, let me tell you two things I think happened. First, I've worked with some politicians. At least I've handled some political cases, and let me tell you what I think happened. Immediately they finished that election. In the next 1 or 2 hours, every party will know whether they win or not. If you ask an average politician, they will tell you. They have a situation room, and that situation room linked directly to their agents at the polling unit level. And their agents will be sending messages to them immediately, and they are collating. 30 minutes, 1 hour after, they all know if they won or not. Let me tell you a problem I think Labour has. First, Labour did not have agents in all the polling units. In fact, they have agents in less than 30% of all their polling units. But because they've sold the lies to the public, boasting that they have agents in all the polling units, they couldn't reverse that lies. So, in their situation room, they can't garner their true result after few hours because they did not have agents in all those polling units. So they thought they won, or they thought they could permutate. So I guess by the time they now escalated to the point of inspection, that inspection of materials now cleared their eyes. Like, guys, you did not really win this thing. So if they had now brought out for me, say, hey, those judges would have used it to
Ogbeni, let me come in at this point. You know, I always say this.
Let me greet Ogbeni first.
No,
Now,
I
please,
want
don't
to
be
respond
angry.
to what
Oh,
Ogbeni said. I want to respond.
You will respond, but let me just greet him. Ogbeni, you dey see vision. My
Ogbeni,
Ogbeni, God bless you. What you just said,
at this point, I want to say something. You know, I will not lie. I will not lie on because of some issue. Because of I'm supporting him, and I'm still supporting him. But that's why I said I will not fight anything that I know that I will not win, especially the court case and all that. Definitely, some politics played in the court case and all that. But at this point, you made a valid point because I also work as a polling agent. Why did I come in as a polling agent? Just because in our polling unit, the guy that was supposed to do the stuff, some unorganized stuff and all that.
Hello, continue.
In our polling unit. If not that I stood up to say no, we're not going. I'm going to work, and I work with all my heart, with everything that I had to make sure I followed the vote to make sure that it was uploaded and all that. So I knew even in our polling unit we didn't have a strong agent. It's a fact. And that is why I was still calling, I'm still calling on the party.
Can I
All
hold
this,
on? Can I hold on? You have an agent, but you believe it's not a strong agent. Is that what you're saying?
it's not a, yeah, the guy is not strong. He's not competent. It's not only that he's not competent, not only that.
But you have an
Yeah.
agent. And
Yeah.
after, hold on. After the election, your agent received that form EC8A, the result in his hand. Yes or no?
He received it. He's not the one. I'm the one that received it. Then I now handed it over to him.
Okay.
Because at a point the guy was weak. He couldn't even monitor what was going on. I have to come in. Then when we went through some polling unit, the same thing happened in the. I think they will take a lesson from that.
Before you continue, in your polling unit, the result declared is to your own. Do you believe that is the true reflection of the vote in your polling unit? Because you said you collected it from EC18. Yes or no? Do you believe in the actual result return? In
Yeah, my polling unit is actually correct. It's very correct. Yeah. So, but it's just my polling unit is very, 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 because we did a thorough job.
At least from here, because if I'm a lawyer, this is the question I'll be asking you. You said yes, now no war, no trouble, everything went fine. So continue.
Yeah. So the issue is that Labour Party didn't really do well in terms of polling agent. It's a fact, and we cannot deny it. So, and if they should, what I wanted them to do is just to calm down a little bit, work more. Maybe in the next election, they will do more. And that was what I've been saying here on this platform. If you're a Labour Party member, you should just relax yourself.
You have spoken very well, Guy. You have spoken very, very well. I think you're more rational, obedient than others, right? You've spoken well.
But unfortunately for obedient and Labour,
he's a reasonable man.
He's a reasonable obedient. I think he's a reasonable obedient. But when you encountered others, they will tell you they won the election, and you don't have the facts to support that you won the election. Like Ogbeni has said, he has said it. That's his opinion, but that was what actually happened, which I have said. Obi rushed quickly to the media to tell the media he won the election without having proof to back it up. And when he went to inspect, he saw that we didn't really win the election, but he could not backpedal.
No, Emeka, he knew from day one did not win the election because he has been using that sentiment, religion, and some social media and propaganda. It's just a way to shape public opinion towards him. That's what, and to keep on his base. You know what he's doing,
Mr. Poker.
No. What is happening is that what is happening is this. What is happening in the obedience space, which I experience, is this: we are living the right thing, as in we are not doing the right thing we are supposed to do in terms of a serious opponent we are trying to form. As in, we talk too much more than action, and I don't love that as a man. I love people that will act and do less talking. But in our space, we do more talking instead of more.
The same principle you always call it your principle. He is the one that talk much. He talk, blah 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 blah. At the end of it is zero. Let me tell you, I will be frank with you. That guy did not help the cause. He is not a true leader. He does not know how to galvanize his people. And at the end of the day, he has done more damage to even that Labour Party because they also borrow him. It's not that he's the member of that party from day one. He damaged that party. He damaged a lot of people. He also let a lot of Nigerians.
And you know, a lot of people that did that agent of a stuff, it's on a free will.
No, it's
so
not.
You remember how many people will do that?
Are you kidding yourself?
It's not. I can tell you. No, I can tell you. Except some people voluntarily did it, but I can tell you that billions, right? I don't want billions. Actually, family member.
Nobody's talking about the billions. Nobody's talking about the billions. I'm telling you that 70% of the agent is on a free will.
They are still holding them, so you know.
So which means which means they have siphoned funds. because over
No,
like
I'm not talking about siphoning of funds. Like somebody like me, I did it. I'm not looking at money.
someone
I
no
even
no
spent
someone
and
like
I
you.
even spent my own money. You
Yeah,
understand? But I'm
someone
not talking
like
about
you.
money. I'm not talking about siphoning
Yeah,
funds. Just to
I
show you
agree.
how careless, how
I agree
serious,
with
how
I agree
unserious
with
they are
you.
not on that aspect.
Sir, I agree with you. Someone like you, because of you are fighting a cause, right? You are fighting for something. You said, I want to
Yeah.
do this. But somebody has eaten the money for polling agent unit. I can confirm this. And I can confirm it. I just don't want to say it out, but I can confirm because there were problems. Obedience, the polling unit agents were waiting for money as late as 2 a.m. on Saturday, February 23rd.
We are
That
talking
money
about
entered into
Nigeria.
their account 2 a.m.
An
on
average
Saturday.
Nigerian that like money like anything. You are telling me it's a
They,
lot of
they
free.
no, someone like Oga Ekene did it, and many more did it out of
Just
their
about
own hearts.
1% of their total
Yeah,
agent.
someone like Oga Ekene did it out of his own heart, right? But
No, Ekene is also not an agent.
but he's not an agent. Yes, he's not a registered agent. But the registered agent,
Hold on, Emeka, hold on. How do you know Ekene do it? Ekene do it for his own tribe, man. Now, Peter Obi his own tribe, man. Now, why do you say he do it for which people?
regardless of his ethnicity, right? He didn't eat a kobo. That's what I'm saying. But I'm telling you that people ate money. And another reason why they are pushing up to the Supreme Court is that they don't want to account for those funds. They don't want to do proper account for the funds.
There is huge corruption. Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Remy, please hold on. Yeah, let's hear from yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See,
Oga.
what you guys are saying is not speculation. If you listen to Arabambi very well, one of his major grounds is that to date, the party is still owing their polling unit agents. He kept saying it that until those guys come to the street and riot, that's when the whole world will know what is happening. That first, Obi didn't release his personal money, and Obi got a lot of donations, particularly from outside Nigeria, which should ordinarily come to Labour Party, but went directly to Obi and his cronies. I'm quoting him, and that today they are still
Obi is a
owing their
criminal.
party.
Obi is a
That's
criminal.
what Arabambi said. But trust their Buri and others, they just wait between us. Let's wait and see. If they finish Supreme Court and they still not pay those agents, you will see them outside. Labour is full of radicals and many comrades, guys that will not keep quiet. They come out and talk. So what you guys are saying is correct.
The problem is that the party needs to come on, do some reshuffle and make some serious. As in, they need. It's just that everything just happened to them as a surprise. Everything just happened to them as a surprise. So they didn't even believe that number of votes they got. Even if they knew they will even win Lagos self, I think they would have put more effort. And I know they would have been regretting it. Especially that if I check what happened in Lagos, that is a more in terms of agent of a stuff. Just check what would have happened in the Northwest, where you don't really have much people that will stand for you, that you need to spend money in that area to get support.
Ekene?
That was what I've been thinking, yeah.
Mr. Ekene, do you know, I don't know how much you are following that space. Do you know Labour Party has lost about 3 reps now?
I know.
They've lost one in Abia, they've lost one in Enugu, they lost one in Lagos, and they are still counting. To tell you how lose, because I wonder if they declared you, how would you lose? How can't you defend your mandate in court?
The guy in Abia, they are even rejoicing that most of the obedient are rejoicing that the guy lost.
You see now. So
do you know the reason?
And he was the guy that was praising Tinubu now. He was the one that was praising Tinubu.
Yeah. So the guy lost, and the many obedient said they are not even care.
They will simply cross to APC. You see, that's
Yeah.
one of the issues, the obedience. They need to learn Nigerian politics. You don't lose your own because of one singular act. And more so, which I keep saying on this platform, Obi needs to go and work seriously in the northern part of Nigeria if he really wants to lead this country. There's no way you play that division politics and sidetrack the northern part and you think you want to lead Nigeria. It's not possible. You won't win. Those guys will just be sitting and waiting for you. During election, they vote massively against you. That's the way I see it.
Well, the only
No,
thing I know is that national politics is a very strong one for that matter. So even money is involved, and that is why Tinubu has an upper hand. He has the money, he has the connection. So for me, that is the only thing I know. And you need to play some even whatever you want to say. That's why when they talk issue of these small parties and all that, they cannot go anywhere in our national politics apart from this one that has built a solid ground.
I can sorry to interject. The first thing you must ask yourself is that do you believe that Obi win or lost the election? You must tell yourself the truth in your heart. If you can tell yourself, and including rational mind also, if you still continue to believe that because of money or no money, Nigerian
don't let people just brainwash you. This is what they do here.
No, there is nothing like brainwash. I know my stand. Nothing like brainwash. If I say anything, wrong, if I say anything wrong, whether in my party or another party, why I say it is that if you are my party member, you are hearing my voice, you go back and do the right thing. Then if your other party, you are hearing my voice, you go back and do the right thing.
Nigerians lack integrity. They will never admit to something that they don't.
So there is nothing like whether to brainwash me or what. But the issue I know, the only thing I knew that if Obi has organized, if the Labour Party, let's say Obi, if Labour Party has organized very well, they would have won that election. It's a fact. Yeah, it's a fact.
You are still dreaming. You see now, you will never believe the truth. Both of you guys, that is the problem.
No, it's a fact. They lose the election. They lose because of some. Just like I knew what. Just like a governorship election. Just like governorship election in my local government, I know what happened. I said it when the guy came to campaigning. I told him this is not the issue of voting. You will surely win this local government, but the issue is that you cannot protect the vote, and you don't have the. If you know you can protect the vote, then no problem. And at the end of the day, he didn't protect it. Everything just flew away. I knew what happened, so there is nothing like that's politics for you. So if you want to play politics, you must do that.
Nobody protected their vote more than Labour Party. You guys were everywhere.
In politics.
That is more like talking. That is more like talking. I'm telling you for a fact. That is more like talking. I knew what happened. I'm on ground. So nothing like if I come here to tell you that there was no ballot box nothing.
How many places were you in one night? How many places were you? You are in
Remy, let me say something real quick.
Where were you on your election day?
Remy, let me say something.
Hold on. Yeah, let's go for Mike. Yeah, let's go for Mike.
Let me say something real quick. If you cannot say they were ballot box, this and that, they didn't protect their vote, that's a lie, man. Everybody saw during that election and even pre the election, the people that were more organized, more like agitated, and more enthusiastic and everywhere to defend their vote, even counting on the. If you look at the polling unit, people
Mike, you are speaking from diaspora.
Wait.
Yeah, speaking. I'm telling you, there was in the governorship election, there was shoot.
No.
Let him laugh now. He hasn't say anything. Sing. Let him laugh.
People they were on every polling booth to defend their votes, even before the election preaching. They must all be there defending their votes, even intimidating other people. They were very more organized, were obedient. During rallies, they were more focused on that election than anybody else. So if anyone wants to accuse anybody of intimidating anybody or doing by force, by crook, by means of winning, by crook or whatever they call it, to win that election, it was obedience. I don't think any other political party was so into it like that. Everybody else just went to vote. The only time where people got into it during the elections was that Lagos election, the governorship election. That was the only one. That was the only time. But as far as that presidential election, it was only Labour Party people that were so into that election. They were the one that were so focused and determined to make sure they win by all means, intimidating everybody. Going to poll, even in Lagos, Labour Party were the only ones there. People told me now, Lagosians, intimidating voter, and that's why they won in Lagos. They were the only ones there, just terrorizing the whole place, terrorizing the street, terrorizing the polling units. It was obedient. So don't come here and tell us that somebody came to snatch your ballot and things, or they rob you on the polling unit. That's a lie, man. Come on. So don't give me that. Man.
Okay, Mike, you can say that or whatever you want to do. You want to put it.
No, I'm
just
just
trying
obvious
to.
fact.
I'm telling you as somebody that was on ground on the election day. So whatever you want to put it, you put it. You understand?
So you telling me APC?
No, let me finish. I don't know, but I'm telling you for a fact what happened in the election day. So, but I don't want to go that
Where were you?
because I couldn't.
Were you in Lagos?
I'm in Lagos now. I voted. Now I just told you I voted. I won. So there is nothing like I cannot come here and be lying to you because of so if I tell you this is what happened, this is what happened. If it's left for you to believe or you don't want to believe.
Let's use logic here. Okay, you're telling me that the APC people were the ones doing voter intimidating during the presidential election in Lagos and Obi won. So during the governorship election, you think, okay, they did the same thing they did during governorship election, which we know, yeah, the APC people came out and they did that intimidation and they won by landslide during that governorship. You telling me they did the same during presidential and they lost? Are you kidding me?
So those pictures that they showed you that they stab somebody on the eye, you think it's a lie?
On the presidential?
On the presidential election, you think those things are? You think they're fake pictures?
And the person that got stabbed in the eye, they say they know who that person was and who did it and what. What are you talking about? Picture of people. Come on, man.
No, you saw the picture. At least me that knew that it happened in Lagos. That incident happened in Lagos.
My brother, I don't believe obedience anymore again. Obedience, they can push propaganda. I don't believe that. Initially, I used to think maybe they are honest people, but I don't believe them anymore. These are.
If I said hold on, Emeka, please. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you now.
Please hold on, please. Yeah, please, you come after me. Yeah. Ekene, how do you know that it's APC that stabbed that person in the eyes?
How do I know?
Yeah.
But you saw the picture. You knew when Obi visited the
woman. The question. I'm not talking about the picture. How do you know that APC boys are the ones stabbing people in the eyes? How do you know?
Do you know that the issue of don't vote if you are not voting did not only happen in the
That's what I hold on. That's what I hate about you guys. Obedience. You love propaganda.
You are not asking the right question. That is my point. You are not asking the right question. How can you ask me how do I know? If that's not the right question to ask, if you ask me that question, then you're not being truthful to yourself. How can you be asking me how do I know the person that was stabbed is a Labour Party or is an Obi member? It's not the right question to ask me. Yeah.
So how do I have the question?
You know the right question to ask. So if you're not asking the right question, I know you're not asking the right question, and I cannot answer the. When you're not asking me the right question, I cannot answer you. You know the right question to ask. Yeah, I have to go. I'm already receiving a call. Please, tomorrow. Thank you.
Can I come in, Ekene, before you go? That I don't believe obedience, but you are a reasonable obedience individual. And if obedience are like you, I think they would have been able to convince more people to join their movements. But the problem they have now is they are now closed-minded. They are pushing hate, spreading hate. And how do you increase your numbers when you are spreading hate? Nobody will want to join you. And you know politics is not emotions, it's numbers. If you don't have the numbers, you can't change things. You can't change your outcome. They should borrow a leaf from you and learn to be more tolerant, more logical, be able to convince people not by emotions, not by hate, not by spreading lies. I'm an Igbo man, but I dislike obedience very well because of their emotional behavior. They are like fascists. It's wrong. Have a good night and enjoy the rest of your day.
The only thing I just have to tell you this: the point of everything is character. And for me, I always believe I cannot control the mind of many people. I have just to be who I am, no matter who I'm supporting. That's my point. So it doesn't change. So that's it. Everybody the way they are. What I'm looking at individual is what I think you can offer to me. That's the only thing I'm looking at. And I always say here, it's not just because of Obi. I had what Thomas said earlier. I supported him. I did this because he's from my tribe. Yeah, you can say that, but it's not the right statement to make. I can always tell you that. Yeah, any other person I can still support him.
Why do you support him? Stop deceiving
Even
us, man.
if you believe that's not the right statement to make, that I support him because. But you see, when we continue to go through that line, any other person can come up tomorrow. The reason I say that because you have had my voice in this, you have had my voice in this platform all the time.
You will never let people talk if you know they are speaking the truth. You will want your own voice to go over people's voice. As an Igbo man, why are you not supporting Atiku? Why are you not supporting Tinubu?
I have supported Atiku before now. Haven't I supported Atiku before? Did I say I never supported Atiku?
No, I don't care about before. Why are you not supporting Atiku in this election?
I said as far as I have supported Atiku before, there is no need asking me that question. I'll give him my support.
Hold on. Who is Atiku going against? Is he going against an Igbo man?
I said I have supported Atiku before with all my chest. I supported him. I rallied for him. I voted for him. So if I don't do it this time, it's my right to do.
Kenneth, the reason you supported Atiku the last time was because Obi was his presidential candidate.
Then let it be that I supported Atiku the way you just believe. But what matters is that let me finish. What matters is that I have supported Atiku before. I have supported Good Luck. I supported Good Luck with every even more than the way I think I supported Obi. So if I support Obi now, if I support Obi now, did I commit anything by supporting him?
You didn't.
Nobody said that.
Why should you make it tribal? Why should you make it tribal that I support him because an Igbo man? You are the one that bringing it.
Well, no, you're the one that said it now. You said you didn't support him.
I didn't say it. I just said how I worked for him. I just said I worked for him. You are now coming up with the issue. I worked for him because he's an Igbo man. I'm telling you, I supported Good Luck. At least the few candidates I know that I supported with all my chest, working for them without them looking to gain anything from them, is Good Luck Jonathan and the Atiku Abubakar in 2019. So if I should do that for Obi in 2023, have I committed any sin?
Nobody said you committed any sin, but you guys always
don't make it tribal. Don't make it tribal. That's my point. Don't make it tribal. Support goes to anywhere you want to give them. Tomorrow you can come out to support an Igbo man. If you come out tomorrow to say I'm supporting an Igbo man to be president of this country, that does that make you what does that mean? Is it not a good thing to do? You support Tinubu, is it not a good thing to do? You support him because of his ideas you believe in. I support Obi because of the ideas I believe in. So I support individual because of what I believe they can offer me as an individual, or what they can offer me.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry to interject, Abeg. Yeah. So I just want to ask, like, what do you think the future holds for Obi in the presidential space, like in the next 4 years?
Obi has died a natural death.
Yeah, I want to hear what Ekene has to say about that. So
politically, they've carved his coffin. You don't need to put in the grave.
Yeah.
I didn't hear your question, no.
So I said, like, what do you think the future holds for Peter Obi in the presidential space?
I'm not talking about Obi future. I'm talking about Nigerian future. If Obi comes tomorrow and still present
I'm asking.
No, politically, I cannot tell you.
Okay.
You understand? Because I'm not thinking in that direction. What is good for him? I'm talking about what is good for Nigeria.
I can tell you.
You are just
You
clever by
understand?
hand.
So if we are here, if you come and predict, if you
can I tell you?
Okay, Kenny, hold on, please. Emeka. Kenny, you are just being clever by half. You can't deceive us, my brother. We know. Before you talk, we know what you want to say. So I know you will leave that question. I know you will dodge it. I know you. You always sit on the fence so that people will think you are not that obedient. Forget, brother. And we know you very well. We know you, my brother. Yeah, and there's no crime in anybody.
you know me as I sit on the fence or what? See, I don't fall through controversies, and when people push me to know, and for you to begin to make an argument that doesn't align with my mode of thinking, I cannot go that line. There is an argument that I don't like to go into, and that is why when it comes to issue,
I like Oga Ekeneo, please. Let's be easy on him. I like him very well. You know why I say I like him
when
very
it comes to some certain issue, I do keep quiet. But when it comes to some certain issue, I raise my voice.
Yeah, I like you. You know why? You are reasonable. You are logical. You are logical. You think. You unlike many obedient that don't think. I'm not trying to be very disrespectful. But let me tell you the political future of Obi. He's done. He's finished. It's over for him.
He's dead. He already put him in the coffin.
Not only did he kill his own career, he killed many future Igbo politicians' career that are aspiring to become president of Nigeria. What he did, playing ethnic and religious card, is a mess, a huge mess, and it's painful, especially for someone like me that wants to go into politics. He has destroyed our future. A useless fraud.
Your money,
A useless fraud. And it's annoying. It's very annoying. That's the more reason I dislike him. It's very annoying. You know, you claim to be a saint, but you are eating people's money. You understand? Why would you play that kind of ethnic card? Somebody's echoing at the background. I don't know the person's name.
Yeah, that is Laulu. Do you Adeolu rather? Do you have to device? You are echoing, yeah.
You entered into this race playing ethnic card.
No, you are echoing. Yeah, fix your mind.
Playing ethnic card, playing religious card. So the tape they released for him. Yes, daddy. Yes, daddy. Yes, daddy. Where you are playing your ethnic religious stance. You rush to the media to claim to win the election, yet you cannot prove anything. Now you are going to the Supreme Court to make a mess out of yourself and your incompetent lawyers. That man should just get out of the political scene. Good night, guys. Thank you very much.
Emeka, hold on before you go. Hold on before you go. Let's listen to this.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. You know, I did the release, Nigeria going forward.
Did you hear this nonsense? Did you hear this nonsense guy? Did you hear this nonsense guy? This pretender, the greatest pretender ever. This guy. Oh God, Emeka, make your submission. You were talking. before I cut you off. Yeah.
It's the first time I listened to this. I was really pained. A lot of people, I think some of you've heard the way they insult me on other platforms, and I keep telling them this man is a fraud. I know a fraud when I see a fraud. I can smell a fraud. Actually, I personally know Dati. I don't know Obi very well, but I know that Dati is more straightforward than Obi. Obi is a fraud. Now, hearing this, we are done as an ethnic group. We are done. How would the North believe us when we come for in the future to contest for the presidency now? How would the Southeast, even there's already a divide on social media. Every small thing is now like Igbo versus Yoruba. And it's painful. It's really painful. Who instigated all this nonsense? Obi. Who pushed all this nonsense? Obi. Who did not caution his supporters to stop all this nonsense? Obi. He's so afraid of what obedience will do to him that he cannot even say anything. When obedience were going after the judiciary, did he say anything? No. When he's saying his yes, daddy, thank you, daddy, very good, daddy, Christianity, daddy, war, daddy, this is a fight, daddy, this is a war, daddy, we want Christians in the Southeast and Kwara. Did he not know the repercussions that this what we have? And I know the people who release this, they still have more. So if he wants to even come out in the future, they will release more. This is just a warning shot. He said he was going to sue People's Gazette for releasing this. That one entered voicemail. And yet they say this man is a saint. That is saint to be. He entered voicemail. He has not sued them yet.
He will still contest to Emeka.
No, I'm not saying he's not going to contest. It's his free will. He's allowed to contest. But the people who release this, they have more. They will release more and we will be shocked. That's why I look at obedience. You guys don't know this man. You guys don't know this man. If you truly know him, you'll be shocked of your support. You will be embarrassed. I am embarrassed for him. Now I'm thinking how that there's a possibility in our lifetime that we will never get an Igbo president.
Emeka, me, I don't know you. This is the first time I'm hearing how I'm meeting you. You really surprised me because this is you are the first Igbo. Believe me, you are the first Igbo person.
No.
I'm not the first.
No.
I'm not the first. I am not the first.
They said Emeka is not Igbo.
Okay, he has been disowned, eh?
No, they said I'm not Igbo. They said I'm masquerading. I'm not Igbo. That I'm not from and I just came back from my village and I'm wondering, so I'm not an Igbo man anymore. But I'm not the only Igbo person, I'll be honest with you.
I saw it in the comment section that they say you were dealt with onto Niger Watch yesterday.
Those people, I've never seen where people are so emotional, right? And they deceive themselves.
When you go to Niger Watch, that guy, I don't know where he got all his people. And you know, all of them will just be speaking. Yes, all of them will just be speaking the same way. We will see all of them. Somebody is crying. All of them will be crying.
Yeah, they are crying.
You understand? You know the funny thing? The guy, they will pray for the guy. What is his name? I forgot the name of that. Elvis. May God bless you for the wonderful job that you are doing.
For the wonderful cry that we are crying. For the wonderful cry, we are crying. What's so sad is
let's hear from Ade.
Okay, let me go to bed. It's a lovely time for you guys. I really enjoyed. I enjoyed coming around here. This is Sound Mind. You guys have sound minds, right? Even when you don't agree with people, you still try to, listen to their opinion, listen to their take.
No, we listen to people here. Even Ribadu that came today and was talking rubbish, we still listen to him.
Yeah. You gave him over 2 hours to express himself. But
Ribadu, the adopted son of one man show.
Yeah, but when you go other places, right, that echo chamber, they just want to be crying on their own. Leave them to cry and mourn. They don't want to hear anything. Even if you change your mouth and say Obi is good, they will say, no, it's not from your mouth. We don't want to hear that Obi is good from your mouth. We don't like the way you are saying Obi is good. Let us be crying. We want to be crying.
You even try for going to that place. You tried for going to such
I wanted
places.
to help them. I wanted to give them strategies.
You know that their problem is irredeemable. There is irredeemable. No, you cannot help them. Don't try it again. Just save your energy.
Thank you. Good night.
Zuma,
Thank
you
you
know
very
what
much.
I do?
Okay, bye bye.
Yes,
Bye
thank
bye.
you. I bound them on my YouTube page. I don't even get their. I don't like cancel them outrightly. Yeah, let's hear from Adeolu. Adeolu, how are you, brother?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh yes, yeah. Now you have good audio. You were echoing before.
Yeah, maybe when I just enter the online. I hope you
Yeah,
can hear me.
what do you hear? Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, guys. I joined this platform like 2 months ago, and I enjoy every bit of things you guys are discussing. For strong men like Nibati, Ogbeni, even Pansat, everybody, Ekene, I listen very carefully, and I enjoy every bit of it. For those that are so passionate and fanatic, like my rational man and Enigmati and Bishop, well, it's very good to have diverged opinions and to discuss instead of on Niger Watch, where you can't say anything other than a particular political party. Well, I listen to a lot of brilliant guys, Simba, Akim. In fact, this particular site is very blessed, and no nonsense people like yourself. I think I'm talking to Thomas,
General
then
Thomas. Say General Thomas. General
General Thomas,
Thomas.
then this guy too, no nonsense Mike. You see, I enjoy you guys. Then the ladies too, Dupsy and the other lady too.
Madam
Very,
Zita.
yeah, Madam Sita, and the almighty Ajale Koko and woman himself. See, Nigerian issue, it baffles me. I don't actually belong to any of the party. I don't belong to any of the party because I got fed up after the Abiola issue. I got fed
In
up.
fact, my brother, that was the last time I voted in Nigeria also.
I got fed up about that. And presently, I'm not in Nigeria. I'm in the US. So, but I follow Nigerian situation. But one thing that keeps on baffling me is that people will always take side, and instead of telling the truth, begin to drag things in favor of my party or that party, whereas the country is going bad every day. We as Nigerians, we are so hypocrites that we could not even say the truth and do the truth and follow the normal procedure of things to make the country better. All we do is to look for leader to blame, look for party to blame, look for whatever, blackmail ourselves, call people thieves without any court sanctioning them. And when you see people come up to tell you the truth, they go after them. Some people, I notice them on this platform, like War Peace, like the Desmond or whatever, they will just stay at the background. All they are waiting for is to get somebody that will talk against Obi or whatever. They come out to attack and to criticize and to defend. We don't need all that. All we should be looking for as Nigerians is to make sure the country is better. Let us stop blaming leaders every day. Let us, among ourselves, tell ourselves what is the right thing to do. We that we are in abroad, we can sponsor good programs. We can do orientation to people at home that if you are doing this is the best way that is being done. This is what is being done abroad, that the country becomes better. But if we keep continue all this issue of it's my party, it's their day, this is a thief, this is we are so quick to accuse people.
Adeolu, what you are speaking to is what we'll be preaching to everybody. Why is this thing vibrating?
I noticed that. Now, why I come on this today is to speak on the issue of the election petition. See, Ogbeni, I've said a lot. In fact, it's like Ogbeni is the one that even wrote the judgment for them, because he said a lot. I always agree with his submission. And
what you are saying now, they can carry it to. They might be thinking that you are saying the truth. Or they will say that one person on one man show. That was one that wrote the judgments.
I don't care about anybody. I don't vote. I don't belong to any. I don't care about.
Because they said it's Fashola that wrote it, so they can say it's no longer Fashola.
Simba.
Guys, don't let us deceive ourselves. All this, they are now saying this and that.
You are also batified propagandist.
How can
yeah, let's get from Mandela. Yeah.
How can you tell me that each political party did not have result of each of the polling units? Everybody has issued the pink copy of result from polling units. Just like Albani said, before 6 hours after the election, everybody has copies of all those things. Why are some people now going to INEC to say they want to take something from INEC, where you can go to the court?
Let me just start this example.
Keep on. Bufai today was saying that not I can bet that most of the political party don't have agents that will return their. What are we talking about? Why do we always like to tell lies?
Ologogoro will fight. Everybody knows him now.
Why?
Oh my God.
Why are people complaining that it's because results were not transferred to the IRF? INEC did not say the beavers will transfer results. They say they take picture of the result from the polling unit and send it to IRF. This is what is meant to be done.
For public to see, not for collation.
If that is not done, does that stop result from each polling booth? If that is not done, will every political party will that stop them from getting results of each of their polling booths? Why can't we just talk straight to issues? Why are we not saying it's because INEC did not?
Adelu, sorry.
And you see people like
did you watch the interview rendered by one man, Ezike, one lawyer, called himself one old man, Ezike, on Arise TV?
No, I didn't.
No, it was a battle. Adewale, did you watch it?
Of course.
I watch it.
That one, pretender obedient.
I cannot, but why should an old man be talking?
I think one man did a session on that.
Exactly. He did it.
But I've always been, I call them a sleep TV, right? But if you know before, I've always tried to pick out some of those journalistic error that channel, especially Rufai and his team.
Adewale, who does he think is actually lying for? I mean, that man, he started by saying, I don't belong to any party. The last time I belonged to any party was 1979. But we all know that you are an obedient. Why are you lying? And he doesn't even have that confidence enough to come out and say, yes, I'm an obedient. If you are an obedient, nobody will beat you. But for an old man to be pretending.
You remember when the other lawyer called him out and told him that you cannot drag the Supreme Court
The
justices,
Supreme Court justice, yes.
denigrate them, and you think you're gonna go scot free like that. And if I was trying to intervene and saying you should apologize, man, my skin was crawling when I hear that. I was like, this guy must be stupid.
Adewale and Simba, you don't know what is really going on. These are the true IPOP. They are the elders behind them. They are those ones that is saying that Nigeria should secede from Nigeria. And when they see that one is not forthcoming, they jump behind it. And now that they're saying
is it me or I'm hearing echo from you guys?
I don't know too. Is it from my side?
Yeah, I'm just hearing echo.
I can hear it too. Thomas.
Thomas, what is your law as usual?
Somebody is echoing. Somebody is echoing.
Maybe it's from your side, Thomas.
No, not my side. We have good network in Australia.
But when you talk, it's still echoing.
No.
Maybe let everybody mute. Let everybody mute now. For now, let's see.
Yeah, talk. Is he echoing?
No.
Yeah. Simba.
No.
Remy.
No.
Yeah. Adewale.
I can hear you, Thomas.
Yeah. Adeolu,
can you talk?
Unmute yourself. Adeolu.
Okay, I've done that.
Yes.
Can you hear?
Yeah, it's from you. Maybe go out and come back.
Are you listening to two devices? Maybe.
No, just on my phone.
It's you. It's you.
No. It's you. You are the one. You go out and come back in.
I think the problem is with he's watching YouTube, then he clicked the link, so he has to turn off the YouTube probably.
No. I've kicked him out. He will come back in. I'll put the link in the comment section. You can come back in here. I think he's the one.
Simba, you mentioned that you voted last time.
Guys, I have a theory. I mean, we may say this is not really this is a theory far-fetched, but what I'm thinking is that, I mean, I know APC and PDP have governors in their office and they have access to government money and they are spending it with reckless abandon. We know that. Labour Party, before now, does not have a single governor in the party, not even a member of National Assembly. Now, the money spent, number one, for the campaign during the election, after the election, up to this moment, being paid to the lawyers, and then subsequently going to the Supreme Court, because I know it's going to be running to millions of nairas. Does anybody have an idea where that money is coming to the house of Labour Party?
It is being contributed by the obedience now.
Anybody?
So what transpired? What is going on is that
am I speaking to myself? Hello.
No, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Adewale, we can hear you. We can hear you.
What's going on?
We can hear you.
Hello. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear us?
Okay, so it's your system. You have to.
Hello.
Thomas, please take him outside and take him.
Hello, Simba.
Yes.
Oh, I can't hear
Adewale.
you.
Go out and come back.
Hello.
Okay, Remy, you can continue talking.
Hello.
If you want to talk.
But he's still saying hello. Unless Thomas.
Hello, Simba.
Thomas. Hello, yes. Remy. We are here. We can hear you. We can hear you, but you cannot hear us.
We can hear you loud and clear. I was trying to say that there were a lot of donation from Obedient or people all around the world to this cause. But that money was hijacked by Obi and his team. They did not allow money go to Labour Party directly. They are the one controlling them, and that is one of the genesis of their problem. And apart from that, as I said earlier, those people you guys are calling obedient,
Hello?
majority. Hello, yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us now?
Adewale, we can hear you. Thomas, is Thomas there?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's out now. It's out. He will come back in now. So majority of those people are not really obedient. They are just IPOP supporters. That's the way I say it. Okay, it's like they arrested Nnamdi Kanu. Samuel Ekpa was doing his own thing, and now we have a chance through Obi. If Obi can become the president, that would be very fantastic. Now they lost in all tripod of a triangle. So what is next? You can see that lawyer, Simba.
Yes.
You see that lawyer that interview on the right. Do you see that he was making a threat? He was telling.
Yes. It was even saying that would be the end of Nigeria.
Yeah, it was threatening Nigeria that they are going to do something. So you can see this Blue Brain Party. I'm sorry to say, he's not really a good guy. Really. That TV station, they need to clamp down on them heavily. If care is not taken, they need to take them off the air. How can you be threatening a whole Nigeria on a national on a TV like that? It was threatening. It's like, what are you going to do? Are you going to go to war with the rest of the country? You want to slaughter your people again, or what? I don't understand.
I think the problem is that they select people that they invite for their own interview. It's only on few occasions that they will, maybe when they need a balance of opinion, that they will select people that will speak against what they are actually pitching to Nigeria. They have a target in that TV station. It's just what their target is to misinform Nigerians. Yes. And that's what they try to do. So they know the people that they write from before the invitation, they know where those people belong. They know that they will speak to their goal. And that's why they invite them. And you can see the way Rufai was defending that man yesterday. See the way he was defending the man.
I like the other guy. He held on to his ground. I'm not going to.
He's not an easy guy. He will never concede to anybody.
And that Rufai, to be frank, I thought they teach him a good lesson one day. Really, he is really a terrible person also. Very a dwarf.
I listened to one interview from Reno Moki. Rufai and Reno Moki, they're actually related.
How?
Believe me, I think maybe the mother, Rufai mother is an Ishikiri woman or so.
Okay. It's possible.
And they are like cousins. He said it. Reno Moki said it. They are like cousins. And I don't know what actually caused the differences that they are there. And anywhere Reno Mokiri here Rufai, he will just fire the guy. But I don't know where the guy is actually getting that energy.
I think Grandma has a lot of dossier on Rufai and Obi. And I think maybe Obi already paid Rufai a lot of money or one way or the other. So
it was one that leaked the secret that Obi actually financed the burial of Rufai's daddy.
That is not all, though. There is more to come. You will see. There is more to come.
He just bought a Jeep and was celebrating me. Yes, now Rufai.
What kind of Jeep?
Yes.
They are not related.
But I heard him was talking.
No, Mokure debunked that they are not related. What happened was that through the magnanimity of Reno Mokure's parents, the what is it called? Rufai, was Reno Mokure's father was kind of like a benefactor, so to say. So they are not blood related, but when you are close to some family or some people, you begin to see yourself, in that, But Yoruba will say,
Okay, maybe
So
they. Okay.
they
I
are
now
not
understand.
related. They are not related.
That guy. I think the guy has a nation. Maybe there's somebody backing him that just go out
Who?
there, just
No,
speak out there.
see, Rufai is in his 40, right? And yet he never married. Eh?
No, why are you laughing? That's the truth now. Do you think, I'm very sorry, it's not as if we are attacking his personality, but do you
I
think
am.
somebody with
I am.
that kind
It's very obnoxious.
with that kind of personality will be able to stay with a woman?
We look at that
He
like
believe,
this is
the problem he has is that he overestimates himself. And when you have that kind of person, he will never listen to any second opinion. That is his problem. He believes he knows everything. He
His
just
own,
like
his own, his own,
of course.
his own opinion is superior to everybody.
Yes.
exactly. And if you are watching recently, you discover that Abati usually he comes at him subtly. Whenever he says something, in fact, there was a time I don't know what they were debating, that they were dragging. I said it's only Arise TV that went on the something that Reno Mokeri, Abati has to say no, that let us be moderate, that other TV station. You understand that? Even if you look at the opinion of Abati on this judgment is totally different from what Fausini is talking about.
Simba, Abati has been there before. He knew everything that is going on.
He's a
He has
lawyer.
worked with
Abati is a lawyer.
He's a lawyer. He's a senior lawyer. He's a lawyer.
Who told you he's a senior lawyer? Lawyer at your practice never practice for one day. This paper lawyer that they would.
I'm talking about the years of his as a lawyer. I mean, somebody. I'm not talking about.
No, it's just like somebody calling Saraki a medical doctor.
Yeah. How long he has always been media person. You remember when he was doing Fatito's gang with what is it called? And for that time, it was still in Guardians. I think it was in Guardian as as an editor in chief or kind of like that. But his own law practice was just let's just get the certification and all that. I'm on that idea of getting a certificate in in law too. Recently, I don't know what came over me over the weekend. I was just like going through the application. I said, let me just fill it out. So it's easy to just go and start reading. All this terminology you learn when you are what do you call it?
100 level.
Yeah, and you come online, you start trying to sound like a lawyer or stuff like that.
So Adewale, just on this Rufai thing, do you guys think that he's just afraid of the obedience? Once he started towing their line, he cannot go back, or you think he believes what he's saying?
No, I think, let me tell you, Adewale is cashing out. He's cashing out from that.
Exactly what I wanted to say.
He's cashing out. So
show. He has a radio show. A lot of people can't really cash out with this Labour Party shenanigan stuff. They really do.
And Yusufu too. That lady with Jalabubu.
Yusufu has relocated out of Nigeria. I hope you know that.
Oh.
He has relocated.
Who's where?
So
I was asking the question before the village people grabbed my internet earlier, and I was saying that I don't even. I was talking. I kept talking. I was like,
you are very clear, and we are hearing you, and we are telling you that we can hear you, but you are not hearing us.
Our village people, they will continue to. Oh, they move me. Possible. We can't do that. Even
Don't
if
worry.
we forbid them, they won't.
I have the antidote. You just bring the money in dollars. I will do the sacrifice for you.
Multi-day of everybody. They can't kill me. They can't hit me. They can't do anything. You know, my
Okay,
blood is bitter.
what did the barista now?
What did they were for? Anyway, I'm a very rational person. I like to read, you know, between the line, and also, you know, just to maybe there's something behind six, you know, that never revealed. You know, all this clandestine stuff. And sometimes you want to, you know, pretend as if something is bigger than what you are saying. And I was asking a question earlier. I said, look, you know, in Nigeria, our electoral law is not that strong in such a way that, you know, unlike the one we have here in America or in Europe, that, you know, a little penny from overseas is enough to disqualify a candidate. Now, in Nigeria, a lot of influence, a lot of money comes in into the parties, and some of these parties, they have, you know, sitting governors as a member of their political party, so they have access to, you know, state government money. Now, the Labour Party does not. I mean, we all knew where they were before now, right? So where is the Labour Party getting the money? Number one, to finance the rallies and the, you know, during the election, and after election, how are they able to pay those lawyers of theirs? And then now they are heading to the Supreme Court. Where is the money coming from? Who is bankrolling? You know, I'm of opinion, this may sound like a conspiracy, that they have a foreign backer, or someone, you know, a country that is truly pumping money, you know, for their own interest, and they're sending it through, you know, different channels.
No, Adewale, in fact, it will be. In fact, I would have loved that one, that a foreigner will be bringing, dollars, maybe high currency,
But
So at
at
least
what cost?
that will be no, no, just wait. That will be like an inflow for us. But unfortunately, Obi is being backed by some politicians that have already stolen our money. Obasanjo is one of them, and there are many. There are some established politicians, people that are caught, short in Nigeria, that are actually supporting Obi, because they see him as the weakest among the three leading contenders. They see him like somebody who, when eventually get to that position, they'll be able to control. He will not be able to challenge most of the things that they have done, and they continue using him. That is what is playing out, and that's why you see people like what's the name of this guy that Obasanjo gave to him? This Yoruba guy, the media. Oh, not Dokukwe. This Elisha man that usually talk with his teeth.
FFK.
That will be talking like someone, not FFK. I think he served with Obasanjo. Yes, now he served with Obasanjo that time as a media spokesperson. Oshutokun. And you can see the way, yes, you can see the way somebody like this our former vice president also, Osinbajo. All of them, they were backing Obi.
Yeah.
And you can see, so they also they gave him people that are actually working with him. So there are so many people that are backing him on the ground, and they are the one actually funding it. Say a pastor like Osinbajo, you want to tell me that it's only the salary that is spending now. Look at him pre and post. He was looking like a wretched man. He was a vice president for 8 years, and you can see that the guy is now more polished than before he came. He's looking younger than before. And that was why he wanted to die there. He wanted that presidency because he had tasted power. And that is what power does to you.
Another thing is that, did you see his daughter getting married when it was?
Yes, now you look at that flamboyant wedding that they threw for the daughter. So it's even look at the wife. Women they love good things.
All this, all this,
All the, let me tell you, all this religious thing, pastor, I go to church, go to what I will do in Nigeria is poverty. It's poverty
poverty.
that is, yeah.
Is
But
it? Look, Simba, I tell you this. Maybe as I'm advancing in age, I'm beginning to like having this, um, what do you call this? Like, you just begin to like, okay, appreciating more of traditional values and traditional, not religious aspect of it, but you just appreciate what growing up, appreciating what you grew up with and all that. You see, at the end of the day, the utterances of these pastors or so-called pastors will make you begin to scratch your head like everything you've believed in the past, you begin to doubt and question them. You can imagine someone who always pull and bring congregants to the church every Sunday. I'm talking about Udepo. These are 419. Look, I'm not sorry to say that, and I'm not apologetic about it. These are 419. There's another woman in Abuja whose husband owned the church. I think the husband
okay,
died.
okay, the one, it was the one that was, hey, I know that one. I think she's from Nasarawa or from
She
Benue,
sounds her accent sounded kind of like all these fake
Middle Belt.
Hausa, fake yeah,
Yes, 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 yes.
But one thing is that uh, you know she now owns the church when everything's already
She owns the church after the demise of the husband.
yeah, after
Mm.
everything has gone down, she was the one reminding a congregant that everybody just pretend as everything is back to normal. When the Christian was there, what did the Christian gain from the candidacy of Shibajo or any Christian in power? Nothing. But she was talking about Muslim. Please, my brother, up to this moment, if nobody mentioned that we have Muslim president, Muslim vice president, would you have thought about it in a second? They're all doing their job that were elected to do.
Exactly.
All these fake spiritual. What's his name? Adeboye too was just like a normal preaching. Like a clergy would give a hope. I mean, sermon of hope or something like that. You already termed it as him predicting that dollar is going to equal a naira, very soon. And the video surfaced online, and I played the video, and I was like, okay, who is reporting all these things? Who is reporting all this? Another clergyman says Tinubu will be arrested, or Shibaja will be made an
Okay,
interim president.
you know that one. That is a Feyi now. You know that guy is in prison now.
Oh, better be.
I think he was charged for rape.
Oh, better be.
He has been arrested even before the swearing in of Tinubu.
All
Even
this.
this lady Adiola Fayon, she used this thing. Is that video that was saying during the inauguration the army will come. Yeah, but not
All of them because they wanted to have these clouds and to cash out from the trend and this to join the. See, people don't understand. See, politics is more than what we see, the jamboree, the intriguing and all that. Look, it's a very cutthroat thing. Whoever is involved will tell you, look, you have your life placed in your mouth like this. It's a cutthroat adventure. Even here in America, anywhere you go in the Western part, it is a cutthroat because everything will be used against you. Everything. But you see, we have these Alai Mokon media practitioners, so called, especially all these vlogger and logger. Then Sunday Etnos was given some amount of money. He too was, leading this gullible, like a lamb to the slaughterhouse. They don't even know. Some of them not even watched their pattern since yesterday.
They will come online and they will be propagating and commenting nonsense online. All of them have been paid. Paid, you know.
And you know what baffles me is that the so-called youth that cannot
YouTube.
even verify exactly, they cannot even verify any information. They always, run around with fake news and all whatnot. And to me, I don't know what they can do to reorientate our youth. Because as far as I'm concerned, they are not that brilliant as people used to portray them. The kind of, during our own time, even when the elders are talking, it's not as if we cannot challenge them, but we listen to the wisdom of the elders and we learn from it. But now, because they call them Gen Z, they always, and they cannot even, they don't have that patience. They don't have that tolerance. They don't have anything.
That's a big word. Simba, tolerant for where these are the people that have high idea of how life is. They don't. Do you know what it is? See, let's take for example, you as a manager at work, you are in charge of, let's say, minimum of 3, 4, 5 people. You are managing them. All right. You know their weaknesses, you know their strength, and then you need them to perform at the optimum level, right? And here you are trying to, do things right. And you also want them to trust you as their leaders. Do you imagine 5 people with different lifestyle, different way of doing things that you have to manage and you have to be good at it? We naturally Nigerians are the most difficult people ever to govern. Even, are you there, Simba?
Yes, I'm listening
In
to
the
you.
university, if they made you the class governor, you can imagine what you would do to galvanize, to harmonize, to bring them together. I want to talk about somebody who is in charge of resources, material, and then be in charge of life of everyone as a governor or as a president. We disagree, we agree, then we come back. I've realized, and politics has taught me this lesson, that no matter what you do, some people will just not be satisfied, no matter what. Even when you are supposed to be praised, they will still find something to criticize about. And look at this. Arise TV, I say Arise, our Slate TV. When Rufai was criticizing the judgment, it took 13 hours for these judges to read out their their judgment, and they also tried to justify the reason why they came to that conclusion by lecturing everyone. Man, I've never seen judgment that long before. It was as if
It
we
was
had
it
had
was
to
deliberate.
block us.
That judgment was deliberate.
And somebody said it earlier. I didn't even pay attention to that. That unanimous vote among all the 5 of them, unanimous, not just one person dissenting, but unanimous vote. That
Everybody
tells you that
agree.
they're heading to a rock in the Supreme Court, because there's no way Supreme Court will not affirm that judgment.
There is
That
no dissenting voice at all.
nothing, zero. You see, I mean, I think there is powerful force, or some interest, probably powerful, not in Nigeria but abroad, that are behind the Obi's push. Because I see no reason why you should pursue or go, for that appeal.
Adewale, do you know how much you need to
Sorry,
prosecute a
Adewale,
petition
you
at
don't.
national level?
If you understand this very well, look at people like
Millions of naira.
you look at people like Danjuma. Look at people like Obasanjo. Now, add Oshibaju to it. I have already told you the truth. Anybody that is so short, so daft like that, be careful of them. That is the truth. He wants that presidency. And Obasanjo has been losing consistently for the last 8 years since Buhari came in. I think that guy also dealt with Obasanjo, one maybe business-wise or whatever. This is soldier to soldier.
And let me tell you what Obasanjo has been doing. Obasanjo's farm.
Yes.
Obasanjo acquired that land in the name of this Operation Feed the Nation. That so it was Obasanjo DTT. All the investment on that farm was actually for federal government.
Yes.
So until when Buhari came in, federal government pays the salary of all the workers.
My God.
Federal government, yes, pay the salary of all the workers in Obasanjo farm. Federal government finance that farm. The only thing that Obasanjo is doing is just to collect the money.
And to even bust your brain, do you know that most of the product from that farm has been exported to Europe?
Yes, he doesn't sell them. He doesn't sell it in Nigeria. Yes.
Sell them in Nigeria.
Let me tell you, the only way, Remy, I am into farm business. The only way you can sustain farming business in Nigeria if you have another source of money to finance it. Obasanjo farm will have been dead decades ago if it's not because he's getting the finance from federal government.
This is a personal experience. That time I was just doing a short stint with one hotel, belonged to one rich man in Ibadan. And we need chicken, frozen chicken. So I went to Obasanjo farm, hoping that I can get a frozen chicken. From the gate, they turned me around immediately. They said, no, we don't do that kind of business and we don't sell to anybody like that. I was like, am I not going to pay money? And this is something that will be consistent, that I'm guaranteed that every week or every month, we can buy almost 50,000 frozen chicken from you. They said, no, we don't sell. I went back to Zatek. It is from Zatek I bought those chicken because Zatek also have a big farm. If you know Zatek farm, I think you might know.
I know Zatek now. There are so many of them. Zatek, CHI.
Because
I know this.
All the Lebanese, okay. So the point is that
Animakia, the one in Lagos Ibadan Expressway.
Obasanjo and Co. and some other elders of the southeastern part and some element of IPOB, all of them, they were behind Obi. They are the one providing the financial muscle. They are the one pushing him.
You think so?
Yeah, Obasanjo.
I mentioned it earlier, Adewalina. I told you earlier. Obasanjo is one of them.
Yeah. So, and if we talk about Jaleko, we will not let us talk. So, you see, that guy, he is so egoistic to the extent that any leader in Nigeria, he wants to control. It's like my word should be the bond. Who are you? Are you the only Nigerian? So now that the two people, there is no way Obasanjo will like Tinubu. Tinubu is
let me even draw your attention to this. Any Yoruba man that wanted to be president of Nigeria, Obasanjo has been against the person. Start from Awolowo. He attacked Awolowo. It was against Awolowo till the man died.
If not the northerner that decided
Obasanjo, even Abiola, it was against Abiola. Now see this. It's just like that.
You have to be him only now.
Simba, do you know what he said recently? Do you know indeed last week there is one video that one man showed about the repairing of Kaduna? Is it Kaduna refinery or Port Harcourt? I don't know that they will say to come upstream. Somebody brought that video here, and they showed the video on this platform. They were seeing them repairing, changing new things, and they said that refinery will be ready by December. Do you know that Obasanjo during the week said that refinery will never ready?
He said it will never work. He said it will never work.
That is bad belly. You can see categorically this guy is waiting to launch against Tinubu, and I know Tinubu very well. If I were Tinubu, I would jail him. I don't care, because at the end of the day, if you want, because Buhari also played too soft. He played too soft to Buhari to Obasanjo too much. I will not be a president and will be writing those stupid letters. I will dig out a lot of things in you. And
Nigeria, in Nigeria, once you draw Buru will draw another thing. So
yeah, I know it will draw another thing, but I don't care. At the end of the day, you just go there for 6 months and keep quiet there, okay? So because you need to
that will be amount of dictatorial. You won't want to do that.
You people, Remy.
That was the president. He was a dictator.
You are forgetting that video leak. That video leak immediately after when they are releasing the result of the election between him and Charlie Boy. Between him and Charlie Boy.
Said you people should go out, call them.
Yes.
Which video is that?
So it didn't yet. Is an audio now.
There is an audio leak, telephone call between Charlie Boy and Obasanjo, and Charlie Boy was like asking, "What is the way forward? They have been trying. What is the next thing?" And he told Charlie Boy, "Call all your boys, go out."
That should mobilize the youth to go out and start rioting.
Oh, okay.
He's not a good man, okay? And yeah, but
I didn't see the video. I didn't see the audio.
it was viral now. Everybody can. The Yoruba people hate that man, if not because he's a past leader.
If I still have it, if I have your contact, I can send it to you.
Wow.
It was before the final judgment, when they noticed the way the result was going. It was an attempt to truncate the release of that full result. Believe me.
Simba, I beg you, what concern a former president to go to the collation center? For what reason? Obasanjo went to that collation center. Do you remember? Before the announcement.
No, I didn't.
He went there now. He went there. They show him. He went there the first day before the final collation.
Remy, God has been saving that country. Believe me, in Nigeria. There are some people who wanted that country who wanted to destroy that country. You know what played out in 2015 was actually about to be played out in this 2023. Look at when Dino Malaya and others, said they want when they left that coalition center, and that was very dangerous, and it was all this Obasanjo and Co that was behind all those things. And that same Dino Malaya now, the democracy wanted to truncate. He still now want to be a beneficiary by being a governor of. If we have succeeded in that time, are we still going to be talking about democracy in Nigeria?
He's going to contest for Kogi governorship.
Exactly.
I think it will be number 3 or number 4. Go and write it down.
So what? And Nigerians don't remember such things. In fact, for that singular, it's going to win.
Yeah.
Over Jimmy.
This guy, Yahaya Bello. Yahaya Bello will do
Yahaya Bello Nikoko. Yahaya Bello Nikoko. But even Tinubu will not allow that. Wike will not allow that. He has so many enemies.
Yes.
Every resources will be mobilized towards Kogi to make sure that rascal did not get that governorship.
From day one, I don't really like Obasanjo. And do you know where I lost all the respect for him?
It's not even me. Right from 1979, I've hated that man. Right from 1979.
So do you know what made me lose my respect totally for him? You came out with your book, Your Will, and you castigated Atiku very well. He's a terrible guy. He's a corrupt guy. Is this, is that. Now, just opposed to 2019, after you collected $50,000, you just changed like that. Let's give him a chance.
He did something to Atiku to make Atiku know. I think he like what this for feature of a thing that there was an allegation against Atiku that will make Atiku not to be able to contest for any political post in Nigeria. Atiku has to go to court and so in fact it was one of the precedents they cited even in his own case now.
The
Atiku's case now. Exactly. So they even refer to that judgment. That why are they now bringing such thing here now when he was actually a beneficiary of that judgment before?
So you see, those judges, I think they finished them totally. If you can hear the way they were talking, you can also see they were also talking from point of anger. This one strike out.
There was nothing in Obi and Atiku that has not been set aside by a previous judgment before.
What I learned from
Believe me,
all of this
nothing.
What I learned from all of, although Obi and Atiku does not have a good case, but I learned one thing: everybody is human. Pick your fight very well. There are some fights you cannot win. Don't go there. Especially an umpire, I mean like a referee, or maybe like what do you call it? Like the judges. So the judges were there, you are posting their picture all around, and we continue to say Obi did not call his supporters to order.
No, Remy, let me tell you, election is like a football game. Whatever the referee does, once he declare that you are the winner, they will not, they can punish the referee later, but that result of that, the final result of that football game will never change.
Yes, so that's all.
Nobody can reverse it. Once the final whistle has been blown.
So that's all. That's all. So you can see they don't have no case and they are troubling Nigeria, and you can see people. Look at that Pansas. I don't know what to call him. I don't know. He continues.
Passat is an hypobian.
Yeah.
No, there are so many. What is the difference between Pazat and that Ezekiel man that came on Arise Television?
And it's a son, I guess. It's a son, right?
It's not a son. It's not. It's not a son.
When
when you look at that guy, you know that he's a dumb. He's an old man, but he's a dumb lawyer. He's a very dumb lawyer.
That other lawyer says, if he's that good, he would have been appointed a judge.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you know, that guy, don't try that guy. If you engage in an argument, he will finish you.
Then, with all due respect, if that's a good lawyer, would have been appointed a judge.
And look at the way Rufai was filming. You cannot be attacking our guest. Is not a co-guest also? Why is he referring to them as their guest? The other guy is not a guest also.
He said, I'm not going to sit here and watch you denigrate our justices and all that. That is not going to happen. If that is the case, then you collect water. If you are that good, you will have been in their position then. But of course, you aren't that good, unfortunately.
You know, we have so many of those people in our country. It's only in Nigeria that we see opposition that are actually working against the progress of the country they wanted to rule. Why can't you work for the progress?
And even if they are giving them opportunity, they cannot do better than the ruling party. They will even be worse. Let's assume that Obi is the winner of this election. We'll be in trouble by now. Baba Bakari will be there. I mean that Pastor Bakari. Everybody one of them will be justing for position.
You know why? We know why. Let me tell you. You know why Obi government will be terrible for us. One, the guy himself, he doesn't have any idea. That is one.
It will be like a Jonathan's government.
Yes.
Exactly. Period.
No,
you have summarized everything. No difference.
No political will.
He will want to be nice, and everybody will just be giving him idea. He will be so confused. They will just be stealing, and they will not be able to say anything. How can you? And Baba Yodepo will now go and pack all his jets in the Montala, not pay shishi. You know, all those people, those are the things they were benefiting from the government before. And that is why you can see Oyedepo filming against Buhari's regime. Because they were the one looting now. You know, there are so many ways where you can loot a country. You see that you are not paying tax, the money that you're supposed to pay. You understand? You know how much you pay by parking your private jet in the airport. They don't, and you have like 3 or 4, and you are not paying a dime, and you still have the God to complain about the country, that the country is not well run, when you are one of the people who are also ruining the country.
No.
And but our people, maybe in the name of religion or whatever, they will not see such things as being bad. It's to me, it's appalling. And sometimes I used to ask, I said, the Nigerian citizens themselves, do they really know what they wanted from their government also? Because Nigerian citizens are so terrible. Look at, how can somebody come here today and be telling us that instead of Wiki to go and be filling the potholes in Abuja, he said he wanted to be demolishing the house.
Who said that?
He's a Ribadu or one of those northern guys that used to come.
Oh my
And he came, he was
God.
talking with.
And you
Adewale, you know what you just said now? Well, during my residency program, I have a Fulani guy as one of my senior registrars there. I have this evil guy also who is a senior registrar. Whenever the guy is talking, the evil guy will say, it's not your fault now. It's so people that gave you money to go to school. You that are supposed to be in the bush following cow. You are now using car with AC.
But when it comes on this show, a woman will give him 2 hours to be blabbing book crap. I'll be like, what is this guy? I was like, is he the only one on this show?
That was why I spoke my mind to government today. I said,
So
no, what you did.
it's not opposed to all those cow being reared in the street of Abuja, right?
And then he said because most of the people that built on illegal spaces in Abuja, they are northerners, so it should not be touched. Can you see that kind of? And some.
That was the same
and I just, in fact, today he made me to actually have a contrary opinion about the northerners, because these people, to me, they are the one retarding our progress in that country. Believe me. They are the one, because their mentality is so awkward. He was talking with this arrogance as if they own the country, that
And
whatever they want. He said they are already feeling marginalized. That they're already feeling marginalized in how many months? 3 months. They're already feeling marginalized. So they have what they believe that they are the owner of that country.
They are.
In fact, today I was saying that in fact, if I have my way, we just say let us even cut that country now. Let us everybody just separate and go. I've never had that feeling in my life. Today, the way that guy talked today is I'm not seeing that feeling from now. Believe me.
They are the owner. They are the owner of Nigeria.
But it's to me, if we still remain together, that country is not going anywhere. Because let me tell you, it will just be like what happened in America. That the Republican will come and destroy the economy, the Democrat will come and build it, then they will come and
fix it.
Yes, and that is what they do. Because of their culture, the religion, and everything, they don't have that. They don't build anything.
No, they don't.
They only believe in now that God will take care of tomorrow. Let us finish whatever we have now. God will take care of the tomorrow.
Cow in the capital city is so ridiculous. To have a sight of cow in the street, like India. Come on, man.
India, when you see cow in the street, I've been to India so many times. You won't see ads or cattle on the streets of India. When you see cow in India, they use cow as a beast of body. You understand what I'm saying? They use them to carry load. They use them so that is why you see it's not that they're being rare and just be littering everywhere like that.
Can you imagine? And
Because majority of India people, they worship cow. They don't eat cow.
In fact, they introduce ranching to them. They object to it. They say they don't want that. They want their cow to be moved about. But if it's the same way the animals are being reared in this country, there's create this little space for them with enough grass to eat that they can also wander around. But no, you want to be moving them from one village to another. Why those people going about with those cows also have AK-47 tucked in inside their pants? So,
Adewale, let me tell you, if I'm in the desert, when you see desert, you can see like 10, 15, 20 kilometers away. There is no tree, no grasses, everywhere is dry. Do you understand what I'm saying? You won't see a single tree. But here, they still rear cows, they rear sheep, they rear goats in commercial quantity in the desert. So how are they doing it? And we are not even in the desert and we're having such problem.
that's terrible.
You understand? Here, you will see some people, the only thing they do in their farm is to grow grasses for the people who are rearing animals. So they will cut it and sell it to the pastorers. And that is a big business. And you see, by the time they bring all those things from the desert, you'll be wondering that how these animals are coming from the desert. How are they doing it?
Because they have to find a way, they have to find a means.
You
And here
understand?
we have everything in abundance, but no want to make life hard for everyone. It doesn't make
Exactly.
no sense. It doesn't make any sense. What is the point of
And
moving
you see
cow?
their cows, they are very big. If you
Of
see their
course.
goat, very big. Because like our own now, they will throw them into the bush, they will walk kilometers. Everything that they have eaten, they will still burn
Oh
the
yeah.
everything. And that's
Yeah.
why you see an average cow in Nigeria will be weighing maybe 200, 250 kilo.
Could you
When you
imagine?
have a cow that can weigh 1 ton, 1 ton, 1 ton.
Hmm.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
So that means the biggest of our cow, you can one cow can just take care of that. In Europe, if you see those dairy cows, they can produce like 40 liters of milk per day.
Wow.
Mind my word, 40 liters, 40 liters, 40. I'm saying it, 40 liters. You can barely get 4 liters from our own in a day.
Wow.
If one can produce 40 liters and our own is only one can only produce maximum 4 liters, that means one cow can take care of, is it not 10? Is that not what it means?
Yeah.
You understand? So it's not more economical to have like 10 of that cows than to have 100 of our own.
For where we want it done in a hard way. Even Tinubu even make reference to that in India. You remember when he was talking about with the abundance of cows and all that we have, that we still can package a dairy product for even for domestic use. Don't talk about exporting. And here we have cow roaming around the street. We're going to have something done because something has to be done. And can you imagine those people that are rearing those animals and putting them on the road, walking from one town to another? If they also branch out to having dairy and getting milk from this cow and packaging it and selling it, they will be made rich. But they concentrate on just selling the cow alone, maybe with few were here and there, but even with that, it wasn't profitable. So, I mean, we have to change orientation. I understand tradition and culture, but sometimes culture and tradition has to be modernized, have to be, rejigged in such a way that we'll be able to meet the millennium goal. We are no longer in a primitive year. This is now where we have machine that can extract milk from cows' breast instead of using hand to pump in and all that. So, and you can also measure by what you fill the cow to produce the milk. Because if a cow doesn't have balanced milk, to even produce milk that will, you'll be able to sell in commercial quantity.
They are forgotten that what they used to provide the milk, to provide the meat, is wasted already in transit.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's wasted already in
You will
transit.
be
You
eating
know, I
cow.
have some guys.
You'll be eating
Yes,
cow.
I have
You will
some.
think it's like a goofy. Very, very tough because they walk around their bodies. You know. Mm.
I have some guys. What they used to do, let me tell you, Dewale, they will go during the dry season. They will go to the north, buy all those cows. By the time they bring them, you see their bones already starved. You understand? What they will do in the south is that within 3 months, they will feed these cows. And you see the way it's not as if our cows doesn't have that tendencies to grow big. It's because of the way we raise them. They within 3 months they will feed them. They will go and buy food and feed them within 3 months. They call them fattening cows. And this guy will sell this cow times 3 times 4 of the money that they bought them. And in fact, because I have friends that are doing that kind of business. What you notice is that because these cows are already used to the way they manage them, by the time it's getting to like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning, where they put them, they will be shouting. You see all of them, they will become restless. You know why they become restless? That is the time
to
they
milk
used to no, not milk. That is the time they used to chase them out to go and eat.
Wow.
So they are also used to going out every day and come back in the evening. So when it is come to that time, they become restless. Even if you give them food, they will not want to eat. They want to do that exercise. Unless the only way you can do that one is to tie them down. If not, it's like you will be seeing them. What you notice that it will be like a riot. They will just be shouting, and then they will stand up and just be running around until when somebody will not carry stick and say, okay, let's go. That's when they will not calm down. And when you see, to me, my argument is this: it's not only cow that is a farming business in Nigeria. We have people that engage in poultry farming. We have people that engage in fishery. Those people, they invest money, they feed, they didn't throw their poultry, their chicken on the ground to go and just be feeding anywhere. They will buy food for them and they are doing that business and it's profitable. So why can't you do the same? Put your cow in a place, get them food that they want to eat, and then, so why are you using your own to disturb others? And what I notice is that most of these politicians, most of these rich men, they are the owners of these cows.
Of course.
All the Fulani that you see following those cows, they are not the owner. They don't even have the money to.
How many Igbo or Yoruba do you see into that kind of business? How many?
No, Adewale, let me tell you now. A lot of Igbos are Yoruba into that business now.
Oh, really?
Let us stay now. Let me tell you. I say I have friends. I don't have Hausa friends. I have friends that are doing the business. It's not as if they are buying and selling. They have heads of cow that they employ this Fulani and they are just paying them. Let me tell you the way they do it. They will buy this cow. They will just get one small, maybe less than 20-year-old Fulani that have been managing for them. They will build 1 or 2 rooms for them with their wife. They will stay there. They will give them like 20, 30,000. Those guys are not after the money that they are giving them monthly. The benefits they get is the milk, the wara that their wife will be selling. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that is how they use all of them. The Fulanis, they don't really have the cow. Most of the real owners of those cows are not real Fulani. But the way we see it is that when you see them in the bush, is the Fulanis that you see with them because they are the one that knows how to raise these things. But it's our people that are actually using those people.
Wow. Well, at least.
So, and is a business that the only input from you is just buying that cow. You don't need to buy food for them. You don't need to buy water for them. You don't need to buy any other thing. The only other thing is that when they sick, then you can buy drug, buy medication. You can employ investors that will treat them. But besides that, is so, and that is why a lot of people are engaging in that business.
The veterans also, treat them and all that.
Yes, 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 now. They give them injections, they give them drip and all those things. They set line for them.
Wow.
And it's all these drugs that we use for human being,
I know,
that
right?
they use for animals also.
I know that was this situation then when the COVID first came, and they said that was the first set of people that were experiencing COVID there were taking this medication that was given to horses and all that. I forgot what it is. A very popular name like that. We're giving it to the horses, and people are using it and trying it and all that. It became a very controversial topic there in America. It was actually, the Trump people were the ones using it and all that. But yeah,
Okay, an antibiotics.
something like that. Something like that. I forgot what the name is.
Let me tell you, 2/3 of all the antibiotics manufactured in Nigeria, in the world, actually goes into animals, not in human beings.
Wow.
2/3, yes. And that is why they are the one even causing problem now, because most of the resistance comes from the animal. So most of the antibiotics that humans are consuming now that are not working for an human being, because let me tell you now, every day you take little antibiotics from those meat that you consume.
Oh yeah.
You
Steroid too.
understand? So you cannot see that by the time, God forbid, if somebody now falls sick, you're already exposed to that antibiotics. Those organisms that is causing the illness in you, they have been exposed to subtherapeutic doses of those antibiotics. So by the time you needed that antibiotics, it will not work.
Not America.
It will not work. Okay, what is this something?
I say most of what we consume in America is bullcrap. Because we all know our food is killing us in America.
It's not only in America, even in Africa. In fact, if you see the way people use antibiotics indiscriminately for animals.
Wow.
Even for fish.
Wow. I wonder how those fish always grow within weeks and they already put the chicken is the one that surprised me the most. Man,
why?
Within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, chicken is already ready to be slaughtered and to be eaten.
Yes, here the one they grow here in Saudi Arabia is 20 days.
18 days.
28 days.
That one is good.
And that's what you see in the market.
I
mean, I don't even eat all those things. I don't eat them. And no, I don't eat them. But you people where you are now, if you say you don't want to eat, what other alternative do you have?
My brother.
That's why all those local things that we consume, that the real natural things that human beings should be consuming. Even here, I rarely take their fruit because I notice that the taste is different from ours in Nigeria. If you see their banana, if you taste it will
tasteless.
Tasteless. So, even apple, because I have apple in my compound in Nigeria. The one I grow is different from the one I buy on the street.
Does apple grow in Nigeria?
Very well.
Oh,
Very well.
really? I didn't know.
You know, there are so many things that people have not tested that we just believe
I thought
that we cannot grow.
our soil is not that friendly
What
with
are you telling me?
such fruits.
It's not that it's not true.
Hmm.
I have, and it's growing very well, and it's bearing fruit.
Really?
In fact, even you know, if when you are in Nigeria, when you see watermelon, you think that it's only in the north that they can grow watermelon now.
We used to grow watermelon in our farm when I was younger. But
In fact, my children, there was a day. This was about almost 8, 9 years ago. They just took the seed of the one that we bought that we
it's
eat, and
both
they just
watermelon.
plant exactly. It's just like a melon. This normal
Yeah, they
egusi that
belong
we
to
used
the
to plant.
same. They belong to the same group, the same
Anywhere
family.
you can grow egusi, anywhere you can
Yeah,
grow egusi, you can grow
you know
watermelon.
the fact that it cross. So that
Exactly.
is it. They call them legume, right? Is it not legume?
Legumes. Yes, yeah, they belong to the family of legumes. Yes. So this is the way the world is growing. I don't know. And you know the funny thing, Adewale,
Mm.
the last antibiotics, new antibiotics manufacture was about 30 years ago.
Wow.
So what they are doing now, because of resistance, is that they will now they are now doing combinations. You understand what I'm saying? They will
Mm.
combine two to one, two different antibiotics. Because if you use only one, it will not work. So there is like a synergy. Because nobody is investing in that aspect of medicine again.
Wow.
Because yes, it's very eh, very costly.
Wow.
You understand? So I don't know if there's any outbreak of any infection now. It's going to be like what happened during COVID. It's going to be a disaster.
Wow.
It's going to be a disaster.
Hmm.
The only thing they can do is now to stop manufacturing some of the old ones. By the time they leave them out of the market for like maybe 10 years, 15 years, then they bring them back. Then those resistant, all those organisms that are resistant to it will have disappeared from the circulation. And because the same thing that was what happened to malaria. That was why they
Yeah.
stopped the use of chloroquine.
Oh.
And but the main reason why, but in Africa, people still use that chloroquine underneath. What they wanted to do is to stop the use of chloroquine for a while, for some maybe few decades, and bring it back to come for the cure. But up to now, some people are still using it, and I don't know those companies that are still manufacturing the chloroquine.
Chloroquine is very bitter. The rate at which we consume antibiotics in Nigeria is, I mean, those things are supposed to be for prescription, but the way you can buy Ampiclos anywhere. You can, even I must
You
say, I
can,
mean, the one from
what item you can buy anti-cancer drug without prescription in Nigeria.
Wow.
Without prescription. My experience 2010 when I went to India, I think about 4 days or 5 days when I got there, I was feeling weak. I was having this body ache. So as usual as Nigerian, I believe that it's like I have malaria now. So I went to the pharmacy. I told them I want to buy anti-malaria. They said no, they have to come with prescription. And with the test results, not only prescription, with the test results that I actually have malaria. I went everywhere. I even told them, I said, I'm a doctor. I know what is wrong with me. They said, no, I have to go to the hospital. That hospital at that time, I paid about 3,000 Nigerian money. 2010, paying 3,000 to do just a malaria test.
Yes. Wow.
So I did the malaria test. I got the result the following day. Yeah, Borough what they know. And lo and behold, there was no malaria. Adewale. So I just have to cope with, and within 3 days after, I was well.
Was he jet lag or something like that?
You understand? But that is the way we abuse drugs in Nigeria. I was in Nigeria, I would have taken anti-malaria, thinking that I had malaria, I would have malaria, and I would be well. I would be thinking that it's anti-malaria that worked for me. But this time around, I didn't even have opportunity to get the anti-malaria. I just have to bakamu, no ni, ara mi de ya. So you can see that most of the drugs that we buy, most of the medications that we buy in Nigeria that we consume is actually not necessary. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you ask somebody to go and do anti-malaria, to go and do malaria test in Nigeria, it will tell you, why do you need to put me through that route? Just prescribe for me and let me go and buy the medication now. You understand? And all those things still contribute to our foreign exchange. You understand? We spend billions of dollars importing those medications that we are prescribing or we are taking unnecessarily. But we don't look at it that way. You understand? Every day people consume anti-malaria for no malaria.
That's true. I remember then. My last time was killing me because I didn't know that my body retained caffeine.
Okay.
So I was drinking. I was doing big man in the office. We would get served tea in the morning, and I always request for coffee instead of tea. Then it happens that my body was retaining caffeine and I won't sleep. And there's a woman called Yakaode. Yakaode will keep a rubber Pepsi for me when I
Additional caffeine. That's an additional
you
caffeine
know.
now.
So when everybody is working, being productive in the office, I will be snoring on the chair to the point that my supervisor has to say, you know what, you have to take a vacation, you have to go. Oh, the wakusibi. And by force, they make me take that vacation. Oh. I took it. And then only to find out that ignorance. Then I went to Redeem Camp for the monthly what do you call it, ghost
Holy Ghost.
service.
Yes,
Yeah,
service.
I'm fortunate to be sitting side by side with one God sent woman. That's an angel. That woman was the one that said, "What was my lifestyle?" Because I was like, I don't even know what's wrong with me. I have headache all the time, headache. There was a day in the church. They said testimony only for me to pray. The headache left me for some time. Oh, then I did a testimony. By the time I finished the
That's only
testimony,
that what? That your headache has gone.
yeah, so I was even barely about to leave where the testimony was conducted. The headache came back again. I said, I knew it, And I went to a doctor that told me that he said I should go and do test. No, he didn't say test. He said I should uh it was just like when I went to do the test, he said, "Oh, you have typhoid." No blood test, so he said you have typhoid. Okay, so one of the nurses that to give me injection, that nurse stays in my. I didn't even know it was an allergy injection. I said, it was a very funny situation. At the end of the day, I went back.
Come on.
He prescribed amoxicillin, all these things for me. The next thing I
Guys,
knew, he
I
said
have
I
to
should come
go.
for a
We have
refill.
to go.
Simba, are you listening? Don't listen to Thomas. So
Oh,
he
èmi ń
said,
gbọ́
Yes,
he said,
ológogoro
he said,
máa
Thomas
fi ń sí
ológogoro.
background.
he
Máa fi ń sí.
said,
Ṣé bí 10 hours tó fẹ́ ṣe ó sì kú bí 8 hours ó sì kú bí 8 minutes náà.
he said, oh, so I said, look, bring him back
Mo
here.
ti ń lọ.
Bring him back here.
Ṣé bí 10 hours ló
Go and
máa pa?
die.
Mo ti ṣe tán báyìí. Mo fẹ́ close down báyìí. Mo fẹ́
Jẹ́
mo
kó
ní
parí
meeting
nǹkan
kan
tó ń sọ,
pẹ̀lú
jẹ́ kó
Let me
parí nǹkan
finish
tó ń
what
sọ.
I'm saying.
àwọn
Dictator
Gàmú.
General Thomas.
Mo ní meeting pẹ̀lú Gàmọ̀ president.
So he said, so
Ṣé o fẹ́
I said,
gbàjọba? Ṣé ìjọba Australia ló fẹ́ gbà ní àbí ti Nàìjíríà?
Ìbọn náà máa fi
Thomas
pálú ẹ̀ dànù.
today me. So
I have to shut down. Ẹ má bínú sí mi. Màá fi yín sí background kẹta gist. Ọ̀gá mi ti ń pè mí. Ẹ pé mo lọ́gàá. I have boss. My boss is calling me. Yeah.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money give Tog. Say make he go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money give Tog, carry gun give Tog. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. Ọmọ mi láyé ti lọ, I don waka. But make I tell you now, Yahaya Bello, do you know Yahaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yahaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yahaya, you Yahaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yahaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.
Oh, thank you guys. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you guys.